It's not in there? Or is it one in there?
I don't know.
No intro?
What's up, everybody? I have no idea what Oz has. So I just got the power the other day.
You got the power, but not all the privilege, is what you're saying.
I haven't had time to mess with it enough. So.
It's the power without any of the knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Dangerous combo.
Story of my life.
Right.
Good
evening, everybody.
Hey, let's run through and see who's here. We got Brick something in the house with us. Hi, Brick.
It was my best attempt at ancient Egyptian.
What does it say?
I forget.
I wish you'd said, I don't speak Egyptian. I don't know.
Short-term memory loss. Yeah. Short-term memomy loss.
The Collecting Brothers, I'm sure it's John. Welcome. And this guy here, Thanos Copter. Duchess of Darkness is here with us. Welcome, Duchess. And this crazy bastard down in the corner is here with us. Crusty Old Crow, what's up? Henri Yu's here. Hello, Henri Yu. And the beautiful Cobweb Collector's here. What's up, Cobb?
Beautiful indeed.
And Mr. Fat Dread Foo is here with us. What's up, Foo? Mary Atwell, good evening.
Hey, Mary.
Terrence St. John is here with us. What's up, Terrence?
What's up, Terrence?
And we got Kay Roll in the house with us, who beat her brother to his own stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, we've all been here for a while. We were kind of waiting for Brick, so or not.
We were waiting.
But, we've been waiting for Oz.
Damn it, Brick! It's always you.
Yeah.
Brick's fault.
I understand.
Yeah, Carol, have you heard from your brother? Because that's he was supposed to be running the show, so we don't know if it's a technical issue or
shoot him a text. Make sure he's cool.
Technically, he's still sleeping.
Yeah, he might have fallen asleep. Something, right? Aaron, are you getting the thunderstorms or whatever they were going through Oklahoma earlier? Yeah, that looked pretty nasty.
Yeah, we'll see. See how it ends up being.
They were talking about some places were going to get DVD size hail balls.
Yeah, one of the people that I know, her car got nailed by the hailstorm.
You say DVD sized?
Yeah, that size round hail.
Like razor blade discs?
That's what I kind of thought, but I think he was just talking about the diameter, but it was kind of a weird description.
Did you say softball?
Softball, right. That's what most people would say.
Seems like an odd...
That's what the weatherman said. I thought it was an odd reference myself, because we usually talk about like golf ball size, and baseball size. Yeah. That's when you know. That's when you know Mother Nature's really pissed off at you.
Yeah.
Start sending
dropping people
saw blades at you.
I spent some time in Oklahoma. I actually really like the storms down there. They get crazy. It's like wild to behold.
What's up, Hyperdelic? Well, that's kind of how it is in Texas. When I lived in Texas, it was like the storms are rolling and they could be pretty intense, but they only last 20 minutes and they're gone.
As a Californian, you're not allowed to say things like that, Thanos. It just comes across as really insensitive.
We have hot and cold for me.
Yeah, he's not getting any subarctic days there.
Yeah. Highly and Dread's here with us. Subarctic.
I think it snowed in my town twice in the entire time I've been here. So that's 40 years. So.
Oh, damn. That'd be nice. We generally don't get snow. We get ice. I would rather have snow than ice, but
yeah, that's the bad part about Oklahoma and Texas is it's mostly ice, not snow.
Yeah.
Up here we get pounded with the snow, but it's snow. So you just learn how to drive in it and be good. But all right. So Carol said that Oz should be around soon. He probably passed out, forgot to make his coffee.
He just sent me a text, so I think he's on his way.
Okay, cool. Good to know. So is he the one opening? Who all is opening up some Figura today?
Thanos and
Oz and Joe.
One.
Beautiful.
I just
Wait,
have my cosmic.
Which one did you
Cool.
decide to open up, Aaron?
I opened up Operative and I'm opening up Scourge, but I don't know where the hell I'm going to put him.
oh, did you go all in on those, or did you just kind of pick and choose?
This was one of the ones that I bought all in.
Oh, okay. Got
Just
it.
put him on your
No.
pillow next to you and you can sleep with him. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a little scaly for my taste.
Wake up with your eye poked out.
Yeah. And Terrence is also opening up the Figura Obscura with us.
Okay,
Nice.
cool.
Terrence, if you want the link, give us a shout out. We can give you the link if you want to come
He's
on.
driving right now. I think he said,
Oh, is he?
right?
Okay. I
And
didn't see
texting.
that.
And opening.
Texting
You're
and driving now, and listening to YouTube. I'm not sure what's worse.
Yeah.
You got all
And
three.
listening to us. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
that might
that's
actually
not
be
good.
worse.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned it.
So someone was saying these. I must have missed it, but the Egyptian gods is like a new subline for the Figura Obscura.
Really?
They just announced that. Yeah, they
Who was
just
saying
announced
that?
that they're going to continue to do the Egyptian gods and Figura Obscura. Sorry, I took a nap before the show. I think it was a terrible idea. My brain's all foggy now. Kind of like how Marley was the first of the ghosts for the line, for Christmas Carol. So I think that they'll periodically drop more Egyptian gods, which
That's
is
cool.
good. I'm looking at my Scarabus shelf right now, and Eric's
That's where I heard it was on their
Yeah,
show.
so TCB says, new subline. That's what they said. Jeremy G, that is. All right,
I
good
think
to
I'm
know.
in the minority. Like I'm not. It doesn't do anything for me.
Oh, for real? Man,
Yeah.
I love the Egyptian stuff.
Okay, no. Let me rephrase that.
Oh,
They
those
look
figures?
amazing, and
Uh-huh.
and they're awesome. But I don't like the Figura Obscura already. I'm kind of like, it's great for people that aren't, Four Horsemen fans. If you're not into Mythic and you're kind of like, oh, I can't get in, it's too late. There's too many that I won't get.
Yeah.
If you didn't get into Cosmic because you're not into sci-fi, I like that they're sort of, there's a little bit more of like an umbrella sort of catchment for Figura Obscura, because it's, I really love Santa, or I really love ghosts, or I really love Egyptian mythology. Like it's gonna draw people in.
Well, and they do the retailer.
They do two
Yeah, so
versions
they
of
do
everything
two
too,
versions,
so it's
so-
everybody has access to it. Mythic is kind of my thing, and I'm still just like, Mythic is where I'm going to get my Four Horsemen fix, and like they don't fit with my Mythic, and because my sort of collecting, I need a shelf of things. Now, if they're going to do a whole line of them, I get that potentially means that I could have a shelf of them, but I just don't need them as much as I need some other things. So
Sure.
So they're great, but they're not for me.
As soon as I saw them, I was like, "Oh, I want those."
Yeah. Same.
Oh, I felt that way too, and then I was like, I can't collect all the things.
So Dorklayer, welcome. He says the reason for the separate packaging is because they plan to
Bill?
continue the Egyptian gods theme, and then TCB Figura Obscura is a good entry point because it can be anything not restricted to the lore or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one good thing about Figura Obscura. It's definitely easy to pick and choose if you're not into Christmas or if you're not into, Halloween or whatever the case may be. So it definitely gives you a little bit of options.
I should say I do have like half a dozen Figura Obscura figures.
I was gonna say, I think I actually have one.
I have both versions of Santa. I have Krampus. I have the Headless Horseman. I have the monkey. I'm doing just fine. It's just I can't collect.
I can't
all
collect
the
everything.
things.
I only got 3/4 of them.
I'm also looking at other stuff that I still need to buy, and other things I need to pre-order and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like,
Yeah, I mean, you've got a big thing coming next week potentially that you gotta, in the new Legions wave.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure we'll.
So
Well,
no, it totally makes sense.
Week
But
after, he's going to be most likely going to have the HasLab.
yeah, and I
Two
couldn't
floors, right?
resist.
Not if it's the Rattler.
Okay.
I don't want the Rattler.
I don't think it's going to be the Rattler.
You know what? I probably would know what it was if I had been paying attention. I have people that I could ask, but I haven't. I don't even know what's going on.
I really think they're going to go something that is boat related, since they've got the land and the air covered now.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard people say like the moray.
The moray, yeah.
Because they've gone Cobra, Joe. They're going back to Cobra, so like the Rattler or the moray.
The moray, which was that? Was it the Copperhead one?
No, the moray is the like red boat.
Looked like a speedboat.
Looks like a big speedboat.
Yeah.
It would be huge, and I would pass on that as well.
That's not the hydrofoil either, is it? Yeah.
The moccasin is what came with Copperhead.
Right. Yeah. Water moccasin or the monk.
What's up, everybody?
They said they're not going to do. I think.
What's up, Oz?
Hey, Oz.
I think they publicly said that they are not doing water vehicles. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know if that's like a never or like a for the moment. But I'm not doing water vehicles, so I'm okay with them not doing water vehicles.
Those specialized vehicles are hard though, right? Because like it's just like the snow Arctic troopers and stuff. If you're in a place that doesn't have snow, you know, a lot of people don't want to have snow stuff, right? But
I'm right there, like Snow Job and the Snow Serpents. Like I was saying, I said multiple times, I said I don't need specialized anything. I don't need aquatic. I don't need Arctic. I don't need whatever. Like I bought Snow Job because he's amazing. I bought a couple Snow Serpents because I bought Snow Job. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I mean, I can't collect everything, so it's sort of like it's easy for me to pass on you know, aquatic things because it's, you know, I don't live next to a body of water.
Yeah,
I mean, I have a pool, but that's not.
It's not the same unless you want to get in there and play with it, right?
I mean, for toy photography purposes, the pool only serves as like a funny sort of joke prop.
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to get a decent picture of doing like some SEAL training or something like that, you know, but that'd be about the extent.
I got a good AWOC one that'll probably come out once every summer, but like other than that, like I'm good. I don't need aquatic stuff.
What's going on, Oz? Glad you could join us.
Yeah. I got
party. Late to your own party.
Oh yes, I was out with Ziggy earlier today, and it's really warmed up here on the East Coast. So finally got home, and I was like, all right, I got time to take a quick nap because I was just exhausted. And then next thing I know,
quick nap as an adult.
Yep. Things you hated as a kid that now you love. And that nap turned into a bit of an oversleep here. So big kudos to K-Roll. Give me that call. I'd set an alarm so that I would be up at 8:30, still have plenty of time to make coffee and get ready to go live. And here I am. About a half hour late, but I'm here.
Yeah, only about 15 minutes because we waited a little while.
Well, I appreciate it, folks. I'm glad we can keep that tradition going. Let's just start late.
You can't ever start on time.
No, it's terrible. Why would we ever do that?
I don't know.
I like that you're keeping with the Egyptian mythology by starting in infinite nothingness.
Yes.
Yes.
You gotta start where it all began.
So did I hear, Oz, that you got one? You got these guys too, the 2-pack? Or no?
Well, thanks to the guy directly beneath you, Joe. I managed to get just the figures. I really wanted the all-in for this one because I'm glad they went back to the ceramic mugs. Hopefully I'll be able to pick one of those up at some point in time. Honestly, though, like every spare cent I have right now is going to go back into this computer situation. And thank you, everybody who came to the test last night. We were able to make sure this worked. And Ed, thank you for getting things started here. Appreciate that, brother.
We got it, brother.
Gosh, these figures are amazing. Oh, I can't wait until they get back inside and grab some coffee, and then we're going to go put this thing on its little phone mount and plug it in and have everything go.
Okay.
I got to crack these figures open, man.
Cool. Then I guess let's wait for that. But I am really eager to see them. Oh, never mind. Thanos is on it. All right.
Thanos is on it. He's opening it up, man. What's going on, Skydra Walker? Good to have you here, brother. Have we said hey to everybody in the chat yet?
These three that I have starred right now are the newest joiners. So
there's new ones.
All right.
Selfishly, could we full screen some Thanos there and take a look at that beautiful Nate Barch? Actually,
absolutely.
Speaking of beautiful Nate Barch art, well, talk about it.
Hold
later.
on, I'll go back. Go ahead, Rick. Show off your T-shirt.
Oh, I just wanted to show.
Oh
this.
yeah.
Yes.
Nate
Nice.
Love it. Love it. Love it. All right, back to Thanos and the cool Egyptian stuff.
There it is.
That is
man.
pretty. My God.
Yo, just another thing to love about Figure Obscura, like already the artwork he does for the normal Mythic Legions drops and everything is just outstanding. But again, that extra level when it comes to Figure Obscura.
Yeah, and they do
I
the
love
gold
these.
foil and everything. Like, yeah.
The slipcover thing is the same on both. Though.
Stable on both. Okay.
Yeah.
Shame on them.
Yeah, right. I mean, come on.
Cheaped out on the Nate.
Cheaping out on us. Jeez.
Honestly, I kind of wish it would have been like a 2-pack, just so that would have been bigger. But that's just me.
Mm.
That would've been
Right.
really
Yeah, a
nice.
little
The
bit
size of
wider.
The Horseman or something. That'd been pretty cool.
I'm a little bit like, even knowing that they're gonna do like a line with them, like that they're gonna sort of continue along the path. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't do it as a 2-pack in the way that they did, because you could easily fit it in a box the size of like the Headless Horseman.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked
So if-
too. Like,
Because you could do the
they
retailer
do,
one as singles.
My guess is the retailer
Yeah, well, that's-
exclusives are probably individuals.
Yeah, I
but so were
think
these.
that's
That's
why
what I'm
actually
saying.
that they did them that way was for the retailer exclusives to be singles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Yeah,
I'm
but
back-
for the
No, but the
factory,
retailer
it
exclusive
has the same loadout and everything.
Right.
Yeah, the retailer
Yeah,
exclusives
yeah.
always have the same loadout. So for the factory, they're doing the exact same figure just with different colors or different.
Oh,
songs.
that's yes, yeah. I was thinking, I was thinking of like the
Like
Legion
COD
Con
exclusive?
exclusives,
yeah, where they
they've
come with a
done-
couple
they've
of
done, like,
left.
standard packaging for those. So yeah, okay, that's
Right.
a very good point.
Oh man. So hey to John, figuratively speaking. Good to see you, Rick. Glad you guys could be here.
Rolando
Flores. Excellent. Oh, here we go. Nolan's making us official. Good to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. Scott Baker. Good to have you. We got Mike Fee. What's up, brother? Glad you could be here. Trying to keep up with a few things because I can, while I'm on my phone out here, I can do it easily because I'm still holding the phone. When I go inside and I put it on the phone stand, I'll definitely need you to take full control then because I can't do crap once it's on that stand. Todd C. It's like Christmas Eve here. Headed to the Comic Palooza tomorrow. Looking forward to meeting and hanging out with the AWOC and Savage Crucible folks. That is awesome. Always good when we can do these epic meetups.
They are there.
I think that gets us caught back up with everybody, right?
Yep, that's all the way through everybody.
Awesome.
Where you
So,
at,
Thanos,
Thanos?
how are the accessories that come with that?
I just now starting to open the box. Kind of dragging my feet. I was waiting for Oz, but then I got impatient. So.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Too. She just got situated with a snack and such.
Ray Black, good to have you. Thank you. Our toy chats.
Let me bring you up full screen.
Oh, these figures are just gorgeous. And they really come with such a good amount of accessories to make a little Egyptian diorama, too. Like, oh, man.
That fell out.
Oh.
Is that a foot or a hand? What is that?
Top of one of the jars.
Oh.
So everybody was asking about, like, you know, is something, you know, in the Anubis, you know, kind of based there. And they did come out, and Jeremy Gerard said, look, the surprises and the extras are for the Christmas drops. Those are Christmas presents. So everybody was asking, you know, well, what's in there? And there's nothing. But as a wise prophet once said, you could put your weed in there.
Or $1.50.
This book's actually pretty thick, too.
Or like Steven Tyler from Aerosmith said that somebody once sent him an empty jar that said inspiration, so he filled it with Coke.
There you go.
That's one way to get inspired.
That's cool. I like that they do this where they kind of give you the background of the characters and stuff.
The books are definitely a cool touch to the figure.
Straight callback to the mini comics with Motu and other toys. It's always nice.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, especially when they're drawing from, you know, things that have a tradition and a history, even, you know, even the Dickens stuff, right? And honoring sort of that,
yes.
the Poe. It's like, okay, we want you to understand this is not a typical toy line, and it's based in something very real, and we want you to kind of like, we're doing a figure about that. We're trying to honor that. So here, remember that reading thing? Do it. But with this in particular, it's pretty cool.
I don't know why I try to show off the small stuff. I can never get anything to focus, but
it's not bad. See it.
The earrings are like loose.
Yeah, nice.
Earrings. That's awesome.
And the face looks like really, really cool.
How are they in the ears? Are they actually in, or just sort of like hanging on with friction?
They're like looped. Yeah,
they're in there. That's great.
That's how I pierced my AWACS ears. Just poked a hole through them.
Little heated plastic poke through.
Yep.
I will say that of the, like, I passed on those figures, but the heads, I'm gonna have to try to like secure one of each head, like one of the Anubis heads and one of the cat heads.
So, what are people going to use for the display options? Are you going to go statuesque with it, or are you going to go as like creature monster style with it?
Once I get mine, I have a whole Egyptian tomb dial, so they're going to go in there.
The extreme sets, right?
No, I have one that I made out of foam a long time ago.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I am planning on trying to get that NECA mummy accessory pack.
Oh, that'd be nice too, yeah.
Because that would be a good touch for some background drops with the sarcophagus. Oh, especially with the other pieces that came with too.
Yeah, I have that in the closet.
I have a
over
figure.
Here. Unboxed it.
I have a figure Obscura shelf, so which I'm running out of room on. But yeah, I displayed my figures together. But Adam, I actually bought an extra one just for customizing. I'm not going to be using the heads, man. So let me know which ones you want, and they're yours, buddy.
I'm not even sure which ones I want. I'm leaning more towards the more animated ones because they kind of lend themselves more to like putting them on mythic figures or cosmic figures or whatever.
Well, how about this? I'll just send you all the heads from one of the packs, and then you can just do what you want with them. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be using the heads. I'm not going to be using the heads for the custom pack.
Like, what do I say to that, right? Like, what?
Well, like, okay, so here's a custom I actually started years ago. Hopefully, my crappy internet you guys can see. I was doing an Achilles custom from the Seventh Kingdom line.
Yep.
Okay, so I've been waiting for those cat feet for many moons. You know, part of buying an extra set was just to get the cat feet, you know, so that I'm able to finally finish this tribute custom.
Very nice.
You know, it's been so long, I don't remember. I think it's a barbarian, the female barbarian builder.
Oh, you just painted
body.
Okay.
And then and I just painted it. Yeah. So
very cool.
The body is the elf or the knight Legion Builder 2. The body pieces, I've got a cloth loin for her and stuff like that. So, but yeah. So I actually bought a whole extra set just because I was like, I need those cat feet for that custom. So
I'm
more than happy.
I'm more excited about the new parts, the cat feet, and the hands and the heads, because I think we'll end up seeing them in mythic or cosmic or something like that. So so that's where going back to me saying like I passed on them not because they're not amazing, but because I know I'll probably end up with those parts or most of those parts later at some point going down the line. And it just and I don't buy, I've never gone all in on any of the waves of mythic or cosmic. I would rather get, in most waves, I'd rather get doubles of something than everything, if that makes sense. So I kind of pick and choose, and I get the ones that I want, and then I kind of army build, and and it just I don't have room. I mean, that's the other thing. Mythically, like how many waves of, or not just waves, but like how many figures have the Four Horsemen done in 2024? Not just like, and there's another wave coming out in a week, and then there's going to be another wave at Legion's Con, and then there's probably going to be another cosmic wave, and it's like, this is there's enough waves that you could drown.
There really is. They've amped up the amount of production insanely. I'm not gonna complain because I'm enjoying every bit of it, but man, it's definitely tough at this point to keep up. And we've got Bud here joining us. Now, I've left this comment up from, again, I'm just gonna assume it's John on the Collecting Brothers. Mentioning about if we have the Red Death, he'd love to see the Anubis head on that body. I've got you when I go in. I have easy, probably the more monstrous one. The less.
I can do that if you want. I've got.
I don't want to leave.
Yeah, Joe.
So. Unfortunately, my meds are kicking in, so my sleepy time is about to happen whether I want it to or not.
Now that I've woken up, Aaron's going to go take my place. He's going to go sleep.
I'm going back to bed. I will see you all later. Have a good one.
Aaron, thank you for being here, brother.
Have a good one, bro.
All right.
Is Joe going to do the heads? Where'd Joe go?
He had to probably.
I think he left to go grab it. Right.
Yeah. Real quick, Thor's here. What's up, Thor?
Thor, good to see you.
Thor?
There's going to be more unboxing, Thor. You didn't miss it all.
Yep, I've still got to crack open mine for sure. We had whose question was it now? I've lost it.
Which one?
Anryu. He was asking about, could you use the Marvel Legends Moon Knight with those? He's Egyptian like. yes, they definitely scale for one another. Marvel Legends and Mythic Legions, both on that same 6-inch,
Ish.
1/12 scale, 6-inch ish. It's the best way to put it. Saying now that people are getting more Egyptian figures, we need to get on Radnom again about the Stargate, right?
I just rewatched that yesterday with my kid.
That's a great
Stargate.
movie.
So
Yeah,
good.
really good.
Stargate.
I think that was one of the first movies I ever
He was
saw
into
by
it.
myself in the theater because I was just a nerd.
I
and
just watched
in a
Stargate the
small
other night
town,
myself.
and
Oh, that looks
Yeah.
good, Joe. Especially
You
with the
guys see
hood.
it okay? I know my upload speeds aren't great.
That
so
looks pretty
I'm
creepy
looking-
for sure.
I'm
like
digging
that.
it. I really like that. Oh man. Well,
I
fortunately, we
think
got the
that'll look
retailer.
phenomenal with the retailer version, the black
Right?
cloak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna look great.
Less
Oh, now I
contrast,
can't
but-
wait.
I do kind of hope when they do the retail version, it is just black cloth goods, because that right there for me would be an instant buy. I kind of prefer a darker look for my Anubis.
So Oz, I'm going to share my screen real quick. All right.
Yes, yes, by all means.
I'm going to show the
What's that
Egyptian
called?
dial
What's
that I'm
that,
going to have
Thanos?
mine stuck in. Can you see that? That's where mine's are going to go.
Oof.
Oh, that's gonna look good.
That's your dial.
Yeah,
That's great, man.
it's huge. It's like 2 foot by 3 foot. So,
Oh
Are the-
gosh, that's incredible.
Are the hieroglyphics painted or like?
no, they're actually carved into the foam.
Wow.
Yeah, this was like a 2-year project me and a friend worked on.
I bet. Looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, it does. Oh wow.
This is I bought this King Tut from like Home Goods or some shit like that, whatever it was. But it's like you can open it up and actually put a sarcophagus inside of it if you wanted to.
Nice. Yeah, this is gonna make for some really, really good Egyptian. Like the amount of pieces you've got for world and dio building with it is just phenomenal. I was looking over it and like just immediately started thinking about like a year or two ago with all the Indiana Jones like artifact collection stuff that came out. Like, man, I'm kind of mad I didn't grab that stuff now.
Especially when it was on clearance for nothing.
Right? It was just clearancing out. Like, oh, missed opportunity.
I got the Mezco Indiana Jones coming out, so hopefully he comes with some good accessories for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. NECA did a lot of Egyptian dio stuff too, right?
Yeah,
it's still available.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a lot of that stuff still, which is good. I mean, again, it's a bit pricey, because it's NECA, but at the same point in time, it's really good quality.
I got mine on kind of on a lark. It was on sale. Quip found one on at the price, and I was like, "Hey, you want it? Sure." And
Yeah, I was gonna
like I said,
say,
it's been sitting in the closet. I just took a look at it.
Those
It's
are
still there.
awesome.
The
They're
museum
little,
artifact pieces.
Yeah, they got pegs to put them on these little stands.
Yeah.
Okay, so I haven't looked. Like I said, I very quickly passed on it, so I haven't seen all that stuff. But that cat head thing, that will plug into a Cosmic Legion's chest. Is that correct?
Looks like it's the same size on the.
Oh,
They are.
yeah.
So now I
Those
need to get
with
one
the
of
cosmic
those as
ports,
well,
yes.
and a Cosmic Legion's figure that it can plug into and do a cat Cosmic Legion. Dang it!
Heck yeah.
Right?
Hey Joe.
Yes, sir. You never should have come here,
I'll
bro.
send you a message, buddy.
See, it's one of the great things about this community is just the willingness to help out and try to hook everybody up with what everybody needs.
I hate when I think I don't need something, and then I'm like, well, I need about 30% of it.
You're right.
Is it not still available again? Did they do a second drop?
It
They
is.
did a
but it's,
second
like,
drop yesterday.
ridiculous to get it.
Oh, that's right.
the canopic jars are hollow too, so you could actually, if you had like little tiny guts, you could
put your weed in there.
That wouldn't. Well, it's not very much weed.
That's
not with the guys that I partied with. Yeah.
No.
Good thing I'm a lightweight.
It's a good bump.
I don't even smoke that much weed, but that's not enough for
Right.
It's definitely not
I make
enough.
that taste a little funny because when you open it up, you can smell all that.
I don't smoke either.
No, you eat.
You couldn't fit any edibles in there.
Actually, I've been doing vape, so
Gotcha.
well, a mix. Or
yeah, I'm right there with
at the same
Speaking
time.
Moistly. He says because he and I live in the same province of Canada. You can put your weed anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Just carry it around in a shopping bag.
I really
it's
like
a-
her.
She looks really good.
Weed is actually legal where I live now, and I work at a mine, so I cannot partake. So
Dang.
Yeah, I would not be going under the influence into a mine. Nope.
nope.
Ooh,
Not a
hold
good
on,
idea.
Joe. Let's bring that up.
Yeah,
Man, that is gorgeous.
it's cool. And
Hey, how much? This is like a genuine question, and this is purely like a speculative, like just totally me kind of like, hey, wait a minute. How much of like what they've done with this stuff, like the actual, like what Joe's holding up and stuff there? How much influence do you think the D13 Biblical Adventures line had on? Like, was there a cross pollination there of like, you know, it would be cool?
Oh,
Like,
I'm sure. I am sure.
Yeah.
I
I mean, it's the same people in the same office, right?
Yep.
So
Mhm.
Yeah, and they
it
got
is,
Moses
but
with all those accessories and stuff. The accessories for that line are incredible.
yeah,
I know Eric Treadaway's always kind of had a fascination with the Egyptian gods.
Mhm.
I happen to have a few of the Scarabus figures here.
I was
So
gonna
this
say
is
they've
from our
done
Gothotropolis
those, and they
lines.
did the cats, and they've done like they've always kind of leaned into that
Right. So
previously.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised it
Here's
took
the-
this
the
long for them
raw
to
and
get
sauce.
back to it.
yeah, actually, that's a good point.
It's like you said,
I
it probably
love
is
I don't know,
a
I-
tie into the.
Like they kind of
I've
feel like
actually
version
gotten-
2s of some of the things that they've done before.
Yeah, I know that. So this is an Anubis. You know, their Scarabus version of Anubis.
Yep.
And it's definitely more stylized. You know, so maybe they were a little anxious to do an true to life version, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because I know Jeremy said that they, on their list of things that they had for Figura Obscura, that it was like mythological gods was what they had listed. And Eric was the one that decided to go with the Egyptian gods. And, you know, from having done the Scarabus figures before, he probably had some ideas of some things he would like to do, I'm sure.
Or things that they would like to like revisit. I wonder if they were kind of like, okay, these were good for the time, but we like here's what we would do better given the chance. And so I wonder how much of like that kind of played into like, hey, can we make a line of mythological figures again?
Well, I bet that you are right on that, because look at the version 2s that they're doing for Legions. And I mean,
yeah,
it's not even close. Like, you can tell they're the
so
same
much
figures,
better.
but the quality, are so much better. So, yeah.
It always makes me excited, and you know, coming into the line so late when I did, right? Like, that's definitely one of the things that I really, really appreciate this is you don't have to look back on collecting what has already come out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really honestly just best to keep looking forward with, you know, this line.
It really is, because you look at the prices, you look at the quality, and not that there's anything wrong with the quality of like the original Kickstarter figures, but those figures came out 10 years ago, and they've, you know, they have more parts, they have more, like the audience is bigger, so they can sell more units, so they can take more risks. So it's sort of just like all of these things together just sort of add up to just dramatically different figures now than even like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Like pre-pandemic, they were still playing it fairly safe, and now it's sort of like, hey, here's a new line, or here's a new wave. It's 90% new parts and
new tooling. They
it was like 10% new parts. For every wave.
If we were lucky. Before, I mean, the first few waves, they just kept reusing the tooling. Now they do an excellent job of repainting things to make it feel like it's something very different. But now it's like, if we didn't get new tooling, I would be surprised.
Go ahead and bring up Arakagor again there, Brick. One of my most favorite Mythic Legions figures of all.
Yeah, I'm shooting a short. I'm shooting a short of him, and I guess
ain't nothing short about Arakagor.
I mean, I unboxed him, and generally when I unbox them, I will film sort of like the footage that I could turn into an unbox something video. But I guess I was trying to find where the rest of his stuff is. I guess I never finished, because it's like all in tray sitting here behind me. So that's how sort of attached I've been from my toys. So. He's great though. I'm shooting him. And he's beautiful. The colors are gorgeous. Like this and Calazir, who I still haven't opened, were the two that I was the most excited about from that wave.
Well, both outstanding figures. Oh man,
Calazir was definitely a sleeper in that one.
I didn't understand that at all, because I mean he's definitely, like, speaking of everything that you all just said, like talk about a truly unique, different character, right? We don't have any character like that. Colors, of course, the whole Poxus wave was like, the whole Poxus wave was like super colorful, and which I loved. But you know, you got this like brand new species character, like leaning in on like our real world, mythos and mythology,
right?
Or something that's totally new. Like, you know, it wasn't like European knights or whatever, demons. It's like, let's go somewhere else. And so I don't know. I don't really get the whole sleeper thing, but that's just me. I was all about it. Second I saw it, I was like, you know. And this guy would have been rad too, but again, they came out with Scourge before and dropped it at Paracon. So leaving for me, you know, Calazir being like, how can you sleep on that? That's like sleeping on the Centaur from whenever that came out.
It didn't fit my Lord of the Rings Mythic Legion collection.
Well,
but I learned a while ago. I don't really sleep on 4-H products. Just overall, I have them all, and there's not a single one that I'm like, that's not really a very good figure. Like, I like them all.
Yeah. Right.
They're all good. So, yeah.
All right, John, bringing up shout out for the $10 flat rate shipping as West Coast collector. That helps so much. Honestly, even as an East Coast collector, because their shipping is still pretty nuts here too. Like even in Maryland, it's like, man, you know, go figure I'm buying this $37 figure direct from the Horseman, and it's costing me more like 50 or 60. So. More flat rate shipping is nice. It has been. Oh gosh, that head sculpt looks so good.
You're muted, Thanos.
This is the one I'm going to use.
Yeah, it's a really good one. So speaking moistly was bringing up the Aztec Pantheon would be cool to do, and yes, agreed.
Absolutely. Give me a Quetzalcoatl.
And he wants to see Nana's bush. I mean, if you want to see that old thing, I mean, just joking. but Wendigo.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did Quetzalcoatl again. I mean, that was a figure that they did in the Gothotropolis line. That was the Ezra Ramirez tribute. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them revisit that, but with the same type of theme as in Figura Obscura.
We've got some dope shit in the Philippines too that I'd love to see them do someday. There are customizers who've been doing them. There's all sorts of cool things they could draw from in Figura, and then I think respectfully kind of pull into Mythic Legions. I think there's a way, just like as we mentioned, just like you have Knights Templars or whatever. No offense, but seen it.
Yeah, hey, Knights are cool, but there's after you've gone through the amount of different head sculpts they've done for plate armor, I think we've pretty much just about seen all you could do, unless they start getting into some intricate stuff from like more movie-esque versions. There's not a lot more variation you can go there. So if you want to push the boundaries, you got to start looking at other things, and that's what we're seeing a lot of in the last few waves. Less plate armor, more like kind of like bare arms or leather wrapped. Just and it's great to get those parts because I've never been a huge fan of like all plate armor anyway. So
I know that it's still super European, but as somebody that studied Irish literature and Irish mythology, there's still a lot of European
100%
minor cultures, if I can sort of classify them like that.
No, you're absolutely right. Because
I think we see a ton of like English and German stuff, but we don't see a ton of like Spanish and Italian and Irish and like there's a lot of other cultures that have a lot of really, really cool folklore that would translate really well to action figures.
Agreed.
100%. Now, for me, it's like less about the place of origin, like Europe versus whatever. I mean, but although I, obviously, like I'm starving because I've never seen a Filipino.
And I mean, I want all of it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like I hope they do all of it. I'm kind of disappointed that they're going like Egyptian and kind of the obvious ones because it's less obscura in my mind than it could be. And they could start really leaning into like, hey, I bet you've never heard of this.
I guess that's where I was going with. So it's definitely that. But as far as like, the mythos high fantasy thing, it's more about like even just fantasy tropes, right? Like we've seen knights in Lord of the Rings and all that.
Oh, yeah.
So to see the idea of sort of something like a djinn, right, is just super cool. Which is even their demons. I've always loved their demons because they're so unique as far as like demons go, and the whole concept of like the graphic nature of like here's the yellow one and the blue one to do like I just think that's awesome because it's not necessarily something I've seen in Tolkien or anything else. So to see like some cool other whatever they are conquistador kind of armor or whatever would be dope just because dudes in kilts. Like, give me that going through Middle Earth. And
we need some kilts. I'm all for kilts.
Oh, I think that would do very well.
So, Brick, you and I mentioned, especially when they were doing with last year with the release of Sun Wukong and the current Rising Suns wave. I'm thinking they're really opening the door for that. And after the announcement next week, of course, next week's Clubhouse is going to have to be a fun discussion about that whole new wave.
You guys think there'll be like an aesthetic shakeup with that? Since like the war's over, the big bads are dead. I feel like there's going to
dare close your eyes.
I'm
thinking it could be like almost like a reboot, kind of.
Right, kind of a way. Yeah, I'm excited to see what comes, man. Like, just that, like, I was sitting there and I was so mad because of what I'm trying to go through and what I'm trying to be able to, like, save up, get this new computer kind of thing, and then
they just come banging you over the head.
Yeah, they hit me with not even just like one figure Obscura, but a double pack.
Hey, you know
Man,
what Oz, you know what you should be investing in? The biggest appliance you can get, because very soon you're going to need to live in that cardboard box.
you know what? Yeah, for sure. Had to make sure to get a decent, like, triple wide refrigerator, really fold it out. Hope it's the extra
Let's
thick
be honest.
cardboard so I can mount the shelves
all
for all the
the-
figure Obscura coming.
With all the boxes we have, we could build a pretty nice cardboard house.
Right? That's true. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build my cardboard mansion. What's going on, Terrence? I knew you had gotten
Hey,
these
Terrence.
guys and getting to unbox them live with us. Oh,
Sorry, I ran late just getting home from work and stuff like that.
now you're better off than me, man. I slept right through the beginning.
Oh, now that I finally got both of y'all here again, thank you. This little guy is a great addition to my desk. He's joining the turtles in their adventures in Eternia. It's gonna be
How many G's on that swig?
That's one of my favorites right there. That's another one of those unique, cool-looking figures.
And they've got some accessory packs too now that can go with them pretty good, since he's supposed to be like a potion maker. Some cool bottles and little stuff that you can buy to go with them now, which I was thinking may need to grab for mine. Oh, here's one of the guys that got me started in this whole thing.
Hey, Jesse.
Jesse,
My co-host on Off-World.
That's right. And a big congratulations on his official promotion at Wolf King Customs. Dude, that was so awesome to see that announcement. Yes, Jesse is head of the pack.
Oh, that's awesome.
It is. It is great.
Congrats, Jesse.
Jesse is in charge of goat herding, is what I heard.
That's right. But Jesse, thank you for being here, brother.
Heck yeah. Okay, so this is something that I wanted to try, that I was looking forward to, and I really like this look.
Oh man, yeah, that is outstanding. Oh, it looks so good.
The articulation is good. I mean, I could probably play with it and get it a little more lined up, but yeah, I'm gonna have to take some pictures of this with these weapons. And then I've also got from Gothatropolis, they had the spear with the moon on top, and I think that might look pretty cool with them too.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah. So,
and because you've got those beautiful. Nothing wrong with that, man. Now that and just spying on your beautiful classics Grayskull behind you. Now I want a 1/12 scale. Oh, here we go. Already getting ready for the hump day shots.
Jeez.
Cat dog.
5 minutes. He opened them 5 minutes ago. You can't help
That's
himself.
the cat dog origin story right there.
Yeah.
I don't have one in the bank for Wednesday, so I got to do something.
There you go. Now we got it.
You don't have to.
And that's why Egyptians hate cats, aren't afraid of them.
So I was definitely thinking that how cool would it be to see a 1/12 scale opening, like that kind of classic Masters Universe style opening pyramid, like where the two sides just fold out and you get that really cool inside. Oh, now I want a 1/12 scale pyramid playset. That would be huge, by the way.
A long time ago, Cornboy was on an interview, and he said that they had talked about doing a modular castle where parts would be kind of universal, where you could buy the pieces and then just build the playset how you wanted.
That would be amazing.
I don't know if they'll ever end up doing it, but man, Ever since he said that, like I was just like, I want that so bad.
I'm not building a
them.
4 horseman modular castle, but I literally just put together 2 of the Navarro cantinas from the vintage collection.
Nice.
You can
line add
up
them.
multiples to create like a bigger thing. Modular play sets. Why don't people do modular play sets? It doesn't make any sense. You buy one if you've only got room for one. You buy like 37 if you're Cyclone, just has like weird.
If you're Terrence,
or if you didn't buy a cat slayer and still have room for it.
Yeah, exactly.
that
Honestly,
was my idea for Eternia too. Before they announced that, I was like, yeah, they should just do Eternia and kind of release them in parts.
Yeah, do all the towers separately.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that too. Like, honestly, I think we'd all appreciate it on our bank accounts more than anything else. Buying like one piece a quarter over time. It'd be a lot easier, I think, for us than trying to like sign up for a shop pay payment plan or whatever.
Well, even though they have those like really high quality like Batmobile and Back to the Future models, you can like join a thing for, and you pay like a certain price every month, and they send you.
But then they didn't finish them.
Yeah. Well, I know they didn't finish them, but I mean, you could do a program like that, right? Like if Hasbro did or Mattel did something like that.
Yeah, man. I'd do like a subscription-based build a play set through
a month or whatever.
Right.
I know I'm the guy that when Jeremy released that swig story, I had to buy 2 more swigs so that I could have 3 on the shelf together. So I'm that guy, but I think it would be cool.
So you're a mark, modular
castle. Yeah, big time. No denying it. But I'd love to do a pre-order and then be able, to jump on like BBTS and just grab more castle pieces, when the funds lined up and stuff like that, and just keep expanding it until, my kids inevitably had to move out because I didn't have room for them.
Right.
This is sounding a lot like Lego.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that, Brick. They perfected a system quite a long time ago.
I'm totally, joking, but yeah, I mean, I think 4 Horsemen, at least everybody I've met associated with the brand has fondly spoken of Lego, and I think that's why I'm drawn to the line too. The whole pop and swap, like the recognition of the need of actually a compatibility in a system. So I think it's smart toy making.
Pull that one up there, There we go.
I think I mentioned I went to a toy show in Vancouver, and there was a guy selling Mythic Legions. And they were like under the table. They weren't even on the table. They were under the table in a box. And on one of the flaps of the cardboard box, it said Mythic Legions. And I think it was $60 Canadian, which is like $45, give or take, $45 US per, or you could get 4 for $200, which is about $140.
Yeah.
And so for like Mythic Legions direct pricing, I got a bunch, and I got them a month ago, but tonight I'm gonna open Nubnik, I'm gonna open Snag, and I'm gonna open
another good goblin.
Snag and the goblin.
And you grabbed all of this before the mystery box madness happened for being able to get them at a low price, and no guarantee that you would get them
knowing what I was getting. And I also
for that
got,
beautiful price.
I also got in the like lot that I bought from the guy. I also got Hera, and I got I can't remember.
Wow.
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. Uncan.
Uncan, yeah.
Uncan?
Yeah, they're Men at Arms tribute.
Oh no,
that's another
that one.
No,
I can't remember his name. The orc, the only previous unarmored orc.
Coliseum orc.
Oh no, well the Coliseum orc, but the one with the silver the silver parts.
Yes, yeah, that one.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm gonna
Which
draw
I
a blank
think is
'cause you put
going
me
for
on
more
the
than
spot.
$40 right now.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Everything you just listed is going for more than $40.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot more. So,
So, Gita here is Bedsteg. How do you know when you date a toy collector? When you get deliveries and send a pic of you holding the box and ask which of these are you more excited to see, and then think you may regret asking that.
Can I answer that? I
Oh,
was
absolutely.
confused. I was confused because I was like, which of the two boxes? I don't understand.
Yeah, she doesn't even factor in.
Yes.
Like, well, you know, when it's a
I was
two
like, it
pack,
doesn't say
right?
two boxes anywhere. Did I read this wrong? Which one of these are you more excited about? There's one box. How is this? I don't. Yep, that's how you know.
Gina, you're amazing.
yeah.
You passed the test, Adam.
My girlfriend doesn't care, but every time I get a delivery, she's like, "This is why you're broke all the time." I was like, "Yeah, I know."
But you're more happily broke.
Yes.
My roommate doesn't even
Yes,
expect
sir.
packages that are his to be his anymore. He's like, "Oh, I saw him with the package. I figured it was yours."
When I was at the toy show and I went over to my my wife held the cash at the toy show, which was a very smart decision on our part.
Right.
And I kind of caught up with her and I said, "Hey, there's a guy that has Mythic Legions over at a table and it's got really good prices." And her response was, "How much money do you need?"
Just how much do you need? That's a
Yeah,
beautiful,
and I was like,
beautiful
"Are you
sound.
sure?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Yeah, I mean, if they're a good deal, I trust that, you know, you're only going to buy them if they're a good price." And I was like, "They're a very good price." So,
Well, at the time that you bought them, the swig would have been more expensive than what you got the whole lot for. So, I'd say
Right.
that was a good
Yeah.
deal. And Urku, I think, is the silver. That's the orc from the
Yeah,
original
that's
line.
yeah,
right.
and Urku is the one that I'm not going to open. I'll probably hold on to Urku till Legion's Con, and then I'll probably try to sell Urku to pay for the other 5 figures that I got, basically.
Right, and that makes sense.
I've got 3 of them in my display. The cool thing.
I don't
Joe
need
with
any
them
of them.
hard flexes.
The Urku was
It's a
100%
humble
a buy
brag.
based on I knew that one, like the goblins, I
Holds
really
value.
wanted the goblins. And I blew it because he also had a gonk, and I don't have gonk, but I thought I had a gonk, and then I got home and I was like, damn it. But yeah, the rest of them I was very, very excited to get. I sort of barely missed a few of these a few times in the Cabal and just in a bunch of different places.
Right.
And to see them for that price. And there was he actually had a whole bunch of other stuff too. And another guy, Jay, who is an awesome guy.
BC Sasquatch.
Yeah, exactly. BC Sasquatch, great dude. He got to the table first, and he got first dibs on everything that was there. And he got, what did he get? He got a bunch that I didn't want, and so I was totally happy that he got those ones. He got Mandibulus. He got not Adamon, but what's the other?
We got Atlas and Adamon.
Atlas. He got Atlas.
Yeah.
And he got again, he got the other orc from way back, but the armored orc.
Throg.
And then
Thrag. I think his name. No, it starts with a V. I don't know. I was just going through all the orcs recently because I wanted my own little horde. You know that I opened a couple.
He got a few, and he's like same kind of scenario. Like he bought a bunch and then was like he's keeping a bunch, but also, you know, he'll probably sell one or two off to sort of pay for the rest of them.
Right.
But
it was funny. I remember when you came on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ab.
I just very briefly, I was just gonna say we don't get opportunities like this very often in our area because we're too far away. So like when it does happen, like he messaged me and he's like, "Did you see the Mythic Legions table?" And I was like, "Dude, I was right there. I was like, I'm buying my figures right now." And the dude, like the guy that sold them was. I think he was very aware of what he had and what he was doing because he said, "Do you collect Mythic Legions?" I said, "Yep." He said, "Do you open them?" I said, "Yep." He said, "Do you have a lot of them?" I said, "Probably too many." I said, "I gotta go." I said, "Do you mind holding on to them? I gotta go get cash for my wife." He said, "No problem." He actually told me because I think I ended up with. Well, what did I end up with? I ended up with 5 total. And he had set sort of 4 for $200, and then for 5 he said $250. And then I went back and I was like, I went and got the cash and like I'm good to go. And I was like, "You said $250?" He goes, $200. And I was like, okay. So I just handed him $200 and took the figures. And he's like, "If there's anything else you need, let me know." He said, "If there's any other lines that you see that, you know, I might be able to help you out with." So Jay and I have actually been in contact with the guy, and we're probably going to end up getting more stuff from this guy. So he's just a super chill dude.
Very awesome. No, when you were telling that story originally, I didn't realize because I follow BC Sasquatch on IG.
He is
I didn't realize that was him. And then he posted like a picture like a day or two later of like what he got from that show.
Yeah.
And I was like, "You're the other guy."
Yeah.
I was like, I had no idea that was who you were talking about.
Oh yeah, he's a big Motu guy. I forget that. A lot of Motu guys know who he is.
Yeah, friggin' I love watching his stuff. I popped onto he did a live stream like, oh man, I guess it was about a year ago now. And he was showing off some of his Mythic Legion stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
He's a character.
We'll have to get him on an episode of Clubhouse sometime. I'd love to have boy because he's just a chill dude.
Do it. I've done a video with him before, and it was a lot of fun. He's a unique character. He's very much a West Coast BC guy. So,
and for people who are wondering, that BC stands for British Columbia.
Yes.
Not that
I thought it was before the common era. Before the common era.
No.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't really play by modern rules, so I guess that's probably not.
Yeah, that could be valid. Again, if you follow him on IG, you will understand that too.
He doesn't have much of a filter.
Nah, he's pretty cool. Oh man, that new hairpiece on Spikecore looks great. Spikecore, Karen.
He looks like a Muppet.
That's Spikecore like in his younger days.
That was when he was in his rock band era, his garage band. He's about ready, dressed up, getting ready to show up at the high school variety show.
What's kind of funny is if you pop the hair onto Mikey. Let me get it on now. Get the hair on.
I think it's great now that you have this perfect He-Man toupee to put on any toy.
Right. So this is the way it's like supposed to look. But if you take the hair, flip it around, it's freaking emo now.
And it just pops on like that? Like it's just not. Now, did they miss an opportunity by not making that battle armor like actual battle armor in the way?
Yeah, this is very sculpted to his chest. And what I always like to do is I like to have the option where I can make the turtle look as much like a Ninja Turtle as possible. But with this chest piece, I have to do like a second figure.
But I mean, it's sculpted on, so I feel like
Yeah.
they could have just sculpted in the effect.
And then another thing that's a little annoying, the shells come off, which is sorry, my dog is barking.
It's still a great feature though that the shells can come off.
My wife was like, "Do not get the Turtles of Grayskull." My kids were like, "Get the Turtles of Grayskull."
They're so fun. But it's annoying that the shell can only attach onto the backpack. If I take the backpack off, I can't put the shell on. So on all my
that shell as a shield, right?
Oh yeah, easy.
On all my figures, I've torn the handle off, drilled 2 holes into the back of the figure, and just pop it on so they can actually have their shells on.
For sure.
But yeah, but still, like, amazing figure.
They are a lot of fun. I give them that. Like, a lot of people were giving them grief, from the early part. But I'm sorry, they're fun figures. Like, and again, it's not going to be for everybody. I've managed to resist so far, even though there are some definite ones that I want to get, like Shredder, the Casey Jones. But and it's funny. I want them more for the accessories they come with than the figures themselves. But I'm not going to say no to having a Mochu Casey Jones. He's my favorite Ninja Turtle character ever.
Sadly, I'll have to get 2 of them because I want them to dual wield hockey sticks.
Yeah, I'm looking at. There's a couple that I am definitely like that Moss Man. Like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Moss Man is a big one.
Feel free to stop me if you figure out the pattern in the ones that I want. The Moss Man, the Ram Man, the Merman.
Yeah, all the
You want the man figures.
No, I want all the translucent figures. I'm like, damn, that looks so
Dude,
cool.
I don't blame you for that. I don't blame you for the like. Even the He-Man is like this semi-translucent. They just did better with those other mutated figures, in my opinion.
I need to know why the missus doesn't want you to buy the Turtles of Grayskull.
It's not the line.
Because we just don't need it. It's
okay.
we're still doing the origin stuff. Like
I was gonna say, like, he just started getting
adding on to
I
that
didn't know if
stuff.
she had some like obscure hate against turtles or something. That was
no, like we got the like Playmate reissue turtles, the Playmate reissue storage shell turtles. Origins I'm still kind of buying them whenever they pop up or whenever people are like, hey, I got this one, you want it? And I'm like, yep. Terrence knows, Oz knows, Cobweb knows. I'm still, I'm playing catch up on those, so there's no point in me sort of trying to jump into something
so
new
it's another
too.
line really that you just don't need to get into.
Yeah, and it's just it's like for a 2, a 4, and an 8-year-old, like the Playmates turtles can just jump into the origins. They don't need there to be like a crossover.
And
they don't need that.
I actually have those figures, and they were my turtles to use with the origins before these guys came out, because the turtles are meant to be shorter, so those figures just literally work perfect.
Well, they're teenagers.
Yeah.
Like, parents opening up all this gorgeousness. All right, I got to get inside so I can grab coffee, and then I am 100% going to be jumping on and opening up mine.
I'm currently so impressed with the neck articulation. I can actually get her into a crawling pose.
Because it's got that ball joint hinge now, right?
Yeah. She can actually look almost straight up.
It's huge.
It's crazy.
I'm definitely spoiled by certain figures that I have, and then you get back to other ones, then you're like, oh man, I wish these moved better. So I'm glad that Legions is trying to chase that a little
moving
bit
in
more.
that direction. So
well,
it's just like Anubis being able to cross his arms like that. The old Mythic Legions figures couldn't even get close to something like this. So, I mean, it's nice having the better articulation for sure. The only thing that I'm kind of bummed about is that none of the set or Anubis heads are just a plain head. They all have that peg for the headdress.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I imagine it wouldn't be a huge deal to Dremel that off of there, but still it would have been nice to have an
like there's a peg coming out of the head.
Yeah, can you hold that up again, Joe?
Yeah, let me grab the headdress.
Someone other than Joe hold it up.
So,
yeah, Thanos. There we go. Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, I know my internet's bad.
Oh,
so.
that's interesting. I feel like they could have done it the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all of them have that, but with her, you get two perfectly clean heads that don't have the peg. And with him, they just didn't do it. It's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But this took up a lot of room in the box with him, so that's probably why. Like, even his hands were in like a bag instead of like in the plastic.
Yeah, that's a pretty big accessory.
Yeah. Of course, they could have put the hands in here.
Yeah. And the heads.
Everything in there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have put a lot of accessories actually in this thing because it's got a decent amount of room.
Yeah.
Terrence, you said you're going.
I'm working on the internet problem too. So
the stoic, the hieroglyphic-ish head for your display.
I haven't completely decided yet. I mean, I really like the open jaw on the Anubis. But as far as for displaying, I'm not quite sure yet. I also feel like I'm probably going to end up picking up more of these at like a show.
2 more sets so that you can do all the heads.
I mean, it's on brand for me, I think. But
right. I mean, you could wait for the retailer and get like a different color version.
Right.
I'm kind of.
Hey, what do you guys think the alternate would be?
I'm not sure.
I like the all black
for
skin
sure,
idea.
Oh, that'd be
black
good.
skin or sandstone, make them look like statue versions.
That's true.
Or
even
that.
like blue skin, you kind of see some of that in some of the old hieroglyphics.
Mm.
Or some
right,
of them.
right.
That would I feel like that would be the most engaging and sort of like
on brand for the retail versions, right?
Yeah.
Well, I like the Monkey King. I was kind of wondering what they were going to do, and I didn't expect just like the bright yellow.
It was a bit of a
version to be
curveball,
the
don't you think? Like,
yeah. But they said they wanted to keep it kind of accurate to the lore. So
sorry, I just love color in the line. That's all. I'm just so happy.
Well, in the way that they kept that accurate to the lore, I think, like to Brick's point, like some of the paintings, show that they don't show, always. It's not black skin; it's like blue. Like they try to go vibrant, and it's so
right.
I feel like that would be.
But I think with Joe's idea, the idea of statues versions though would actually be pretty damn cool.
But is it a marketable way to do it?
Well, that's the tricky though. With these, like with Figura Obscura, I feel like it's such a great way for them to kind of branch out beyond their existing market, right? So it's like, ooh, Father Christmas, I want a Christmas thing, and go to like Christmas, what are they like Christmas fairs and stuff, and sell them there, and you get all those folks. So I definitely think there's like this sort of like Egyptology kind of crowd or folks who are just into that stuff that might be into it, kind of like that Azure Lion, how they made like that I think is Fury Toys or something's doing like a statue version.
They could definitely do a sandstone version though, and have the highlights be turquoise. Give
that's true.
The turquoise highlights would be really awesome.
Because the other way of it, Adam, is like with Headless Horseman, it was like let's go bright pink and bright purple because it's like, well, it's a ghostly thing and it's very like Scooby Doo, right? Or so, but then you're like, okay, well, who would necessarily be wanting to get like Egyptian gods? Would it? I don't know what marketable in that sense is. Is it just bright color or maybe not so much?
Yeah. I like John, the Collecting Brothers, in the comments there says Bastet will be jade. That would actually be really dope.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Yeah, that would.
She looks really good though. Like,
well,
I said Joe Suter. Every time I think I don't need a figure, Joe Suter does a pop and swap in the Cabal, and I'm like, well. I think I was wrong.
I buy parts from Joe all the time. Thanos, hold up that cat next to her. The cat.
Joe is terrible because Joe and I chat all the time, and Joe's like, I'm like, oh, that one looks really great. I didn't buy that figure, but I really need these parts. And he goes, you want those parts?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't.
So like that kind of Jade, you think?
Yeah, if they painted
should
her
I know?
like
I don't
that,
have
I mean the paint work is so good on it. Man, that would look awesome as a complete figure.
Wait, so now I'm going back to
Just
my
speculating.
art history. Sorry, did they have jade? Or is it like onyx? Like I just don't remember.
I think
mean,
imported,
obviously
right? From China?
from China.
Probably.
I don't know. I'm trying to
Imported?
remember. I'm
I
trying
want
to
to say
remember.
that somebody talked about that recently, and I can't remember.
I mean, look, they put it in the package with the figures, so it's. I mean,
I saw it on the toy. It's like the
Oh
new,
wait, I'm
my
sorry.
bad.
You're so I missed it. You're saying the toy has something that's jade in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I trust them. No, I
Yeah,
just wasn't sure. I thought you were talking about the whole. Oh, I get it. That's why John was saying, making
yeah,
an entire
do
basket
bastet like
gotcha,
that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is that jade? Is it green?
It is.
Okay.
My lighting is terrible, but
Terrence's looks more green.
Gotcha. What's up, Terrence?
It's
How's
going
your
on.
massively multiplying Mythic Legions collection over there? It's been a while.
It's getting big.
It's exponential, man.
I'm on a mission.
I'm gonna owe Terrence a Mythic Legion figure or two soon, I think.
What's up, Cobb?
You gotta get yourself another.
What's
suitcase.
I think I grabbed the one from last night that I sent you first, not tonight.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
like, it said it ended after 34 minutes. I was like, nah, I don't think that was it.
Hey, what's up, Cub?
All good.
Rick Jones, I don't know if this is historically accurate or not, but Rick Jones says Egyptians loved rare stuff. Jade was rare for them.
Sure.
It's like British people and sugar.
I just
They
remember
went
like
bonkers for it because it was rare.
bad memories of like having to memorize stuff for like an AP test and like lapis lazuli and all this stuff. Like, oh,
I haven't had the chance to go through the booklet yet, although when they had Mythic conversations where they focused on it, they seemed to go over the fact that a lot of the artifacts are actually artifacts from the exhibits that were, during the time of King, they had King Tut basically on tour during a lot of museums during the 70s and 80s. And I think the booklet has the actual pictures of the actual artifacts. So, I mean, as far as the materials used in the or depicted, I'm not sure how accurate that is, but the artifacts themselves, from what I understand, are fairly accurate, like museum quality accurate.
yeah. Eric Treadaway was talking about this book that he had as a kid from that exhibit. I wonder if it's the same one that my family had. It was such a great book, and I think I also kind of poured over it in the same way. And it had these transparency pages where you would see like the sarcophagus, and then you'd peel each page, and it would tear away layers. Oh
How
god!
cool were
So
those
tell the
books?
mummy underneath. Woo.
I used to love books that had gimmicks. Anatomy books where you'd open it and you'd have those transparency where it was like skin and then flesh and then bone and then organs and stuff.
Yeah, totally love it.
I never had one of those like little statue things they had where they had the translucent body and all the body parts inside. I always wanted one of those for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, like the anatomy things where the organs come out. Yeah.
Very cool looking.
Man, the paintwork on these are so good. It disturbs me as a customizer that there's a building full of Chinese people that are better painters than I am.
There's a few buildings.
Right.
But in their defense, most of it's like tampo. They're not hand painting.
Not legions though. A lot of that's hand painted, and a lot of it is they're repeating thousands of times one tiny part. No, I mean, I'm not taking that away from them. It's still gorgeous, but like, whew.
Yeah.
Imagine just I'm
It's
just
just
gonna
so
do.
well done. Like
You'll do the eyes on like 500 figures today. Eventually, you're gonna get pretty damn good at those eyes.
Right. Maybe that's what I need to do is just buy a box of heads and just paint eyes.
Just do
nonstop for,
500
like, a
of
week.
them.
Yeah, 500 eyes. See how it goes.
I can't even see.
I'm never doing this again.
Show for you today, too, Thanos. Today or yesterday?
Yeah, I got it today.
Are they?
Came
I mean, I'm
quick
curious.
for us.
I'll
Usually,
have
us in California, we wait a little longer than everybody else. I was shocked.
Yeah, it came quick. Karen's got his
must
too.
have had a warehouse down the street or something. I was like, what the heck?
that extender. I totally I didn't even realize. I think Mattel even sent me an email. It was like, we're doing this, and I totally blanked on it and didn't pay attention. And then saw everybody had videos of the figure in hand, and I was like, oh, I guess I missed it. That's a cool looking figure though.
I really like.
I wish they would have done the gold more like the old one was like really gold. But
like you wanted it 24 karat gold?
No,
Wait,
it just
did you say you
it's
missed
like
it?
I don't know. It doesn't look like goldy like the other one looked like
well,
gold.
Adam, if you end up wanting them, you know who's got your back.
Yeah, you guys are terrible.
The other ones, the old ones, I just was watching Toy Habits the other day. I always wondered about that. I was like, is this just my cousins? But they would actually like tarnish. They turn green.
Yeah, my vintage one has like green on his hands.
So kind of like that though. It's kind of charming.
It's like those rings out of the 25-cent machine. Those gold rings.
I kind of wish I'd gotten a second one just to have more extending parts. I didn't really think about that.
I know that's what I was
Can
thinking.
you link them up? They just plug in, right?
Yeah, like that one is just it does it. The other ones, well, the head too, but the other ones are like little
plug in.
These pieces.
Yeah. Like the
they'll plug right into each other.
Masterverse Mechanic.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about putting Mechanic's neck on him. Don't everybody play all at once.
Yeah, you got all quiet. We're like, ooh, my toy.
Everybody's busy playing with this stuff.
I've been talking way too much, so I gotta...
So off topic, do you have any opinion on this whole Todd McFarlane Marvel thing?
Statues?
I don't think they look very interesting as statues.
I think some of the dials
They
might
look
be
very
worth picking up just because of the bases they're on. Like, will be cool, but that's about it.
Yeah, he is huge when he's all stretched out, man. He's as big as that freaking crane. As buff as him too. He has a big old body on. Was the vintage that yoked up like that?
I saw the pictures of him like jumping over the rocks in the like promo pictures, and I was like, "Oh, that's a cool looking picture."
Hey, be careful! I just saw somebody with that Krang. Have you, you know that mace that goes in the arm? There's like a mace that there's a mace that goes into that Krang's arm.
Yeah, I got him.
I would say I just saw some folks posting it, and apparently it's a thing where it's too tight, and people have had to break it to remove it. I don't think they necessarily realize to heat it, but do you have any issues or not really?
No, I did for my video popped it in and out, so
okay.
I'll be careful with it now though.
Yeah, no, Charlie Weaver over on GDL, and there's two other people who were like, "Yeah, mine too." That was kind of a bummer.
Is that all right if we change the topic again?
Wait, I want to go back to McFarlane real quick.
Yeah. What's go ahead, and then we'll go to the next topic.
Because I have an unusually hot take, maybe not, but one I like some McFarlane stuff and it's fine, but in general, it trips me out that he sells product that like when you compare them to other product that's out there. I know this is my opinion, but generally speaking, it's hard to say like these are, some of the best action figures out there. For example, so now he's doing statues, and I was just in Japantown yesterday with my kid, and we were looking at all the anime statues and all the stuff that's there. I was like, man, this stuff's amazing. And then I saw that thing, and I was like, it like felt a little like lackluster. And so, what amazes me is I think just like the action figures, people are gonna freaking love it. He's got his audience, and it's like, so I compared it to like people buying, again, here's the hot take. It's not necessarily a McFarlane one, but like people buying American cars in the 90s and like swearing by them and like refusing to buy anything but American cars. And I'm just like, it's, again, I know it's for a market and they've got their fan base, but I just can't imagine like folks going like, man, I need that Marvel statue by McFarlane when I already know there's a ton of great Marvel statues, not to mention great Marvel action figures with much better sculpts.
The McFarlane figures right now are basically statues anyway. So, I mean, it's going to sell just because it's in that same design, right? Because his statues aren't going to be much different than what his figures are. It's just going to be Marvel instead of DC.
I think he hits a price point too.
Yeah, that's it, right?
That's affordable. I know, I actually want the Diablo statues that he did because I'm a Diablo fan, and like it's like the very affordable McFarlane ones or these really nice ones that are extremely
That's
expensive.
how it is with the DC characters right now, is that you want a Batman and a Superman, you either get McFarlane or you spend $100 or more on a SH Figure Arts or a Mezco. I mean,
I think the statues will be good because you'll see him in place like Walmart's Collector Center. You'll see him in like GameStop. So people who are casual people will be like, "Oh, that's cool," and they'll pick it up.
I think it's
I was just out today.
Play by Marvel to open Marvel up to an existing McFarlane fan base, right? That may not have been a DC fan base. Prior to McFarlane toys or whatever, right? That are just sort of jumping on that bandwagon, if it's that, and if it's not, he has like you're saying, like he has the distribution network to get it into those like weird Walmart sort of collector areas that Marvel doesn't have much going on in, and so it's just I think it's just a play to open up the market to a different audience. I don't think they're trying to like appeal to their existing audience. I don't think they're trying to appeal to the Marvel Legends audience. I don't think they're trying to appeal to like Marvel fans. I think they're trying to appeal to people that aren't Marvel fans, aren't Marvel Legends fans, but might want Marvel related products because Todd McFarlane's name is on them.
Well, the other thing that I laugh at, and this definitely is this is my comics bias as well. Lived through the 90s, but the thing I laugh at is that they're going to be highly stylized, right? Very much based on key art, but it's like Todd's work, Liefeld's work, Jim Lee's work, and I was like, all right. And I know there are those people out there who are diehard, and that's fine. So here's the tricky part, and this is where I go back to what I was saying, is that there's a lot of great statues that are modeled after those guys' art. That's just going to be already like a million times better. But I guess it is more expensive, and it's going to be more retail accessible and all those things. But
he did say he was going to do other artists too, because he wanted to even go back to like Jack Kirby and stuff.
Sure.
And
I think I actually saw one of them
based off like Kirby, and it's got like Kirby's machines and like some kind of like cool base. I'll pick it up just for the base. Like I think that's going to be like the biggest selling point.
That reminds me, I got to get that Kirby NECA figure.
This is the only reason.
You still haven't picked that up yet?
I haven't seen it.
The only reason I picked this up was because of the
Kirby because Kirby. Yeah, Kirby.
We love Kirby.
Man, I have that original Marvel Eternals run was 16 issues or 20 issues. That's one of the very few comics that I went back like as an adult collector like of toys and comic books and stuff. Like when I got back into this stuff and started like understanding more of it, right, and sort of looking back at like where this stuff all came from, I went and tracked down the Eternals, and I'm like 4 issues, I think, like issue 1 and then 3 other issues away of having the full Eternals like original run.
Wow.
Because it's so good, and I think it's so like Kirby's stuff is just, I don't think he gets enough credit. And I mean that sounds like ridiculous, because like people that know, but still, I think it's like he's one of those guys where, like, you know, there's still a lot of people that just don't know who Jack Kirby even is, let alone like what he did to kind of change the landscape.
Realizing his contribution to the comic industry,
and just how prolific he was, and like just how like it's crazy. It's like he was one of the first. He was kind of the first artist, because I know about Jim Lee, and I know about, you know, all the Image guys, and I know all about those guys and like how they changed the industry or whatever. But
we were also alive when all that happened.
Yeah.
So like, you know, it was relevant news to us or anybody who was into comics at the time, because it was shaking up our world.
Mm-hmm.
Kirby
was the guy that like made me go back and be like, okay, but wait, where did this stuff all come from? And then you kind of hear the stories about how, like,
he was the guy that made the world.
Yeah, he's the guy that just kind of was like, it doesn't all have to be Superman.
I thought Stan Lee did it all, like single-handedly.
Well, Stan Lee
was responsible
for 90% of it, right? That's
Kirby, Ditko,
exactly.
Along with Bob Kane.
Yeah, Ditko, like, but I don't think Ditko was an artist, right? Like, he was like, yeah, I'll do what you want. But I think Kirby was like a capital A artist. He was a creative that was like
Kirby
too. Flowing.
Yeah, talking about Spider-Man, because like
the way I look at it is Ditko was about building the character. Kirby was about designing the world.
And we got so much stuff from Motu from Kirby too. All the stuff that was New Gods that turned into little things that they got inspiration from to make Motu stuff.
Well, like Zodak's got to be
like
Kirby
Zodak
inspired,
like
right?
Metron.
Yeah. Like all of Hordak's like creations feel very Kirby inspired. Like they're
Casey's feels very Kirby-esque.
Yeah, vehicles and stuff, especially a lot of vehicles like Road Ripper and
Battle Ram blog goes into it hard. Like those, again, the inspirations from the artists who designed them, right? Because like we all know, if you're a Motu fan and you get into it, like you start to really quickly like learn who the different artists that made the different stuff was. But it's like you can all see where their inspiration for what they were making is from, and it all calls back to Kirby. Very, very big.
Mattel was going to be working on like a New Gods line or something, right? Or it had something to do with New Gods, and that's they started seeing all that artwork, and that's what inspired them for Motu.
You know, we're always talking about Thundar comes up a lot too, and that's all Jack Kirby goodness too.
Yeah, he did all the designs for that, I think.
Again, when you talk about world building, right? Like essentially Thundar's world was like straight New Gods territory.
Yeah.
This one's for you, Joe G. You got a fan.
And give it a shout out to Terrence as well.
Greg.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Schmergerberger. So Ed, I don't know if you saw
YouTube show. I just want to promote him real quick. New to Legions.
This guy?
Or New to Mythics.
New to Mythics.
Terrence, you were on it. New to Mythics.
I was New to Mythics
on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Yeah, New to Mythics. It's a really good show. Terrence was on there. That was an excellent episode. So
I'm his most prominent guest. That's 2 episodes.
Yeah. Terrence, how many Mythics do you have now? So there's a certain number where you're not new anymore. You realize that, right? I think you surpassed it a long time ago, I think, though.
But I'm nowhere where Joe is. You know, Joe's got.
None of us can be where Joe is.
You're the nouveau riche of the Mythic Legions collective.
Joe got lucky. That's all.
Joe was in the right place at the right time and never left. Still in the right place at the right time.
Right place, right
if it
time,
wasn't for Dungeons and Dragons, you know,
right.
That's what it was. I saw these and I was like, oh my God, because I had been playing Dungeons and Dragons since I was 15. So, seeing knights and orcs and stuff that were all like quality figures, man, I just jumped on it. And that, like I say, it's just dumb luck. Got in right at the beginning.
Yeah, it definitely. So,
because I like to pretend to be a wizard on the weekend.
In the mines.
What the fuck?
That explains the beard.
Right?
Totally looks the part. I was actually thinking about trimming mine because I've noticed quite a bit of uneven growth when I was trimming it up today. Actually, I might have to trim it back and be less bushy soon. One of these days, I'll
Joe's
get my
got his pointed hat tucked down inside his shirt so it doesn't show up.
It's actually pulled back tight so it looks just like me. Well, that brings me a great segue into that next portion that I was going to bring up. I know, Ed, I just sent you before jumping back on here because I can't switch between browser tabs on the phone and stay in StreamYard. I sent you a couple of links.
Okay.
Then I also sent you some other information, but that's strictly so you can pull things up and track while we're live tonight. So for people who don't know, one of the reasons I have not been online lately is my laptop took a poopy, and not a good poopy. And we just weren't sure how well, I wasn't sure or confident that the phone would work well enough to host a clubhouse. So we did a test last night. We managed it worked fine. So we were like, yeah, let's move ahead today. I've now set up a merch store. And we all joke about Punk being able to get super chats, but nobody else gets super chats while we're live. I set up a tip. Well, I set up a tip jar through Stream Elements as well. So if people would like to donate, they can donate to the tip jar. So that's something that's just the tip. Normally, I wouldn't be all like, hey guys, I need money, but getting a new computer is a pretty big expense. So I wanted to set up a way that people could actually purchase something or do things that way than rather just find out one day that people wanted to make a GoFundMe to give me a new laptop behind them. Mega J, I still love you last year from PowerCon, brother. Finding out that everybody was conspiring to have that happen, whether I was okay with it or not. This way, I went ahead and took more initiative and was able to set something up. So there is now a merch store, and there is also a tip jar. So although I can't get YouTube super chats, you can donate to the tip jar. And this is the link for that merch store. And Joe, thank you for sharing that in the Legend Daddy's tip chat.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? Let me see if I got enough clearance to spin around. Almost. I can get this far and my knee hits the shelf. So I will spin that far if we get any tips tonight. And then I'll do the Wii as well. Mega J is 100% one of the best. Like, one of the best. So there's so many accessories that come with Anubis. Oh, man, this is so friggin' awesome. I also have a couple other things here that I was going to open a couple of weeks ago and never did. I'm liking that it's the new neck joint too.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and
that's a
that
little
was
stiff and I don't have a good gun plugged in.
Kind of interesting that they included a second neck for the stone like statue like head. The neck actually has some
I appreciate
cracks
that
in it. Like, yeah, and it's such a little detail. I mean, with the neck piece on, you can barely even see it. But yeah, that was a cool detail, I thought.
Right? I mean, just the fact that you could... Very nice, very nice.
Freaking huge. So while you guys are opening up those, I'll dig into this.
So Brick and Terrence, you guys both got that Icarus figure. I didn't. I just said that I love Kirby and I love the Eternals. I didn't get that one because I don't know that they'll do the rest of them.
You know me. We have
no, I know.
different,
Yeah, so you're like, yeah, I'll take this one.
We have different
good.
afflictions. Mine is
if
not.
They do another
not the,
one, you wouldn't get it, and if they do another one, I'll be like, damn, I didn't get Icarus.
Yeah,
I have a feeling
sure
they'll probably still be around though.
All right, Ed.
I don't think Icarus from a 30-year-old comic book is going to be a sellout thing. That's from the Khazar wave, right?
Yeah.
Ed, we're going to need to try that again. It asked me about a number.
What's that?
Yeah, I didn't see a number.
But this was the real reason I bought the figure.
The Khazar part? Or the
Zabu, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but so I had this conversation.
Wait, that's
with somebody
the real
recently.
reason you got it? So you don't want the Icarus?
Not really.
How dare you, Terrence?
Because I was kind of looking for someone like you. Because I'll return this guy. I just want the Icarus.
So, yeah, I really just wanted to. I mean, honestly, so Gina went to the store today and went looking for stuff yesterday. And she found the mission I'd given her was I really wanted to find the cable. I was working all day yesterday, so I couldn't go. I was trying to take advantage of that Macy's 2 for $30 if I could find places that were doing it. And I really wanted the cable. And
that's the X-Men 97 cable?
Well,
in Legends packaging?
But he's the one for the Marvel, but for this wave.
Yeah.
So what I did was
same one, Marvel Legends.
I'd kind of given her a picture of the wave and then put like numerical values on, in priority of which I wanted.
That sounds like me.
And I actually wrote no on the Superior Iron Man and no on the Dark Thor. And then today, when I was looking at the back of the box, I realized that Iron Man is cool. I mean, it's not bad looking or anything like that, but he's not essential to get the Zabu. He's not carrying a piece.
Yeah.
But the Dark Thor is. So
yes. So you need Dark Thor.
I guess I'm going to end up with Dark Thor just to get the Zabu piece.
Now, here's my question to you.
Yeah.
How many of the figures in the wave? Now, this is a math problem, so you might need a piece of paper and a pencil or pen if you're confident with your math skills.
I mean, I did have a New York school public education, so I'll do the best I can.
Hey, man, that's a pretty quality district.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still a U.S.
They didn't
education
teach me
system.
economics.
I'm not 100% confident.
Ed, are you able to drop the tip jar link in there?
Trying to figure out how to do that right now. So yeah.
But
all right, thanks.
But my question is this: of that wave, how many of the actual figures do you want that you are required to make up the Smilodon?
So I'm all about having a Khazar figure because I love that character and he fits right in with some of my other ones.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of that wave, I'm kind of like, oh. I mean, and not that there are bad-looking figures in that wave. I'm just not a big Marvel Legends guy, as I have another Marvel Legends figure that before everything happened, I'd picked up one of these under.
Dang it!
I think Helidope may still have one. Ted was pushing it on one of their lives one night. He did. He was like, "Come by the Night Crawler."
I need that because Death Metal Dan, who is one of the AWOC sculptors, actually sculpted a bunch of parts for that figure.
Really awesome.
Yeah.
I keep running into it. I have my own, but I keep running into it in different Walmarts.
But as far as that saber-toothed cat that you get, there is in fact another saber-toothed cat in a 1/12 scale coming.
That there is.
The Creative Beast Studios Beasts of the Cenozoic, but also available in the Cyberzoic stuff. So I'm kind of like, okay, there's a superior product that is more expensive. It appears to be more expensive. But
see our earlier conversation about McFarlane, but yes.
Well,
It's a good
More keep
segue.
going. No, I'm with you. I'm laughing because clearly one is the superior product. But
I'm just sort of curious. Like it's funny how like people will sort of buy something that is sort of like a free part, like a free part, in an action figure, and then they'll look at something in a line that they don't necessarily collect, and they'll kind of go, "Oh, that price is too high." And it's sort of like, yeah, but you're getting exactly.
You just bought like 4 figures you don't need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you end up spending, all that money to kind of get.
It's a cool wave. The only one
I think
out
it's
there
a cool wave
that I don't really like is the Red Widow, just because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But that Build-A-Figure only relates to one of the characters in the wave, which I think is a problem with Build-A-Figures.
Yeah.
I would argue that it's a cool Build-A-Figure for people that even don't need it for their Kazar.
Yeah, it is, but I just mean, like, I feel like the Build-A-Figure should be related to the whole wave. Like, if you're going to do a Build-A-Figure...
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of why I was, like, surprised they didn't go with, like, a Savage Land style wave. Like, give us a Savage Land Rogue. Give us a Charles Xavier in like that military kind of outfit that he wore when he went to the Savage Land.
Re-release Sauron as the Build-A-Figure.
Right. Like do something like that if you're gonna like do a whole wave based off of Kazar and Zebub, right? Like it just makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So I dropped the tail because I didn't realize that was a second piece.
I think Marvel Legends struggles with waves in general, right? I think they struggle with figuring out that perfect mix of like what to release because somebody's always upset. So the idea of like, throwing out a full wave of the Savage Land, while it might make sense to some of us, it's hard for them, I think.
Yeah. Savage Land is a 30-year-old.
If they had waited until like next season of the cartoon and next season featured Savage Land, then it would make sense to do a whole Savage Land wave.
Oh yeah, I forget where did this come up earlier? Someone was asking. Oh, it was John asking in Sabanur when we're getting that, and you said next season. I wanted to clarify, actually, maybe like the first 20 minutes of that season, and then we're moving on to something else right after that.
I feel like it's going to be Apocalypse season.
Man, it better. I was waiting for Legion to show up in that last episode. Are we doing spoilers? Is this like how many hours into the show?
Who cares? No,
it's a week later. Go ahead.
I just watched it last night because my kid was on a TV ban and I wasn't allowed to watch it if she wasn't allowed to watch it. So I only watched it last night. No, that's like 2 weeks late. Anyways, I was like, I kept waiting for Legion to show up because all I want is an Age of Apocalypse cartoon, and they started leaning into Apocalypse and they started leaning into like the death of Xavier and Magneto and like all. I was like, it's right there. We're gonna do it. Just do it.
They almost did it in Wolverine and the X-Men, and then it just never got a second season.
I know.
I was just about to say that, like, not only was it just there for this, they literally built up to it with Wolverine and the X-Men, and then they're like, show's canceled.
Don't worry. Next season they'll have like maybe a good 17 minutes that they'll be able to put.
It'll be like good. Half of an episode, and then they'll do like a half of an episode about mental health.
It'll go Age of Apocalypse, and then by the end of the episode, we'll be traveling back to our world. X-Man will be there, and then
okay. So here's what I thought in that last episode. When Bastion got his wings and stuff, I was like, are they gonna turn him into Onslaught? And then are we gonna like somehow?
It's because they combined like 3 different storylines into.
Well, that's where I was, and that's exactly where my head was at. I was like, if they're just gonna mash all this stuff together, who's gonna take the place of Legion? Who's gonna take the place of Onslaught? Who's gonna like who are they gonna sub in so they don't have to like have an episode to establish a character? And
I think Bricks. I think Brick's onto that though, because Inferno was one of my favorite storylines as a kid for the X-Men, and they resolved that whole thing in like 15 minutes.
They just
and I was
glazed over the whole Phoenix saga, and then Inferno. I mean, that's kind of always been the pace, though, right? With X-Men the animated series, even it's always very fast paced. Whenever they covered the stories, they basically would give you just a taste enough to make you want to actually, if you want the full story, go grab the books. But here's a sampler.
If they do AOA in 2 episodes, I would be satisfied.
Right.
You're asking too much, man.
I
You're
know.
lucky if
I
you
know.
get one.
I know.
In
It'll
5
be
minutes.
it'll be one,
They did the
maybe
3-parter,
1 plus.
but it was
2 is
one man's worth in the original series.
But they did at the end of the last episode, like in Forge's background, they did the Days of Future Past, like
they had it
missing, presumed deceased, and like So they're like there's even Easter eggs for stuff that they won't do because they did Days of Future Past in the last one, right? So like there's Easter eggs even if they're not doing plot
necessarily that story,
which I think is actually kind of rad.
Right. Guys, I'll be right back. I got to test something with Ed real quick.
Cool.
But I will be back in a second.
And Thanos, this was for you. I pried it open. Thank you, Drew, Toy Box of Doom, Collection Nexus. I sent him a quick message. He's like, yeah, dude, I just pried it open.
So I
just pried it open with a flat head. This was fine. I didn't want to ruin the head. And so the mystery of what you need it for is in here. You got to unscrew it, take out the chip board or the board, and put the batteries underneath and screw it back in.
Okay.
Which opening that thing took longer than Life Death in X-Men 97.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm enjoying 97, but I totally get that gripe because I wish they were like 20-something episodes seasons. So you could just like, but I would be cool with like all the people who showed up in the end, getting their own series, and then just like all year long, there's some kind of Marvel animation going on.
Sure.
I've heard
Iron Man
rumors of that.
Fantastic Four cartoon.
Yeah, and I know I'm being a hater. I'm expressing myself right now, but I will say as a lifelong, since I was 6 or 7, like Muty book fan, I'm glad that like it's getting the attention. I think it's doing. Yeah. I'm assuming it's doing what it's supposed to, which is like remind people about how dope the X-Men were before they come into the MCU. And
people are even excited about the MCU again because of the prospect of the X-Men now.
Yeah,
and because of the way they're introducing as many characters as they are. Like that was the other thing is like I was sitting with my 8-year-old kid, and I mean, there's enough Marvel Legends behind me that are almost entirely X-Men or X-Men adjacent. Mm-hmm. That when Alpha Flight showed up, she's like, "You have those figures," and I was like, "You're damn right I do." And I was like, "How the heck did they shoehorn that in there?"
When your own kid knows.
I feel like I didn't. When was Alpha Flight in it? Was it like
just in one of the shots where they're showing like people back on Earth that are like?
Is when they showed Psylocke, she was with Alpha Flight.
Yeah, Psylocke is with Alpha Flight.
Was Psylocke white or Japanese?
She was in the Psylocke costume.
She was Jim Lee. I was just gonna say, Ed, well done.
She wasn't white, but she wasn't Japanese.
She's
we noticed. We did notice that.
Actually, if you freeze frame it, they go from her being white British to Quanon to back. But it's just
Betsy Braddock for like a brief second.
But it's just the pace of X-Men 97. So.
But they had Daredevil, they had Peter Parker and Mary Jane, like animated series, like Spider-Man animated series, Peter Parker and Mary Jane looking at a TV.
Why were they just walking the streets? Like, why wasn't Peter suited up?
Because it was Asteroid M. It wasn't relevant to like. it was like a weird. My kids didn't recognize it because like my kids have watched 3 versions of Spider-Man in animation, but they've not really watched that one, and so they didn't recognize it. And it's like, as I said, like there's just Easter eggs in there, and I I noticed some things, but there's other things that other people noticed, and there's probably things that I didn't notice. And when they showed En Sabanur in the past, so like, was it blue team was in the past and gold team was in the future? Is that right? Anyway,
that's what it looked like to me. It looked like,
was all of gold team in the future, or was it just I forget?
It seemed to be kind of
wasn't
split.
It just Cyclops and were there other people there?
Was just Cyclops and Jean, and no, there was more people there.
There was definitely more people. Yeah, I'd have to go back and read.
I thought it was. Then they got into the Ascani, and that's like the Cyclops and Jean Grey miniseries where they're in the future, and it's
Cyclops,
like
Phoenix.
And I was like, oh my goodness, they're gonna do all of it. They could do all of it. This is going to go for 37 seasons, and we're going to get a whole season of
all of it in that one
seasons. And then
I like that it's sticking to again how the original one was, where they're pulling the storylines directly from the comics. They're not necessarily trying to make new content for the X-Men.
Yeah,
they're like the original series. We've got all the storyboards that we need. They're, at that point, 30, 40, almost 40 years of stories that we already have to pull from that are perfectly already storyboarded. And now let's just break it down in a way, because some of those elements are a little bit more difficult for younger kids necessarily. I mean, at least when they're getting into comics, most of which they're going to be of a reading age. If not, they're just looking at the cool, colorful pictures, so it doesn't matter. But, so it's like some of those storylines can be a little bit heavy to go through, but they found a way to adapt it to a younger audience. Because I myself, before watching X-Men, the animated series, like I knew Spider-Man with comics. I didn't know X-Men. And then I was like, oh man, this is awesome. And then I started going back and getting heavy into the X-Men comics, but like I said, it gave me like this sampler of, what those storylines were about. And then it was like going back and reading the comics, like, I don't even understand what half of this is. And then of course, it made sense the more I read it and the older I got. But I like that they still kind of did that with this.
I agree. I think, for me, just everything that I'm saying, it has to do with why I like those characters. And it's because I actually like the characters and the relationships. And they like X-Men, all Marvel Comics did this, but with X-Men, you pretty much had like a stable of people, and they were all circled around like a dream, right? There was a concept, a larger theme that like continued throughout and just sort of got mutated, as time went on. But like, so it was all about like those relationships. So like when Magneto gets together with Rogue, for example, that actually kind of meant something. Or, there's a lot of those things that I was just like, oh man, that's so cool. Even like spoilers, when Gambit died, it was just kind of like,
that was a bit nuts.
You lose
I
weight.
did not
you just lose
that.
The weight. That's all. You just lose the impact. But I guess if you're just the action part of it, I totally get that. It's more when people were like, man, I was destroyed. And I had a hard time relating to it because I didn't feel like I had time to care to be destroyed, especially when like hundreds of other people that I saw.
They're also coasting off the previous 5 seasons to where you do have like established relationships with most of these characters.
Yeah,
already.
and I was so this is just 100% a question for Brick, because Brick and I have talked about this and like been on videos talking about this and stuff like that too. I mean, other people can answer this question too, but like, for anybody that sort of feels like the pace was a little bit too fast, I feel as though they knew exactly what they were doing in terms of, with the Easter eggs and with the, introducing characters and sort of moving through storylines and moving through, things that took 20, 30, 40 issues in the comic book. For my 8-year-old who was crying when half of this stuff was happening, and I realized that I, like in hindsight, this was not the season that went after the one that she watched. This was the season after what I watched as a kid. This was not intended for my 8-year-old child. It was intended 100% for me as a comic book reader who knows who these characters are and who has read most of these stories, but who read them, month after month after month, and kind of like, I didn't cry because I had a month to anticipate, the death of a particular character or whatever. But to then see it in cartoon form, it was, I'll be perfectly honest. It hits harder when you see it sort of, and you're not sort of reading it and it's like happening right in front of you kind of thing. Like even Wolverine getting the adamantium pulled out of him. My 8-year-old was like beside herself when that happened.
I didn't.
And she was like, what is going on? And I was like, that happened in a comic book. She was like, can I read that comic book? And I was like, yes, but I have to find it in the hundreds of comic books that I have. But
got to dig through the archives for that one.
But because we know that these things happen in the comic books, and they're just like, are they just scratching old wounds? You know what I mean? Like at the pace that they're going through, are they just trying to like hit us with the heaviest shit that we experienced as like teenagers, and trying to like pull those heartstrings?
I mean, maybe. I think the thing with X-Men, so I was an angsty kid.
Also, like it's a soap opera, so it's...
Well, that's what I was gonna say. X-Men is like all about angst. Like, if really, it's all about like teenagers who go through intense traumatic shit.
Season 3 is going to be Generation X.
And then their powers like evolve, and then it's like feeling rejected and trying to find your place and trying to find your found family, all of that stuff. So I wonder if how much of that is like is just the nature of the like sort of when you're reading it, maybe it's a dramatic thing, but it's also cathartic. But I don't know. I think for me, there's been all this like, which is funny to me. Fandom is funny based on the way people criticize things, and I recognize that in this one instance I'm kind of like down on it, but I acknowledge its value or whatever. It's fine. But like, back in the day, people or not too long ago, everyone was like, man, they're just throwing in Easter eggs here and there, and this is total fan service. Where's the story?
Yeah.
And now it like literally is just that, and people are like, holy shit, this thing's amazing. And I'm just like, okay, I'm kind of just all right.
X-Men people have been starved for good content for a long time. So
how dare you?
Can I just say,
I'm talking outside of comics.
Sure.
I'm talking outside of comics.
One thing before you continue, I'll just say for the record, I also wasn't into it in the 90s. So
yeah,
that probably speaks to where I'm at. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying X-Men people have been starved for content. Like, other than comics, Adam, I will agree, I've enjoyed comics recently. But like, I didn't enjoy any of the movies. Well, Logan was okay. The Deadpool ones were all right.
I didn't mind. I did not mind the movies. Like, even from the original movies, I at first was like kind of hypercritical before I actually watched them, which is never a way to be, and this is what kind of taught me not to be that way. Like, I first heard that Hugh Jackman was going to play Wolverine, and I'm like, that's outrageous. He is way too tall. Like, are they going to bring us back Pride of the X-Men with an Australian accent here? Like, what are we doing? And then I actually watched... I watched the movie, and I was like, you know what? That was really great, and I want more. And it made me pull back and think, like, if I just take myself out of the idea of this being the comics, right? Because I think that's what I wanted was the comics, and it wasn't. Like, that helped me get through that a lot. But, like, there's expectations, too. So, like, every cartoon of the X-Men that has come out since the 90s X-Men went off the air, I'm just like, I'm holding it to this, very amazing, very influential cartoon that I'd watched. And it was hard for me. Like when Evolution came out, man, I was not a fan of X-Men Evolution at all. I was like, no, what the crap is this? This is garbage.
It got good, but it started really rough.
It definitely got a lot better. But then I realized, that cartoon was set up for, okay, there's kids now that just saw this really awesome X-Men movie who have no idea who any of these characters really are. And it's kind of trying to make it relate to them. It's putting them in school and everything like that, like much more of a school setting. Of course, I thought it was weird that, they all lived in
they lived in a school
for gifted youngsters and then went to school in a public place. But,
my 8-year-old did not question that.
Right. Like, again, aside from stuff like that, sorry, I'm not sure.
After-school program. It was Xavier's after-school program.
Yeah.
After-school program.
That was
But once they got away from the high school aspect of it, that show got a lot better.
It did. It got a lot better as the later seasons came.
I actually
go ahead. I just want to clarify: is this the Goth Rogue one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I actually have an opinion about this, especially after watching the new Fallout series. I think this might be a direction that they're going with storytelling for this type of media, because I watched Fallout and there's a lot of things they're throwing in the Easter eggs for these old stories or things that you notice from a game. For the people that are the super fans, I'm watching it with my girlfriend and they go by a bus in Fallout and there's skeletons inside the bus. And I'm like, oh my God, that's like right from the game. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That was for me. But for her, it was a set piece, that tells the world. So I think with X-Men, even though to me, I loved Inferno, I wanted that to be like a whole season. They're saying, hey, here's that thing that you liked for the people that know. For the people that don't know, they don't know what they're missing. So we both get something out of it, We get that fan service of like, man, I love that story. But if you don't know the story, you're just like, wow, that was a cool thing that happened, or whatever your opinion of that event was. So I think they're trying to hit both groups, the super fans and then people that are new fans to the properties. And I think that's going to be a more popular form of storytelling and media as we move forward.
What I would really like to see?
Whole season.
Yes.
And that's
there are a lot of these that could be a whole season too.
I was going to say all of it. Yeah.
The Genosha thing, right, was basically Mutant Massacre, Genosha, and the Hellfire Gala all thrown into one thing. And it's like, that's like years and decades of comics. Just, there it goes.
Well, when you had Claremont, who worked on the book for how many years, decades?
I destroyed Genosha. Like in the last episode, he says in seconds how long it took him to do that. And you kind of go, yeah, when I think about the comic books, that's actually how long. So and this is just a weird tangent, but I'm watching the last saga of and if anybody's watched this before, they know what I'm talking about. Well, if you watched Dragon Ball before, you know what I'm talking about. I'm watching the last sort of segment of Dragon Ball Super, where it's the battle, which apparently takes 30 minutes, but it takes about 50 episodes. And at the end of every episode, they say how many minutes are remaining. And it's like 1 minute per episode.
1 minute less 6
episodes. The episode is like 25 minutes long. And you're like, this doesn't make any mathematical sense. But for dramatic purposes, like this is how they're doing it. X-Men 97 is doing the opposite. They're going like, in the comic books, this took 30 issues, but really the events take place over 7 minutes. And so in a weird way, they're just kind of doing the inverse of what Dragon Ball does, where they're just like, they're going, hey, maybe you don't need a whole season of Inferno. Maybe like we tell you who the characters are and who the players are, and then we just show you the final battle, and then everybody moves on. And we get to see Inferno played out in some way, but we don't get to understand who Madeline Pryor is.
I feel like Inferno was like they shouldn't even touched it with how quick they glossed over it. Like it wasn't really necessary. Like I don't know.
Again, I just
that one.
Go for it.
Well, to explain where Cable came from.
I was going to say it explains where Cable came from. And
but you know what though? As a kid, right? When Cable showed up in the animated series,
it's only relevant if that episode had happened.
When I was a kid, I didn't know who Cable was, right? Like he just popped up and he was the wild man from Borneo, according to that first episode he showed up in. I didn't even get that reference. So like I'm like, wait, who's this guy with the huge shoulder pads and guns? And then I started getting into comics a lot more.
You weren't there for New Mutants 100? I'm just kidding.
Well, believe me, I got there real quick. But then being able to like, again, I went into the comics, I found out who he was, and then I was completely blown away with why the fact that Cyclops' son looks like 20 years older than he does. And then figure out what happened with all of that. Again, I wish they would put a thing at the end of these episodes that could be like, check out issue. You remember like when we'd read the comics and then they would have the little note in the comic with the bubble saying, go back and see episode, issue 313, Bob, kind of thing.
Bub.
They don't do that anymore though.
Like no, they don't do that anymore with the comics. No, they don't at all, which honestly now they could just be go back and buy graphic novel version, blah, 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 where it covers all 20 of those issues. But yeah, like I wish they would do that at the end of the episode. Like if you want the full story, go check this out. Ed, I want to ask you real quick, because again, I know you're trying to help me out with this tip chart thing. I need a way to confirm when a tip gets sent in. Carol says she did a tip. That's my sister, so I'm going to assume she's not just bluffing to get me to try and...
No, there's 2 tips that have come in. I forgot to tell you. We've had 2 tips, so you owe 2 Wiis.
Okay, hold on. Let me...
Yeah.
You got to reset.
I got to move the big guns off the floor here so I can actually spin.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah. All right. So, let me try to actually get like a spin. Whee! Oh, I got a little further.
So you guys got
I think you're just too tall to Wii, I think you're just too tall to Wii. Your feet actually touch the ground.
They do. That's what it is. My feet are touching, so I can't. Does it give you a name of who sent them? Because I want to thank whoever else sent the tip.
I did see it. Hold on. Where did I see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
so
I know.
One, you want me to say it right now? I can tell you. One from your sister, of course, and one from Speaking Moistly.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And I did see, because when I was trying to get the links over to Ed, I did see you also picked up a mug, or at least I saw a mug purchase, so I'm going to assume that was you. Thank you, because all this is going to help. All those funds are going directly to the Oz Needs a New Computer Fund. So I appreciate that very much. It helps immensely. Even though, again, like, as any content creator will tell you, most of that merch stuff you don't really make much off of, but it's true. It's all adds up and every little bit helps. So
you'll make more on that than you will from YouTube.
Well, that I know for a fact. That's kind of one of the reasons where I was like, I ain't worried about getting the channel monetized. I want merch.
Hey, real quick, I know Joe had something, but I want to just check in, handle some Lawrence business. Speaking Moistly, have you gotten in touch with Larry about
I think they took care of it in the chat.
Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Joe, what were you
I
going
saw
to say
them
earlier?
back and forth. So I want to get your guys' opinion on this. This just popped into my head because we were talking about the pacing, right? Imagine this: taking the episodes of X-Men 97, chopping them up, and putting them on TikTok or Reels on Instagram. That pacing.
Could they work?
No,
but they're kind of doing it. Do you think that they are telling the story in this way because they think that modern attention spans require that pace of storytelling?
You know,
because I know
a lot of it probably.
I know
yes.
some people that'll sit on TikTok for hours watching.
I think
15
part of the thing
seconds
is too,
of a video.
TV used to be like, we need to make so many episodes so we get into syndication. It was part of the way they actually did shows. And now it's like, we'll greenlight you for 8 episodes, 10 episodes, and that's it. Like, it's just a different beast these days.
I was also going to say, like, you know, I said that I wasn't a big fan of the original. The original kind of did the same thing. It was a little bit less elegant. I definitely think X-Men 97 did a better job of tying things together. But I feel like they were just sort of taking nods from the original series as well. But maybe there's this sort of like thought process about like the fact that people lack attention and, you know, want things a little bit faster. Maybe, but I wanted to go back, Joe, to your question earlier about, or your comment about Fallout, and I want to make clear that like part of what I'm not thrilled with the X-Men 97 thing isn't just because I'm an X-Men fan and wanted certain things. It's actually not that. It's more like you mentioned Fallout. First, I think that a lot of like this stuff is doing kind of what you were saying. Even the MCU does that, right? Where we're going to throw in some Easter eggs that most people might not catch. And then, you know, you wouldn't really need it. But so I think there's a lot of that nowadays just because of like where we're at with like legacy IP and trying to bring things back while also introducing it to like new audiences. But you bring up Fallout, which is like damn good storytelling. And like, I am totally into that. And I'm following her as a character. I'm following, and I'm saying that, but I can't even remember any of their names. I'm following the sort of like the dude, and the dude in like the metal suit, like cult, whatever. Which again, I don't know their names.
The Brotherhood of Steel.
Brotherhood of Steel. Same with like the zombie dude. Like I was fully invested in that, trying to figure them out because it was like great storytelling. Things were revealed. They let us simmer. And I think that's more about what I was responding to X-Men 97. Like it could have been anything and I would have watched it and been like, man, this storytelling's like, it's a trip. And so granted, I think that it's just not necessarily for that kind of consumption. So like, I get that. But I think that I just wanted to say that I think that's where I struggled more with it, is because I wanted to actually like see a show with a little bit more story and a little bit more development.
Right.
And yes, as an X-Men fan, I think for me at least, it feels a little bit of like Sion, a little bit of a waste in that like, oh man, I like you. Inferno could have been a little meatier, or any of those stories really, like, and like Life Death could have been really meaty. All of these things could have just been more, but I don't know. That's my biggest concern about it. Less of like, oh, I'm a jilted X-Men fan, but like, I guess I just want like, I do want animation to be like cool again. And like,
you sounded kind of jilted.
I am jilted, but also just like X-Men and me, we're X's. But I've been watching a lot of anime. I've been telling some of you guys about it, you know, and it's just like my kids introducing me to anime, new stuff like Demon Slayer, or I was recently watching Kaiju #8, and I'm like, damn, this is good storytelling. I love this character. This is cool. Or Delicious in Dungeon. And I think part of it was just, it was a culture shock in storytelling, you know?
That's the difference though. Like I said, I'm rewatching the Dragon Ball Super, you know, the sort of battle saga or whatever. It's like 60 episodes long. X-Men 97 season 1 seems weird to say, but like the 5th season of the X-Men animated series, or X-Men 97 season 1, is 10 episodes long. So I don't think that they have the venue for the stories that they want to tell, right? Like Inferno should not be 23 minutes. Inferno should be a whole season, but they're not going to be granted 200 minutes of animation to do it.
They could also do
not be that like short, but it is what it is. That's what they're getting. So they're trying to get those stories in there,
right,
with what they're being allotted.
But do they have to put all of them? Sorry.
I would love to see from Giant Size X-Men #1 to the end of the Claremont run, just done as an anime style. I mean, clean up a couple parts here and there probably, but
yeah, they could get rid of some of the storytelling elements that Claremont laid out, and then they had some other writer come in for like an issue or two that totally derailed what was happening there. I mean, there's a whole element with Gambit's story that I'm glad they definitely went the way they did with it. I don't know if you guys are aware of that with Gambit, Mr. Sinister, and how those two were. No, not being the other Summers brother. Originally, it was set up that Gambit was, well, Mr. Sinister and Gambit were going to be the same person.
Oh.
There's going to be a little kid, and his mutant power was that he had a hero and he had a villain. The hero was Gambit. The villain was Sinister. It was like one kid, two sets of powers, and they basically shot him down about the whole thing. And then they went the way they did with Nathaniel Essex and Gambit being separate characters. Like Claremont was laying the groundwork for that, but never actually got it realized.
I just mean if you like take that whole chunk and you kind of have the foresight of like, okay, this is how things actually played out. You can see things a little bit differently. You can clean up little danglers, like, and just stick to the story, like. And that's before X-Men. Like if you end it like at the Muir Island saga, where they all like, you know, where the new era kind of exploded from, like you would have like offshoots like New Mutants and X Factor, but it's like manageable. It's not where X-Men went after that, where it's like there's so much, like trying to keep track of it's a nightmare. And it would just be like story.
No, I was just gonna say, I know we get a ton of accessories every time we get like Mythic Legion stuff, and especially when it comes to Figura Obscura. I hands down think this is the most amount of accessories I've ever opened off of two figures. Period. Like no matter what toy line it was. I'm sorry, like my desk is littered and all I did was open 2 toys.
This doesn't fit in my accessory box.
I was gonna say there's no way. Like mine's still fully, like I fully assembled mine. I don't know where that's, but then again, neither does, you know, it's not like the clock fit in there either. So
that actually fits in one of my accessory boxes. This is just a little too wide angle.
If I lay it down like this, I can fit it in there.
Guys, that is, you realize that is an accessory box, right?
I know you can put like a bunch of them in there, but
it's my stash box. Like, put your weed in there.
It doesn't shut your mouth, Rick. That's not an accessory box.
It's a toy box at this point. I can almost fit the whole figure in.
So all this talk about animated shows and comic adaptations, can I just be real transparent?
Yes.
We all know AWOC's going to be turned into a cartoon, and I just don't want them to X-Men 97 it. That's all. I'm done. Give me a real story.
Respectable, Rick.
Well, then, you know, they can actually be smart about it and do it like an anime does, where it's like, here is the comic, let's animate that.
Sure. You know what? You know why we can't do that? Because
more comics need to come out.
Yeah, we haven't even seen issue 5, so like the thing would be like 30 seconds long, and then it'd be done. And you're muted, Adam. You're muted, Adam.
He's gonna stay muted after that.
It's probably for the best that I was muted.
And I've read issue 5 too.
That's saying, what I was saying. I said, don't lie to people. You and I
know. I have too, but it's just like
anyway. I can get AWOC comics. I gotta travel out of town, but I can actually pick them up. So.
Oh, cool! You found a place. Who is it? Do you know?
It's Legends Comics in Fresno.
Legends Comics in
You have a
Fresno.
Legends Comics
you
too?
Are dope.
No, it's something else.
Thank you.
We had a Legends over here. They called themselves Legends Comics. I just think that's cool that on opposite sides of the country they got. I mean, seriously,
it's probably not the same.
I was going to say no, it's definitely not the same. But clearly it's just popular enough. Oh, I always love it when toys have a great action feature, like fun stuff like that.
I'm curious. Were we all comic book collectors at one point? Dorky thing, but I'm just curious. I'm just curious if we start with Ed, and if you could name.
I was a total DC guy.
If you could name the first comic book store you went to, if you remember. If not the first, then your favorite.
I bought my comics off of spin racks, dude. I live in the middle of nowhere. There's no such thing as a comic book.
Fair enough. So a 7-Eleven, what?
Like the local supermarket, whatever it happened to be. I used to go stay with my great grandma, and she'd give me, $5 to go get like a week's worth of groceries with, and I'd walk, and then there was always like a quarter left to get a comic book with. So I always got to get the comic. Nice. I'd buy anything that was on the rack that looked interesting.
Quarter?
Tom-year-old. Tarzan. I bought Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer once, whatever was interesting at the time.
He also spent a quarter on the Rush album.
He said, "I'm out."
I guess he didn't. He's just
he said, "I'm done, man." It's like this guy.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
25 cents
for comics. He's like, I'm out of here.
I'm gonna hang on my comic book friends.
So I was a comic book guy for sure. I mean, I'll definitely, just go ahead and give complete credit to. I mean, I was kind of into comics before watching, Saturday morning Fox Kids, cartoons where they had like the Marvel Power Hour with Incredible Hulk, Fantastic Four, X-Men, then eventually, and Spider-Man the animated series. But yeah, I will say, like, I remember being very young and getting comic books from the library. And they had an issue, and this is what made me fall in love with Spider-Man. It was this one Spider-Man issue during the McFarlane era where he was fighting the Lizard. Mind you, by the time McFarlane was doing Spider-Man, they were not your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man comics anymore. And the Lizard was scary as hell looking.
Yeah, I remember that.
But then it was, like X-Men and stuff like that got me into it a little bit more, and I started collecting Venom. ABC Comics, my buddy Carl Kondracki introduced me to them. They were like 2 blocks back and then a block up and a left, and boom, it was right there from my house. I used to walk up there. I used to save my money from taking out the trash just so I could walk up and go grab the latest monthly issue, because my allowance was enough that if I got my allowance every week, which was only like a quarter for taking out the trash, I would have the $1 I needed to get my comic at the end of the month, or for the next month. And I was buying like every new issue of, Venom at the time when he had his ongoing miniseries after miniseries. And then I started getting more into like Age of Apocalypse. Then I was buying issues at yard sales. But unfortunately, ABC Comics closed their doors like after about, I think a year of me collecting comics. And then I was doing like Ed, spinner racks at the drugstore or, in the magazine aisle in the supermarket. That's where I got all my Shadows of the Empire comics, was from them. So,
yeah, when I was really young, we went on a trip, and my parents bought me a couple comics. They got me into comics. Like, my dad must have liked comics. Like, my first birthday cake was a Superman. One of my first costumes as Halloween was a Spider-Man. So it was like kind of like always around. But we went on a trip when I was really young. They got me a couple comic books. It was like Batman, and I don't remember what the other stuff was. But I went down to Lucky's, the local supermarket a couple blocks from my house, and they had a spinner rack, and that's where I discovered X-Men, and I just like always like stuck with X. I saw Nightcrawler on a cover, and it was like pretty much over from there. Yeah,
I wish he came with the swords.
And then I don't know if you guys remember Westfield Comics. It was like a subscription thing. If you ordered at least $10 worth of comics, you got free, and they were a little bit discounted. So that's where I got my comics for a long time. And then the first time I went backtracking, Heroes Comics and Cards in Fresno. It was like the first comic store I went to.
You guys remember when you used to be able to actually subscribe to the comics?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you
Not in
sent
Canada.
in the little offer and their money, and they mailed the comics to your house.
Not even Alpha Flight? Damn.
Nope.
I thought you just got Alpha Flight.
No, they just mail that to you. Everybody had that.
I was going to say, they didn't bother to mail that. That just actually got shipped out like the newspaper. Didn't even have to subscribe. You're Canadian.
Fold it up in the weekly penny
Stay
saver.
with your CBC TV guide, and if you are in Canada, you know what that means. But
when you guys are
probably
talking
don't
about
know.
that, he came with a comic book. I was thinking, I was like, man, that's the first comic I've gotten in years and years and years. One came with this figure today.
What is that, Cobb?
I freaking love comics. That's Grodd, right?
Oh,
I just saw him at Ross and thought about it, but ended
I
up
seen
walking.
Kenzo picked him up. I was like, oh, he didn't say from Ross, but I could just tell from the picture. I was like, oh man, that's from Ross. So I went
Let's see the
Ross.
$7.99, $8. He's freaking huge compared to
not bad.
And it's a full size comic that he comes with?
Yeah, I need that figure. We don't have a Ross here, though.
Yeah, look at that.
I know, that's a brand new comic in a long ass time, and it's just weird you guys were talking about it tonight.
Well, DC did what McFarlane did to everybody at PowerCon. DC just started dumping back issues on them. Right? And they couldn't get rid of them. So he's just like, I'm going to pack them in with all these toys and get them out. Which then he turns around and gives them.
At Walmart in Canada here, they pack like new-ish, but like back issues, like within the last couple years. They pack like 4 or 5 books in, and they charge like $10.
Yeah, we have those.
You have that? Okay.
At Ollie's down here, you can find that where they'll have like a bag of them. And I think it wasn't a Walmart though. There was another store I went to, and it wasn't even a discount store. It was like a regular, like, full retail chain that, they were bagging them. But I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was Walmart, but it was definitely a retailer like Walmart that was doing
The
it.
bad thing is that before COVID, you could get basically 10 comics in those, maybe 8 comics, depending on what ones they were, for like $5. Now you get 4 or 5 comics for like $8 or $10. So
Yeah. And like I said, I know Ollie's has been doing that for a while, which I think is cool. Of course, the only problem is when you're doing that, it's like trying to get back issues in sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toys R Us used to do that too. They used to carry those.
Yeah. Toys R Us, I remember, used to do it a lot.
Yeah.
Because I got quite a few of those. Like, I'd get random issue, and then I'd find out which other issues I needed to look for at ABC Comics when I was looking at them.
We had ABC. What was it? Cards, Comics, Collectibles at Fresno?
It was just ABC Comics.
Oh, yeah. And then
Legends
then
Comics. And
Legend.
then Heroes
Heroes
was the
Legends.
first one I went to.
What about you, Bud? Sorry, I'm curious. I'm curious because you were asking about the Legends. You're like, I have a Legends too. I'm always intrigued by comic book store names and just people's history. Bud.
I think Bud needs to jump back on with his microphone camera one.
Sure.
He's got the camera one with no audio up right now, or whatever, or how it is. I forget why Bud's doing the doubles. He's doing this one, and then he's doing the desk view, and the desk view's got the microphone.
How about you, Joe?
So, are you guys ready for this? This is Joe's origin story right here.
I love it. Yes.
So,
love a good origin
Joe
story.
was born in a comic shop.
So you would think, right? My family's actually from the Bay Area. Hayward, California is where my parents lived. In 1980, they moved to Nevada, and but my dad still worked in the Bay Area for quite a while, so he would commute back and forth.
Damn.
Yeah, to keep working while we're, getting the ranch going up here. So he would stop at truck stops and buy comic books for me. I was like 3, maybe early 4 years old. And he's not a comic book or anything like that type of guy. So they were all just random superhero comic books. But he'd come back with like 4 or 5 comic books every weekend. And I would go to my mom and I'd be like, would you read these to me, please? And she'd say, like, for example, if it was a Spider-Man comic, she said, I'll read it to you, but you have to read what Spider-Man says. So I actually learned to read by reading comic books. So by the time I started kindergarten, I already knew how to read because I was reading comic books. And then,
good job,
they were so amazing. Like the storytelling was so good that of course, we didn't have a comic book store in the little town that I'm from, but you could get comics at the time anywhere that periodicals were sold. So my dad would bring a comic, something like the X-Men. Then I was going to the grocery store, different gas, because there's like 5 gas stations. We're in the middle of nowhere. So I'd go to, be begging my parents to take me to each of the gas stations to try and find the episodes to continue those stories. And I didn't even go to a comic book store, I think, till I was in my late teens. Yeah.
Shout out to your mom, because reading comic books to people that can't read is so difficult, because it's a totally different, it's like non-linear, and it jumps from like frame to frame. Yeah, that's amazing.
No.
I try to read comic books to my kids, and it makes me frustrated.
I will give her a lot of credit. That woman has the patience of a saint, because I'm an adult now that I have ADHD and I know how to deal with it as an adult. I can function, but I would have whooped my own ass if I was a kid taking care of myself. Like, I would have been so annoyed with me. Like, so yeah, she absolutely, was very patient and helped me become the wonderful adult I am now. So
there's like a reboot of Back to the Future in there somewhere, but yeah, it's a cool. I went back to whip my own ass.
Yeah, they
to
closed
kick my own
all
ass.
the comic book shops around here. The very last one that I knew of that was even in town finally closed up a few months back. But my son has one that he goes to up at his mom's house, and the name of the shop is called A Shop Called Quest.
Nice.
That's a good
I had to
name.
explain that to him because you kept talking about. I was like, you probably don't even know why it's named that, huh? He's like, no.
Should I?
So are they like blasting a Tribe Called Quest when you walk in, or like?
Yeah, I've never been in there yet.
Oh,
I just know that's where he goes to. He's trying to get a second job
cool.
there.
That would be a crazy good job.
Wait, you're Riverside
Yeah.
County? They don't have shops there no more?
There ain't nothing around here that I know of. Like every time I'd Google something, it would just be this one over by the mall was the last one I knew of. I used to know a couple of them I could go to, but
they're shutting down like crazy too, though.
I guess that makes sense, man. I had a network, like especially when I was in high school and could drive, looking for stuff. I'd go to like Bellflower, Empire Comics. I was just kind of going.
Yeah, there used to be a lot more, but this was the last one I knew of, and I just went there recently trying to see if they had any of the He-Man comics, and they're like putting stuff in boxes. It's run by 2 deaf guys, so I wasn't really able to ask them. But then one of the girls that kind of helps out was like helping put stuff in boxes and stuff. She came and told me, she's like, "Oh yeah, they're closing down. They're done." And I was like, "Oh man, that sucks.
Oh,
you got nothing left."
So we hopped over you, Terrence.
So yeah, no, I was very largely into comics for many years, decades. I got in as a kid, and I grew up, born in the 70s. My dad used to carry me out to the living room on Saturday mornings, and we'd watch Super Friends, and I'd watch the old 60s Batman show and the old 60s Spider-Man cartoon. And that was like, they would play those, I think, either when I was getting ready for school in the morning or in syndication. Definitely on the weekends, you'd have Saturday morning cartoons like Spider-Man's Amazing Friend.
Yes.
but no, but I remember similar to Thanos, we were. I mean, I'd gotten comics periodically when I was younger, but we were going to take a trip up to Saratoga, New York, and
Hey, that's where Mr. Wonderful lives.
My mother wanted me to have like some reading material to keep me busy during the trip, so she gave me some money for comics, and it was enough money that I also went to the local toy store and picked up 3 of the corresponding characters to the comics I bought, which were in the Secret Wars line at the time.
Nice.
Because I had gotten the Spider-Man, the Iron Man, and the Captain America. And it's funny because, of course, now I always remember the covers of those particular comics I bought. It was actually the issue of Amazing Spider-Man that led up to him freeing himself from the symbiote suit for the first time. And Iron Man sinking to the bottom of the ocean in his suit in the cover for the one he's in. And Captain America and Red Skull are like strangling each other on the cover of the one that they're in, which I think was like right before like a centennial type issue of Captain America, like 299 or 300 or something like that. But yeah, that started it. I was reading all the X-Men comics during the Claremont Byrne years, the Teen Titans at the same time, you know. But pretty much, I was very much a Spider-Man guy. But the thing is about Marvel is I loved how interconnected it was. You know, like things that were happening in one issue, like you'd have Spider-Man swinging through the city, and then all of a sudden there'd be like an Asgardian like war going on that he would see, and it would have one of those notes that Oz was talking about earlier, like to find out more about this, Tom says read this particular, right. Thor, 276. But, of course, things like just, again, the relationships, like, that like I'll tell my son now, talking about what comics were like back then and like how, it was a routine thing that Peter Parker and Johnny Storm considered each other probably like best friends within the superhero world, even though I don't think Johnny Storm knew that Spider-Man was Peter Parker underneath the mask,
Yeah.
And I remember when he did find out, he couldn't believe that, Mary Jane Watson was like with him, when he himself was more of a superstar of sorts. But, I read comics. I only kind of gave up on comics. I shouldn't say I gave up. I mean, I still love superheroes. But I gave up on collecting weekly books, which, if you think my toy collecting is out of control, my comic collecting was equally so. Like I had like probably $100 to $150 a week, pickup at Midtown Comics in Manhattan.
Midtown.
And even when I lived out in San Diego, I had comic stores that I used to go to there. And when I was in San Diego, I got into playing HeroClix quite a bit. I played the Marvel Superheroes TSR game when I was younger. Did a little bit of D&D, but was more into superheroes at the time. But yeah, I mean, I followed all the animation, all the movies, as terrible as some of them were, throughout the years. So yeah, I mean, if it wasn't He-Man when I was a kid in the 80s, it was definitely, Marvel and DC, and I would say that's fluctuated over the years, which company I follow more, but, if it has Batman in it, I'm going to watch it. If it has Spider-Man in it, I'm going to watch it. You know what I mean? That's just the way it always has been.
Yeah, man. Same era, too, I think. I'm 76, so.
You know,
I ain't trying to age. Yeah, man. I just remember growing up, we were really young, and for whatever reason, I was in the first grade, and my dad came home one afternoon and was like, "Hey guys, check this out," and it was like a stack of comic books, and it's like, "You and your brother, you're gonna share them. This is for you. This is for him." They kind of split them up, and you guys are gonna start collecting comics. I was like, "Really? Okay." Like, what is this? And my brother had already been collecting before me. He's 5 years older. So he'd been going down to the corner 7-Eleven or wherever he could and spinner racks and just, grabbing random stuff when he could, or he would just stay there and read them. But I still haven't figured this out. I asked him one time and he couldn't remember. I suspect, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. There's probably some fun family trauma involved in this story, but he ended up taking us to the store where he got them, and it was like a good 20 miles away in Eagle Rock, California, owned by this dude Bob Costa, who was like, him and his wife were like in the 60s doing like TV stuff and then opened up a comic shop. And I just found out, I kind of lost track of it, but in 2006 they finally shut it down. It's called Another World, and it was dope. I remember just sort of seeing like this big Spider-Man mural outside when we got up. I was like, dude, what is this place? And you walk in and it was like almost like a hoarder kind of thing, where it was like there was like a tiny aisle you could walk around, like this big table filled with books, and then, you know, back issues everywhere. But you kind of had to like look at everything and try and figure out what you wanted to see. But dude was cool. He would like, you know, hey, what are you into? Oh, this is new. You might be into this. Or, oh, really? You like this? You should check this out. So that's where that was my comic book store for the longest time. And then eventually, like, it just took too long to get out there. And there was a place closer to us in Bellflower where I ended up going to high school, and that was Empire Comics. So anyway, that's it. Cool stuff. I love comics, man. Like that really was like eye-opening for me in terms of like storytelling, the idea that like it could continue. Like I think Adam was saying earlier, it's a soap opera. It totally was a soap opera, right?
Oh, 100%.
And it was like I get to know these characters, and they build and they grow. And then with X-Men, because that ended up where I landed. Like I was saying earlier, it's like it's a whole world within a world, right? And you had the first class, and then eventually there were younger kids, and the New Mutants, and then they grew up and became X-Force, and some of them, you know, then they did Generation X, and it just kind of became this thing. And it was like this was the X world. Yet at this,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, but at the end of the day, they still were like outcasts, right? Because it was like then there were like the Avengers and like the real heroes, the humans, right? And the muties were like the gene joke, like, you know, the trash or whatever. And so I don't know, there was something really cool about that. And I think ultimately I was in college when I stopped. One, it was like money, but it was also just like out of hand. I was in college from 94 to 98. So this is like, to circle back to the McFarlane conversation and the Jim Lee, like they were fine and I enjoyed their stuff, but man, so much of what they did really kind of ruined things for a while. And all of a sudden it's like, I can't keep up with these like issue number 1 all the time and all sorts of variant covers. And then there was like, there was Uncanny X-Men became also X-Men, and there was Mutants at the same time, then X-Force, then X-Factor, and it was just like, after a while, it was just like,
there was that stretch of time in the late 90s.
I mean, that's always existed within X-Men. So like, and I will say that
what the many branching
multiple titles, yeah, because even
right. But when I started, like, it was just Uncanny. It was that, and then New Mutants came a little bit shortly, like after that with God. What is it? God Loves, Man Kills, and it was those two for the longest time, and it wasn't
X-Factor.
And then a little bit after that, yeah, and then it wasn't that until the 90s.
Was twice a month too, so it was basically 2.
That was later. Later though.
That was in the 80s. Like,
no, it was monthly till
they
we
started
got
as
to
a
the
summer
90s.
thing where they would do 2 books a month, and then it became more of a regular thing. That was before they even split off into the blue and gold teams. But I remember in summers they would go into doing 2 books, like June through like I guess August. They would do like 2 books a month.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big thing.
It's just too much drama to fit into like one book.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean, I was trying to explain this to Gina. You know, I was telling her like how, you know, much like you were saying about soap operas. I was saying how, like, for me growing up, wrestling and comic books were like male soap opera. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, and like, you know, just so many different things. Like, you know, the whole idea of Gambit being dead now. Like, if we really think he's going to actually stay dead, you know, which is interesting because with the movies they talk about how they're not going to bring back Robert Downey Jr. because, you know, the death was so meaningful. But
no, it's because they don't want to have to pay him $40 million.
I was going to say they can't. Yeah. Even the House of Mouse can't afford his salary cap.
He would
anymore.
be back in a heart.
Well, that's the beauty about animation. You can do all sorts of things. You know, it's not going to be the same cost. Not, you know, for special effects, but, you know, the idea being, I also think there's a very high likelihood because Gambit died, and we keep hearing about Apocalypse. He's probably going to need some horsemen. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like that might be where we see Gambit again. And of course, he'll be freed from the clutches of being a horseman. Like, that's been done before. We've seen that. But I was also explaining to, like, Liam when we were watching the X-Men, like, the whole scene with Captain America and Rogue, and, like, Liam, knows Captain America from the movies, and he doesn't understand, like, well, why is he not helping her? And I'm like, yeah, you're talking about going to Mexico, and he's a guy wearing the American flag. There's a whole lot of political, implications on that, and so, I mean, it was good in the sense that it creates conversations, you know what I mean? Like, and you can talk about real world things. And to, like, the whole idea of growing up and learning to read through comics. I mean, I definitely feel like that too. I think comics also helped me with understanding a lot of things about science, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you have a lot of ridiculous science in comics, but you also have, like, a lot of things rooted in real science, like how Peter Parker might solve a problem, you know what I mean? And stuff. And I still keep up on it. I don't pick up comics at the comic store anymore, but I mean, there's so many channels out there on YouTube. Even when I'm driving, I'll listen to Comics Explained as an example, or Comics Scopes. I mean, there's some great channels out there where, I mean, and like the X-Men, I lost track of the X-Men for many, many years. Like they did this whole thing with Jubilee becoming a vampire at one point and stuff, and I got lost on that kind of stuff. I didn't know what was going on.
Now she has a kid that turned into a dragon.
Yeah, but where's Lockheed? We need Lockheed. Anyway. But no, I really hope that they will maybe expand on some of the storylines they're doing, but I just don't know how or why they'll do it. If they go with Onslaught, though, I'm wondering if the reason they're really introducing all these characters is because I really hope to God they don't go down the Heroes Reborn storyline. That would be terrible, in my opinion.
Well, fortunately, that was a whole non-X-Men portion, and they've kind of been doing their own thing with that side of the universe. I don't think we'll see Heroes Reborn.
I just want to see amalgam. I want to see all the amalgam comics characters.
Sorry, I need a refresher. What was Heroes Reborn?
So
after all the heroes died in Onslaught, they were in a pocket dimension.
Franklin Richards put them in a pocket dimension to essentially, again, do what they kind of did with Ultimates in the 2000s, right? They were going to try to catch readers up on decades worth of storytelling in a matter of months.
The X-Men 97, the comic books.
Yeah, well, friggin' even the Ultimates universe, I got to tell you, I was following the X-Men Ultimates. I really liked that. I did not care for Ultimate Spider-Man until Miles Morales came around. Then I was like, oh, this is great. Because it was something new. I was like, that's really, really cool. I was tired of seeing Peter Parker in high school again, because my Peter Parker was already like out of college and, struggling with, paying bills. Like, I never had the teenage Spider-Man except for back issues. So continuously revisiting this teenage Spider-Man just got boring for me really quick. However, introducing a completely new Spider-Man like Miles Morales, that was great. I thought that was really, really awesome. But Ultimate X-Men, man, that was like borderline X-rated. Like, if we dropped X-Men into the Image Comics universe of the 90s, this is what that X-Men story would have been. Like, they were trying to push
what works look like the X-Men, but
yeah, they were trying to push way too many boundaries, I felt, with that title. They were like, let's have a little incest story with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Let's have Colossus, even though like we're gonna turn him into the stereotypical closeted bodybuilder now. It was like I get characters need to evolve and change, kind of thing. I never complained when Richter did that kind of a story trope, but it was just like so odd, like dropping it in Ultimates like they did. I did not. At first, I really liked Ultimates, and then it got really, really weird. And beyond just the X-Men title. The X-Men seemed to be the one to push the boundaries, and then they influenced the other Ultimates books, like the Ultimates and stuff.
I didn't pay too much attention to Ultimates, but I really liked the maker that we got from the Reed Richards from the Ultimate.
Yeah.
The cool character.
Reed Richards as a full villain. Crazy. Yeah, that was a really cool thing. The Wolverine of the Ultimate X-Men I liked a little bit more, because you could see
like it definitely set up those darker tones for Wolverine that we saw when he did his own X-Force. Like, you know, the little hit squad of Scott Summers. Like, because there's this one issue, and I've seen it starting to go viral in a lot of shorts now, but I remember reading it. There's this one kid whose X gene goes, and his mutant ability is that he essentially vaporizes everybody around him. Like, ends up wiping out his entire small town that he was from. Oof. And it's like, if normal everyday people realized there was a mutant so powerful that it could walk around and just vaporize all of the living people around him, like, they would immediately just try to genocide all mutant kind, because that's the exact kind of thing we're trying to protect people from.
What you mean normal everyday people? No, I'm just kidding.
You know what I mean by normal everyday people. You non-muties. So,
Mutant liberation, baby.
Yeah. He sends Wolverine in to go kill this 16-year-old kid. So, like, it starts off with him being in a cave, kind of crying. Wolverine shows up, sits down, starts talking with him, says, "No, I'm safe from your mutant powers here." His healing factor basically would repair him faster than that kid's powers could destroy him. And thank you again, Ed, for dropping this in the chat for everybody. If you want to see me spin, I'll have to do it when I go back inside, but I can give you a wee if we get any tips. But yeah, like, you know, he hands him a beer, talks to him about how life isn't fair, and then kills him. Like, Wolverine just straight up kills the kid. And the amount of messed up crap that had to happen to Wolverine for him to just be okay killing this kid, like, instead of trying to find another way, you know, it was insane. Like, damn, they actually just had Wolverine kill a kid. Like, he's killed other people in the comics before, but they were all, like, adult age. You know, this time he was killing a high school kid. And they just put it in there. I was like, that's some heavy storytelling.
This was Ultimates or this was X-Force?
That was Ultimates. And I was like, I felt like that paved the way for them to be like, we could do a whole hit squad for the X-Men. And they put in amazing team members into that X-Force, you know, Phantom X, Psylocke, Angel, freaking Deadpool. It was a great team. I loved that team.
Yeah. It was a well-written book, too.
Yeah, I like the X-Force for that team. Yeah, Remender was the one that had Phantom X and Psylocke and Archangel. That was a good one.
Even the Weapon X comic that came out shortly before that was really good too, where you had Sabretooth and Wildchild on the team with Phantom X and Marrow. Like, that was a really good run too. I really like that Weapon X run. Stanley's asking where's Punk at tonight. You know, he was in the chat earlier. He was looking for the tip jar. I don't think he could find the tip jar, so he left. He may still be watching and listening. It might. I think I got to put it down on one of the end tables as opposed to on top of the bar.
So we're talking about X-Men 97 and the way they did the storytelling. I see Speaking Moistly brought up Planet Hulk. And that was one of the things I was really disappointed with, because Planet Hulk is fantastic. And them just taking it and dropping elements into the Thor movie. The Thor movie was good, but I felt like that was a real missed opportunity because the Planet Hulk story was so good.
They did an animated
is so
that, though.
Yeah, they did an animated version,
it was
but
okay. But
it was watered down.
I don't know.
They didn't have the rights to all the
definitely.
So.
But to go back to kind of a little bit of the earlier conversation, Joe, it's like, yeah, I totally hear you, especially if you really like that story and that felt like, oh man, they shortchanged it. But the story they did tell was like a complete story, you know, and it sort of like tied into things before. I know I'm harping on the
for Thor
thing, but sorry.
Right. But
I'm jilted.
It was the complete story for Thor, but I felt like Hulk got cheated a little bit because I think he could have been. World War Hulk could be like an entire story arc for the MCU.
Yeah,
you know,
it could be, and
that would have felt like the Thanos level stuff. You know what I mean? Like that.
Well,
Was
they might be getting the Illuminati together slowly. So.
Yeah.
You know, they had a great Illuminati already, and they kind of just, well, I mean, literally killed it in that movie.
Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, I loved seeing that come together for the Illuminati, and then it was like, oh yeah, now we're just gonna kill and pop everybody off like within seconds. But Krasinski did get to play Reed Richards, which a lot of people wanted to see, although we never got to see Emily Blunt as Sue Storm. You know, I can forgive it that we didn't get to see that, but that was really cool. I'd like Krasinski to come back to play Reed again in the future from that universe.
I'm gonna duck out.
All right.
See you guys.
Adam, thank you for being here, brother. Good always with you.
Cobb, I gotta get you Terrence's address to send stuff. Joe, I gotta connect with you.
Hit me up anytime.
With all you guys.
Yeah, definitely will be.
Right on, man.
Everybody's shipping everything to Terrence for Adam. He's got to figure out how he's got to get it all to Atlanta.
Oh, that's all. I figured that out already.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're going to be at Joe Fest. Nice.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
See some of you guys soon.
I'll give it Terrence, and then if not, two.
Okay, perfect.
What is
You
that?
gotta go through our messages and see what all you got from me. I don't remember what's on the list now.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll sort it all out.
Yeah, I'll look through our messages. I know it's all there. I got pictures of it.
Oh,
Later,
nice.
Adam.
See you, Adam.
Take care, brother.
Is that?
Yeah, I still have
that
it
a new
unboxed.
version of the Veteran William brick?
Yeah, it's newer. I mean, it's been out for. I think I showed it here that I had it like months ago.
Yeah.
and then I haven't unboxed it.
My fighting Irishman.
Fisticuff Extender. The Pugilist.
Oh, you finally you did open up Muhammad Ali last time, yeah?
Yeah, when we were over with Punk, yeah.
That's right.
So, you know, it's funny. I was walking through, Ziggy and I went out today, and we're walking through a Walmart that does carry Masters of the Universe still. There's one Walmart around that does it. It's a little bit further out, so we don't often go to it. We went to it today just to see, on the off chance that maybe they would have anything new. They had Spikor and they had Squeeze, but I'm currently in a trying to not buy new toys for Horseman assholes. Range right now. Pitch a penny. They did have the WWE Superstars line, and they had like 8 Hulk Hogans. And I'm thinking he is a single pack figurine case because both peg hooks full of Hulk Hogan were the same thing. It was the red trunks Hulk Hogan, and then each peg hook had 3 red trunks and then 1 blue trunks, which is the chase variant of that Hogan. So if anybody's looking, if you see 3 Hulk Hogan sitting at a store, chances are somebody already picked up the chase. If you're collecting that line.
I've seen that chase too. I didn't even know it was a chase figure.
Which one is the chase?
The blue
trunks. The blue trunks is the chase. The red trunks is the standard.
Is that the wave with with Lou Albano and Ali?
No, that's the wave with Doink. Because they also had Doink sitting there too, and I was like, "You fucking Cobb, you ass!" Those of you who don't know, I fucking hate clowns.
Oh God, Allison sent me something. I was just like, "Oh my God, do not send that to Oz." She sent me some crazy shit.
I mean, he's wearing an ICP shirt, so.
Those guys aren't clowns, other than the fact that, well, they're clowns. I did not. Again, I'm not buying any toys at the moment. I'm not buying a single one.
the figure Obscura was kind of a special thing because it's figure Obscura, and I'm wondering, because of the way it's packaged, if at the Horseman's table they're going to be selling it as a 2-pack or if they will sell them as individual figures. I wanted to ask somebody who picked it up last week when they dropped it. Like, I was so jealous.
I think they might have answered that, honestly. I mean, I might be wrong. Joe might know better than I do, or maybe Brick, but I think in one of the Mythic conversations, I think they said would not sell it that way because of the fact their concern was that one might sell out stronger than the other, and so they wanted to sell it as a 2-pack.
Well, it was kind of the same way that they did with Scourge and Operative at PowerCon last year. Like, you couldn't buy one or the other because everybody would have just been buying Scourge, of course, and then getting Operative from the Horseman direct.
And now I want more optics, though.
Oh, man. They're both good, and now they're going to be finally available for everybody. So, like, the all-ins are out.
Just fallen so. I mean, I love those Tusk armors. Like, I love all the different colors they come in, the different things you can do with them. Like, I also want that. What's it, the pilot one? The red candy apple.
The red one.
Yeah. So, but I mean, we own a bunch of the regular, you know, I mean, I've gotten multiples of all of those cosmic ones, but because we want to really customize the plain one, the Sentry. Sentry. I think I have like 12 of those. So I keep wanting to put different heads on them, color them differently, really customize them.
Ed dropping this in here for Stanley, and Stanley's on one of the other channels, so I'm not sure if this dropped in that chat or not, because sometimes I drop in all chats, other times I don't. And since Ed's taking the reins, ask Punk because he got cable, and honestly, you want to hold that up again, that Veteran Williams brick? Sorry, I wanted to give you full screen for that gorgeous sculpt.
Oh yeah,
oh that's cool.
Oh,
yeah. What are you, some kind of sailor? Sorry, Back to the Future.
Is one of my all-time favorite figures that's out that I don't own. Veteran Williams.
Oh. I held off on the brown one for I don't know actually why, but and then this one came out and I was like, okay, cool. I need to grab this. And then like when it finally shipped, I think it was like a week after they announced those loose collector ones those big wolves. So anyway, this one's really cool. I was gonna hang out with my big old D13 wolf, and
those loose collector ones look amazing too, though. So
yes, they do.
I may have pre-ordered those too. So.
Maybe
a gray one and a black one.
Yeah, probably not the Death Adder for $350.
Oh man, I went back and forth on that today.
Death Dealer
on a Discord.
Yeah, I wanted it so bad.
I don't want it for $350 though.
No.
That horse, and I'm hoping 4 Horsemen are like, oh yeah, we just create a new body, or like I hope
we could make a bigger horse, heavier horse.
Give us a different horse.
The Death Dealer was
no, can't buy it for $350.
The Death Dealer was attached. We used that as our symbol for my army platoon. So I'd love to have
Frazetta's Death Dealer.
Yeah, but
he's pretty popular.
I ain't paying $350 for it.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And I honestly just don't think the figure looks that good. To be,
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I'm not super into the way it looks either, and I feel like it lacks the Frazetta of it. There's so much in that being in the dark.
I just kept focusing on the arms and the legs and the way that they just look on the static pose of it. It just didn't really seem that dynamic to me.
They look puffed out, like he's got that bodybuilder like stature that I just don't see Death Dealer actually having. Like, if you're a bodybuilder or body sculptor and you're doing that, your muscles put you, they force you into a certain type of stature and pose. And no matter how much stretching you do, you can't really make yourself move the way a normal human would. And somebody like Death Dealer,
man,
with
the normalcy.
Well, I'm a weirdo. Normal doesn't really exist because everybody's different, but the way that somebody's going to move in combat, they got to be swift, nimble, and agile. And although, yes, you want to have strength and muscles, you're going to have a very athletic build.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't have it. He's got that bodybuilder build with that toy.
Yeah, I mean, I almost think, even though I thought the Frazetta Girls Dark Wolf was a little overpriced too, even though I do like the figure, I just thought it was a little overpriced, in comparison to other figures of similar, size, articulation. I just think he needs more of that articulation and that kind of look overall. And again, I mean, the price I think is at least twice what it should be. You know what I mean? Well,
a lot of it's also that it's going to be limited in number. It's not going to be as mass print as some of these other ones. But again, who knows? Because I don't know the exact numbers.
There is that.
Right.
Yeah,
I was looking at Ball and Chain from Savage Crucible.
Right. I was talking about it earlier on a Discord, and kind of we were going back and forth about the whole idea of cost. I think I'm with you in the sense of if we just with zero context, you look at those two things, you're like, that is not the same value as these figures or whatever. But the thing is, I don't totally know. I don't know. I struggle with the making judgments on I'm not saying you're saying this, Terrence, but people are like, yeah, that's a ripoff. They're just trying to rip you off, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And I just don't know enough to be able to say that. Yeah. And the thing is, look at Loose Collector, and the trippy thing about them is I know that the main dude is based in the Philippines, and then there's another guy, I think, for Executive Replicas. So they're not in the same place. I don't know and what their production is on anything. And I think for me, the biggest piece of this is licensing. And I get that someone pointed out, yeah, but they've had a Frazetta figure before and all this. But when I'm saying that the licensing deal with a lot of toy lines that they'll you just mentioned the Ball and Chain, right? With Savage Crucible.
Savage. Yep.
Yeah, they can take that and okay, we're going to pay a little bit more for this license to make this figure. But they know we are creating a line called Savage Crucible, and their market knows they are making a line called Savage Crucible. And if I'm a collector, a lot of people like Adam is well, shit, I'm getting a bunch of Savage Crucible. Then they can kind of take that cost and spread it out. When I look at Loose Collector, man, I just look at what they make, and everything is kind of one-off, small batch. This indie toy line. Oh, here's some Liefeld stuff, and here's this Filipino character Darna and Trece, and they're all kind of random all over the place.
Yeah, because even those Liefeld characters, right? They're what, $75 or $80 a piece, right? That's expensive for a single superhero action figure.
And I'm just assuming that's how they're there's something about the way they're doing the math,
Right. And it's like you said, you take
they feel the need to cost it,
spread that like peanut butter across the line and make up for that. It's
and then so the weird thing is with the women, right? A lot of the women use the same bucks, so you're okay, well, they're reusing tooling, and so I get that. And then they did the Rocketeer, and they're charging a lot for that, and it's well, that's a new buck for them. This thing has a new buck, right? We haven't used that body and that new horse. So it's I see where the money's going. And I just wonder if they were a bigger company who also had maybe structured things a little bit differently, they could probably get that price down. But
yeah, for sure. You can't argue with what the price is, right? Because they set their price so they can make a certain profit and hope that it sells. It's just too expensive for me. I know that.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying today in the Discord. I was if you're saying that's too expensive for me, 100%, we're cool. I get it. But there was more than notion of they're trying to rip people off, and they've been doing it. Look, all their stuff is expensive, and it doesn't compare to this toy line that I get. And I was well, I think
that toy line's also probably more mass.
And again, I'm not saying that you're saying that, Terrence. But.
Right. I think Ted's point, yes, right off the bat, the price to me was the first thing I looked at. So without even getting into the nitty gritty of how they come to that price or whatnot. And then of course, whenever you talk about Frazetta, licensing is a mess because of the fact that it's all divided between three different, entities within Frazetta.
Wait, is it 3? I thought it was 2.
No, 3. Because there's
the sisters, the brother. There's two brothers, and they're both divided because one of them represents what's called the Frazetta Museum. Then there's one that's Frazetta Junior, and then there's Frazetta Girls. And so, from what I understand, and this is my best take on it, because I don't think it's ever been publicly listed out exactly who has what, but when it all kind of came to sort of a peace accord, it was basically that the art was all divided in 3 different directions. However, that might mean that some characters depicted in multiple, illustrations ended up with different parties. So there might be different people who have, because the Death Dealer was in, I think, 4 or 5 different pieces, if I'm not mistaken. So it's possible that, because I haven't seen Frazetta Girl say anything about Death Dealer, you know what I mean?
Nope.
That I can think of. So that makes me think that because I would think that would be one of their biggest characters that they would try to capitalize on. Although maybe they're rolling out Dark Wolf first, seeing, how the climate is, and then rolling that out later when they know that that's probably more of a sure thing.
Sure.
But again, we've seen Death Dealer show up in other, mediums and other.
Mezco just did it, didn't it? Was it a Mezco that did the Death Dealer?
I feel like Boss Fight did one too, or something maybe. I'm not sure if I'm right about that, but I feel like Boss Fight may have done like something in like the Hacks kind of size, maybe. I think also
Mezco didn't do a Death Dealer.
I thought they did.
They did.
Did they?
It's like the blue tinted, the blue skinned one. Who does the blue skinned one that just recently came out?
I don't know, but I think
I know somebody can look that up. But again, that falls in with what Terrence is saying about.
So
because
Matthew
Death
knows,
Dealer.
and Matthew says it is Mezco and Loose Collector. Okay.
Okay, so there we go. Thank you, Matthew. Like, I'm thinking the fact that the Mezco did the blue skinned one is because that is more of that look in that art piece, and whoever owns the licensing of that version. And then this one looks different because maybe the licensing from a different print with Death Dealer could have it. Because I was also wondering about that from the 2 looks of the character, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like when it comes to Frazetta properties, Terrence is right on the money. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah, no, they. So I asked the guys in Toyland, when I was at Toyland, I asked the guys at the Savage Crucible table specifically about Death Dealer. And they were very diplomatic and polite, but they also made it very clear, because I said that, I basically said that I had known about the licensing issues and whatnot, and they were like, yeah, we cannot discuss any of that. They're
right.
Like, they didn't say it was a mess. They just said it's very complicated. And they basically made it clear that they didn't want to make any comment on how any of that works, what their relationship was to it. And I basically, I took the sign that they, how I could see how uncomfortable they were with the discussion. I was just like, no, I get it. It's cool. You know what I mean? And just moved on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I wasn't there to try to make them uncomfortable. Of course, the character. I mean, I love Frazetta's stuff. I mean, top to bottom.
Yes. I think we all have an appreciation for it.
Yeah, I mean, I love the paintings. I love the illustrations he's done.
Oh, man.
The black and white stuff. I mean, I love his horror stuff. His like EC, like what I would say is almost like EC Comics type era type stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about posters. Kirby earlier, and that he's right there. Like it's the same sort of like.
Yes.
And them and Alex Toth, but yes.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Well, it's like it was funny too. I was listening to, I think it was Euro Legions or something. They were talking about the Day 2 Legions Con exclusive, and they were talking about the Monster Maker, which I actually still have that Monster Maker from when I was a kid. The crayon scratch to make the different heroes, Mighty Men and Monster Maker.
Yeah, I have mine too.
And so I have it. And I thought my kid would love it when he was like 4, had no interest in it, whatever. He had a tablet, he didn't need that thing. Anyway, so, but these guys in Euro Legions had no idea what this thing was, because I guess it was never sold over in Europe. And one of the fun facts about that particular toy, if you'd call it a toy, craft project, whatever, what I love about it is Dave Stevens was the guy who actually made all the artwork for the character designs and stuff like that. He's the guy who created the Rocketeer. But Dave Stevens was the guy who just, I guess I don't think he was at really anybody at the point in time, but like this was a gig for him. You know what I mean? He came up with these different designs and whatnot, and I think a lot of people don't even realize that, but I think it's pretty cool.
I love that toy as a kid, man. I got that one. I don't know. I must have been in 5th grade, maybe. That thing was so cool.
Did you guys see the that body bags, Dr. Whatever body bags Kickstarter?
Yes.
That's around same thing, inspired by that exact toy.
Yep. And I love it too. And you know, he's got the full cinch of got to collect them all because you can't buy any one of the figures as a whole. You got to buy the different body bags to get the different parts to make the monster. You know, if you want to make a whole monster of one. I freaking love that. And I know, Brick, I'd mention to you about that too, because I wanted to bring it up on a stream at some point and talk about that Kickstarter. Although I think at that time, because it was like back-to-back Kickstarters from some other content creators we've loved, I think we're all a little Kickstartered out in some ways, but at the same point in time, it's great. If you're into the whole Glyos system, check out Dr. Body Bags or Dr. something.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, but it's
I'm really...
I mean, I like, you know, if you did see the new to Mythic we were talking about earlier, like, you know, my whole thing there was because of how I got into the mystery boxes and stuff like that. And it was like, I just got killed on Kickstarters between AWOC and Flip War and
fucking AWOC.
You know, and I mean, listen, I backed it. Nobody put a gun to my head, you know what I mean? But I mean, I love them all. It was just, it was all happening like in the same time, you know? Like, I think it all happened in April or something like that. Like, and then there was the Galactic Valor one, which it was funny. I backed almost as a joke because it didn't look like it was going to make it. You know what I mean? Like, it totally made it like in the last couple hours, you know, just basically crossed the finish line. So I was like, but at least it was a fairly inexpensive Kickstarter. You know what I mean? So, but it wasn't quite the $650 of AWOC.
Right. Hey, you know what though? That $650 is the future of AWOC as well, which I will continue.
Honestly, probably the best, I think, in my opinion, one of the best, you know, Kickstarter programs as far as how many, you know, the value of the Epic All-In, I think, was not like anything else we were seeing on any of the other Kickstarters.
Not at all. None like it. It was truly a unique Kickstarter. And I mean, we've been around, like, even if you've just been in these circles for the last couple of years, you've seen a lot of Kickstarters come and go over the last couple of years. And like, you've seen some where you thought like, oh, this is gonna, you know, this person's reach and this person's, you know, ability to promote should be able to get out there. And then it fails. Whereas other ones you've just seen take off. And the AWOC second Kickstarter, I think, is probably one of the most successfully promoted, run, and managed Kickstarters I've ever seen. You guys, Brick, you and Adam all did amazing with that, and that's not the down talk, Jason. Just seeing how this was handled versus just a few short years ago, the Kickstarter that Jason originally done, you guys definitely brought a lot to the table with getting this one off the ground a lot better.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it because, you know, I did the line. And yeah.
On that note, how close are we to Mamba?
I haven't looked. What was in the latest FAQ? I think it was like basically if every backer up their thing to $20, we'd unlock them.
Wow, there you go.
Added another $20. And so yes, we haven't gone through and done all the we're trying, like, that FAQ thing took a lot out of it. I don't know, it's really tough. We're basically like trying to figure out what is enough communication, what is too much, what, you know, do you address every little thing? And I don't know, I'm definitely learning that part of it. My whole interest was to just try and actually offer people some information in a way that's like accessible. And I don't know.
Brick, I have a question for you though.
Yep.
About the back kit. I asked Adam, and we didn't get to really get back and forth on it quite yet. But so in the backer kit, I was an Epic All-In. When you first go into it, it tells you to pick 17 standard figures. But there's, as I understand it, if you go through the list, there's 16, and then you're supposed to do something with the 17, which for me is an easy one because I could go for another reptile as an example.
Did you pick Spectral Pale in that list, or did you skip over them? Were you doing them all in a row?
I was going all in a row.
Yeah, because I skipped over Spectral
Pale. You should have went
Pale.
down and got Spectral Pale, and then went back to doing them all in a row.
So the funny thing is, hold on, let me pause this. I'm literally filming an unboxing. So because of the way Spectral Pale was limited to 5, and basically Adam had to figure out a way logistically to make it work within this backer kit system. So what he did is he said, okay, I'll give people an opportunity in an Epic All-In situation to choose Spectral Pale 5 times. And I forget, there was a reason why it starts in number maybe 3 or something, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah,
you have to have 1 figure, and then you can pick them for the second. But it's only like 5, like after that. So 5 or 2, 3, 4.
And it's not stated anywhere, so that's clearly like an issue. Like we stated after the fact. Like there's a lot of things like that where it's like I would definitely have liked to get a sense of how everything worked and then communicate it out and then figure. But timing,
so next
just
question.
so hard. But does that make sense?
What's that?
That does make sense though.
Yeah, no, I get it now. I have to go figure out where the Spectral Pale can be chosen, and then I'll go through the list, and that'll make 17.
Yeah.
So the second part of it is, so then you have a credit. I think it was like $295 or something like that. If you're an Epic All-In. Now, when I choose Mamba as an example, it seems to add money onto what I'm paying versus taking it out of the credit, which I'm okay with that if that's how that works. But I'm confused about how that works. Like, can I only use the $295 towards figures that have already been unlocked, or can I use the $295 towards Mamba?
That's a good question. I didn't even pay attention if Mamba was treated differently, because I'm pretty sure I used mine. Yeah. What's that, Thanos?
I put my credit on Mamba and then the unopened weapon pack. So neither one of those are open yet, but they're there and they took through the credit.
Took credit. That's what I thought too. I just wasn't paying attention. I just sort of did it and it was like, okay, that worked. But I totally, like you, skipped over it. In fact, yesterday, was it Friday yesterday? Yeah. Yesterday I was filming. I didn't want to wait for those guys to coordinate a live, and Jason's at a show. I was like, screw it. I have the day off. I'm going to film. I'm going to record me going back through the back kit. And I totally missed it. And I was like, dude, Adam, where's Spectral Pale? So I totally, even though I wrote the FAQ where it says that. So it's not an easy thing. And I honestly didn't pay attention with Mamba, but so I don't know. It's tricky. Like everything that you said earlier was true. It's like, I think it's the values there. There's a lot of different options, reward tiers, etc. Obviously that just made it that much more complicated.
Well, I mean, I'm totally fine with putting more money, even because obviously I think you guys are brilliant with the extra reptile heads now. I think I need 9 more reptile heads, reptile bodies, but brilliant. Anyway, so
I mean, that's the kind of thing. I don't think people even realize if they haven't been paying attention, but it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, you're getting this. And I was like, oh great, an enamel pin, woo. And then it's like, oh yeah, and you're also going to get 3 heads just because. Here you go. And people are like, what? And so yeah, to your point, it's like, okay, now I need to buy more reptile figures. It's like, oh yeah. I dig it, man. That kind of stuff has been fun for me to see. And ultimately it's because I want to see this line do well. And all of that stuff is designed, yes, to sell more figures, but it was designed to try and raise the money to, can we unlock all of these and get them out faster? So
just tell Travis how much more you need, and Travis will order another Epic All-In or something.
I think I need to sit with Travis and walk him through the thing it sounded like last time we spoke.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think, obviously those 3 heads by themselves, I don't know if that was an afterthought or if it was always there from the beginning, but I think that by itself, again, I have no problem buying more reptile bodies because I think those heads look awesome. You know what I mean? I think, I'm already obviously into the line. So I just think if that helps us get closer to unlocking more of those characters that we didn't get during the actual Kickstarter, I'm totally down with that,
Yeah. I mean, that's, I would say they were not, something was there from the start. The idea of giving a little extra something was there from the start. The nature of it, I'll keep it vague, was similar, but it wasn't always that version. So I think you're right to point out that it was smart in that it makes you want to buy additional figures in the thing. The original, one of the earlier ideas that I heard was awesome, but wouldn't have achieved that. So anyways, it's all yeah.
When is
it's
the
all
last
cool.
day for backer kit? Do you have a date?
42 days. I think it's June 25th.
Okay.
So see, if that works out, then that means I can have Adam actually do my backer kit for me at Joe Fest.
Yeah, you totally could. He'd love that. In fact, you know what?
Sit down with him, buy him a beer
put
after
that
the
out
show.
here.
You're good to go.
So I should put that in the FAQ. I should say, hey, if you're at Joe Fest, look for Adam. Just scream down the aisle, help at spirotoys.com.
We'll do a whole workshop on the side.
Yeah, and Adam will do your backer kit for you.
So now I just see Ed from Joe Fest thanking the AWOC team for getting that many more people to go to Joe Fest just to help navigate the backer kit.
I don't know if
It was all by design. They created an extra complicated campaign to then require you to get special assistance.
I'm not sure how many of you have seen Shawshank Redemption, but in my head, I just saw Joe Fest looking like Andy starts doing all the guards' taxes and stuff for them. You know, maybe a big line of guys. You know, and Adam can just sit there and tell them, well, you know, you can deduct that. You know, you can deduct your.
I see people now lining up being like, is this the 4 Horsemen table line? Like, no, this is the AWOC backer kit line.
After Joe Fest, you know, Jason's going to be going around calling it the Sparrow Fest from now on. It's going to take over the whole show.
All right, well, I'm gonna probably head out, guys.
All right,
Cobb, thank you for being here, brother. I really appreciate it.
Talk soon.
Yeah, I was a little busy this week, Brick. First week back to work. I recorded a lot of that stuff that I had to open, and then I'm back on our stuff. So I'll be shooting you some stuff here. Got 2 more days this weekend, so
yeah, man.
All good. It's all about that. So I'll be getting.
We don't want excuses. We want results. So get on it.
No, man, I'm full of excuses, so you're good.
Yeah, we're both full of it. So, all right. Well, good night, guys.
Talk to you later, Cobb.
I'm having a hard time getting this tail in the boom boom hole.
That's because it's not a proper Legion's boom boom hole. Anubis's tail slid right in that boom boom hole really well. Just saying, it popped right on in.
Damn, I'm turned on. I'll just keep
make sure to spit on it.
There you go, Bud's got it. You got to spit on it first, Brick.
Do you have any graphite or any dry lubricant like that, Brick? Sometimes like
I'm confused by dry lubricant, but this is something I'm not
so like a graphite spray. Yeah, graphite isn't wet.
I've used all mine, Joe. It doesn't last long in this house, Joe.
He's been busy. A little busy.
Joe, he's a school teacher. He gets that every day, so he's got to keep that lube on hand, you know.
Why? I'm curious. Is that the recommendation?
It's something that's worked well for me.
Okay.
Just with any kind of like toy joints that
you always want to keep that boom boom hole
stick a lot.
Rick, so
well lubricated, easy.
The funny issue is that
this is what I get.
This is a soft plastic too. So unlike like how they would break sometimes if you're not careful, this is like almost really rubbery. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not able to properly give it pressure because it's giving, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
And I just heated it up too. But...
And you heated it the whole, yeah.
I heated the whole. Right. That's what I need to do first.
Yeah.
That's right. You need to warm it up a little. You got to tease it a little bit before you just go put it in.
God, we're fulfilling every nerdy stereotype right now, guys.
Yes, we are, and I'm proud of it in a way because, as many other streams. That's right. Don't get bashful. You weren't complaining about the dry lube before.
I mean, I'm a teacher on any of this.
Which, by the way,
I find when I Google graphite spray.
So, well-hung banana hammocks. I wanted to highlight that chat again.
Big congrats to you. And I'd popped up because that was good, and he had dropped the tip jar link in there.
I just dropped.
Thank you for dropping that, keeping it, and reminding people the tip jar. I don't get super chats through YouTube, but we got a tip jar, and every tip that goes in, you will get a spin and a wee out of me. And yes, you will be able to see me spin when I go inside. While I'm out here, if I get any updates, you'll get a wee without the spin, which is pretty nice. Wraith Masons are.
What's that?
I said, is that Kazar?
Yeah, it is.
Did you find him in the store, or did you get him shipped to you?
Macy's.
Oh,
Toys R Us and Macy's.
It's funny. That's the only place that I've really heard people really finding that entire wave, which makes me think I need to go to Macy's. But I can't because I'm not buying toys right now. Oh, so infuriating.
How does he scale with Legions? I'm curious.
I had boxed up the Anubis and the Bastet. I would say he's probably going to run a little small. I mean, plus I'll tell you that he's thinner no matter what, like thinner in build.
He's more Tarzan built.
Yeah, they're not. I wouldn't say they're comparable. I mean, I would, if anything.
I prefer his build over the Savage He-Man build from Revolutions.
Well, what's funny is, so when we were talking earlier, I actually popped the head off the Icarus, and I had put it on here, and it kind of looked like a Savage Prince Adam. Hold on.
I love how they look. Actually, I've seen that people do that.
So hold on.
Oh, I love having swappable lights. Let's pop it on there real quick.
That head looked better than his own head.
All right, Mattel. Look, Hasbro's beating you at your own sculpt. Just saying. Oh man, it does look good.
Is Icarus the same height as Kazar? Or is isn't he a little thicker and a little taller?
Well, at the moment, one's a head shorter than the other. Hold on.
They're pretty close.
Yeah, they're pretty close.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
actually, hold on, let me change my camera angle so you can actually see him standing on something.
Let me pop your full screen, Terrence.
Yeah, that is Kazar and Icarus from Marvel Legends. Those are not He-Man toys at all.
Oh, hey, Neil.
Yeah, Neil has joined us this evening. He gave you a shout out, by the way, earlier, Britt.
So that looks like about 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah. You know how crazy these streams get, Neil. They get off the rails real quick. You need that head for Thunder Punch? Yeah, that Icarus head would look perfect on Thunder Punch.
Man, now I'm worried. I inserted it. Now I'm careful. In there, and it's in there real good, but now it won't turn, and now I'm worried that it's too tight and it'll snap right off here.
Yeah.
Just heat it up a little bit when you can.
Put some gun oil in there.
Gun oil, good lube.
I'm trying to think of every type of lubricant that Brick wouldn't have now to say.
Yep.
But I do think that these guys look like they belong to some really weird, 90s German rock band or something like that.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Rammstein running through the head.
What happened to Hanson?
They're going to start singing Bop. I was just going to say that.
Now look. Just because they're blonde hair doesn't mean they have to be German. They could be Austrian.
What's that European pop? Oh, they just won the Eurovision of 1996 or something.
And Neil, that's the way we all are here. We kind of live in that don't go there territory. That's what brings us all together. Anryu, have a good night, brother. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us.
What do you got there, Thanos?
It's just.
Huh? Oh, showing off some more presets.
More Wednesday shots.
That's right.
On top of that,
which is great.
We know which what Thanos is putting in there. That special toys pack he got off AliExpress.
Just the tip. Oh wait.
It's true. We all live there. At least I definitely live there. If it weren't for the gutter, my brain would have no home. It would be homeless.
I love that I can take apart this Veteran Williams and like they packed in the pantsless version.
Yep.
I think that's so cool. I wonder if the Monster Force is.
Where does he put his tail when he puts his pants on?
They cut out a little hole on his pants, and it's bigger.
Oh, okay.
It goes down the left leg.
All right. Yeah, right.
Is the Monster Force one going to be the same scale?
What's that?
Is the Monster Force one going to be the same scale? Is it just a repaint, or is it completely different?
No, it's an actual repaint of that figure. Yep.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's coming with all those accessories or not, Brick. They haven't really said that.
They're different accessories. Oh, you're saying? We don't know if he's going to be able to change out clothes. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I dig that idea. I'm glad people are doing that.
So I wasn't aware that there was a different version. I have the brown-haired version. I just got a few weeks ago, and I haven't had much time to play with it. Although I did find I was slightly disappointed with the articulation in the legs. I don't know if it just needed to be warmed up more or not, but I just felt like the legs could have been a little bit more posable, flexible. Like you couldn't get them down into like an all fours type position or whatnot if you wanted to or whatnot.
Are the joints moving though, or are they stiff? When you say it,
they felt stiff, but again, I only played with it for about 15 minutes before I had it out of the box. I had 15 minutes to mess around with it, and I haven't gone back to it since. So I have to take a better look at it. Take maybe a heat. I don't know if I'll take a heat gun to it, maybe a hair dryer or something like that. But
just got to warm it up a little bit more.
Just dunk it in a hot bowl of water. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I changed out a couple of the heads and changed out, I think, the bottom half. I got him down to the point where he was in his, unclothed look. But I still like the figure. I still think it's awesome. But
by the end of this year, I want to get a Veteran Williams figure. By the end of this year, I've got other stuff that I got to worry about before then. But I love werewolves. Is one of the reasons why this Anubis head is like really exciting for Mythic Legions. I'm hoping we'll see some more of that because I know. Was it Planetary Dog Toys, the one that did the sculpt for that? He even had custom parts for Legions.
Hold on, I got another tip.
Oh, yeah, still does.
Oh, we got another tip.
Yeah, another one from Speaking Moistly. You owe him another wee and a twirl.
All right, when I get in, he'll get the twirl, but I'll give him a wee now. Wee!
Does yours have a cigar head? I think that might be unique to this one.
I think only the white one did have the cigar head.
Which the idea of a werewolf smoking a cigar is just great.
It's weird. It's weird that it curves up, though. You'd think they'd have it curved down, like the old Wolverine comics where he had like the hand-rolled cigarettes.
Yeah, I think
look at them big teeth.
I think it just needs to be heated. It's just really, really soft plastic.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Legend series, good to see you, brother.
That was after someone smacked him in the side of the head, like the old cartoons, and the cigarettes would bend up, Joe.
Yeah, that makes total sense, actually.
The head would spin around, and then suddenly everything's all flipped up.
Those loose collector werewolves, it's saying in May on BBTS, so they should be pretty soon.
Yeah.
That is really soon.
We only got 5 days left.
Jeez.
I thought it was June. Shoot, I just shipped a bunch of stuff today. A bunch of Masterverse today.
Oops. It says May, but I mean, it's not always accurate.
I was going to say that's always, I mean, not to play on loose collector. That's always just kind of a loose date anyway.
Right.
Brick, question for you from Matthew. Is the
Matthew?
cigar sculpted in?
The cigar is sculpted in, yes. Yes, sir.
It's right up there with the bears and otters, Neil. For anybody who's wondering what that otters comment is, if you've heard of what a bear is, an otter is a skinny bear.
I forgot what it was. We were talking about something earlier, Oz, and you were going off. I don't even know if you realize it, about like bears and leather and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, this is fun.
Well, I mean, I've always fit
You
the
missed
aesthetic if I don't fit the persuasion.
You missed that, Neil. That was a whole moment.
Speaking of comments that go over people's heads, maybe you guys can fill me in because I've been trying to figure out for the last couple of days. What's with the olives?
Oh, olives. I can tell you the olives. You want to know what the olives is about?
Are we going to spoil the secret of the olives?
Because Allison, but things with olives.
Cobb put it out on a stream the other night.
Oh, okay, he did.
Or Derek Hoover.
All right.
No, Derek did on Pain Stream. So
yes,
there is a clip going around of the Maury Povich show where this woman was deathly afraid of olives because it reminded her of eyeballs floating because she saw a dead person or something when she was younger, and the olives looked like eyeballs staring out at her. So she was deathly afraid of olives. So then, Allison, in her amazingness that she is, decided to just run with it and make it a thing. So her copy,
and
Derek made it a thing.
It's definitely become a thing.
And here it is. Todd will take full blame for that.
Look, I'm just gonna say I remember that because it was at a time before memes were really a thing. But I remember because everybody who grew up in 90s and the talk show the talk shows of the 90s into the 2000s with Maury, he's mostly known for You Are or You Are Not the Father or That Was a Lie. But that olives thing, man, she was insane. Ran off screaming.
There was an episode where they had this girl on, and she was upset because I guess her girlfriend was messing around with the same guy named Paul, and she's upset because the one girl makes chicken tetrazzini, and she's like, I don't know what's in that chicken tetrazzini, but Paul love it, and they kept playing this clip over and over and over again of her saying that. So that's the one that stands out to me. Obviously, the You Are the Father and That Was a Lie are also big, but I kept seeing that chicken tetrazzini. So I don't know, but I feel better now that I understand the olives thing.
There you go.
I felt very lost.
Werewolf with a cigar and a chainsaw. Now that's an image for life.
It's a cool accessory.
It is. It's a beefy one too. I didn't think it was going to be that big.
You were saying about the leg articulation. I don't know if it can get in the down on all fours yet. I haven't messed with it, but this I was just playing with that. What is it? Hero Toys, Demon Hunter or Demon Killer?
Demon Killer.
Demon Killer.
He actually is a demon hunter, but
but the non-licensed, the knockoff or the unlicensed. But anyway, this guy, I love this movement of the feet. I wish that other figure had it because he can, spread and you can get this to lay flat. Yeah. So there's some really cool things about the way this thing is articulated.
I do like that. Wow, that is really cool.
But unlike, I have the Blade Master Wang, and unlike him, this guy is interesting. The rubber's, the plastic is really soft, almost rubbery. And so I'm wondering if he can stand up. I don't know. He's standing fine right now, but I feel like in a couple of years he might have some issues.
I think he was Hatter's Figure of the Year last year. So
yeah, honestly, out of that whole line of toys, the Fury Planet, I think the only one that I've seen that was kind of disappointing was the Crocker. And it's only because of the way the head is with the head articulation, right? Yeah. But again, for the type of body he is, it makes sense that he has that limited articulation.
But the thing about that head, though, that's cool is they gave you the actual necks so you could change it out. So when you look left or look right, the actual neck looks like it's real.
Right. It's going the right direction.
Yeah.
So this is for you, Brick. It's saying that I knew you'd love him. His articulation is awesome, and I haven't had an issue with mine. He was my Figure of the Year last year. It's one of those great things that I like about like kind of the tradition that we set going into this year. A lot of places they'll put like best figure of 2023, right? I like how we all did best picks of 2023 last year, because it wasn't always necessarily just a figure that came out last year, but it was something that you picked up last year.
Yep.
I like that better because some of us don't always get these toys like when they first come out. So like, for me, Veteran Williams, if I can manage to get him this year, I imagine from what I've seen from everybody who got him last year and this year, that it's going to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be like one of my figures of the year kind of thing, because there's just so many things that scream right about that figure to me. And Thanos and Brick, I may have to ask you guys to stop posting those amazing hero toys, not World of Warcraft figures.
Don't watch Brick tomorrow.
And I am, but oh my god, Brick, what you put in there earlier, and I agree, we definitely need a custom for that one. We're gonna have to see who we could talk to about doing some custom heads printed to fit on that figure. So, yep, Stanley's jumped over to the Oz chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually linking a bunch of stuff to Brick today, like of characters I'd like to see done. And that was just like a short list. Like, there's plenty of other ones.
It's such a big universe now for World of Warcraft, or Warcraft in general. I like to say Warcraft overall because, again, I was from a time before World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And, even though I've played WoW, my Warcraft is still the RTS.
Yeah. Someone remade the Warcraft 2 Orc campaign in the Reforged engine. Hell of a play. I haven't gotten around to it yet, though.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish we'd get like, I'm fine if they keep doing WoW like they've been doing, but like give me more of the RTS too, right? Because like they introduced a lot of elements with the hero characters for the RTS, right? Like you had like your normal soldiers, but then like you had Arthas. And he was a hero knight in that game, so you could do more with him. I wish they would go back and do more of that because I really, really liked that element. And they showed by doing StarCraft, although I hated the fact that they split it against 3 games for the campaigns. Like they've showed they could still do an RTS. You should send me pictures, dude. I'd love the Arctic. Yeah, man. I'm all about the cold. It's my favorite climate. I don't know how we brought that up, but yeah, let's go for it.
Guys, I'm going to head out only because I have work in the morning, but I will.
All right, Terrence.
Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys.
See you later, Terrence.
Thank you for being here with us, brother. We appreciate that.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Good night.
I think you're muted, Brick.
Ha I was just saying earlier, we were talking about the Brick Something News tomorrow. That started, I did a couple of those episodes and then kind of was like, okay, cool. I kind of chilled on them for a while. And yesterday, I started doing them weekly. And last week with Bill from Dorclair was
great episode.
Was issue number 50. And like I didn't even mention it on the show. And so when Thanos was the one who was telling me, like, after seeing a couple of those, like, man, are you gonna do those again? And I was like, yeah, you're into those? And he's like, yeah, we should. So I ended up doing it as a weekly thing because of Thanos. And he was I want to say the first, I'm pretty sure was the first. Yeah, he was the first because he told me I should do it. He was the first co-host. Yep. And so tomorrow for my 51st, Thanos is coming back. So, And that's why we were talking about World of Warcraft, because he's like my guy in terms of like educating me on what these, like, I keep looking at these figures like, damn, that's cool. What is it? And so, yeah, you're going to see a lot of World of Warcraft knockoff potential figures and actual figures tomorrow, Oz. So
excellent. Well, considering Joe, Thanos, and I are all big Warcraft fans, we'll have to just do a whole Warcraft stream and talk about the craziness that is the Warcraft.
Yeah,
like all realm.
They got the pandas now. They've got the little, what are the little like fishy dudes again? The Murloc.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going for it, and I'm laughing because we're talking about McFarlane and the whole Marvel license, all the while he's the one with the quote unquote toy license for that thing, and these guys are just like dancing circles around it.
If those Warcraft statues were done on the quality of the Diablo ones, I would probably pick a couple up. Especially because, like, if they were the size of those, the weapons would work. But since they're smaller, like, they're not, like, the hammers are like this big. It's like, that's not going to work.
Well,
but well, they come with the like artifact, like the legendary weapons or the Legion weapons, basically. And it's like, man, someone should just make a weapon pack of those because they were all amazing designs. But the paint job and the size makes them not worth picking up. It's a bummer.
So, well, that's what Mithril action and hero toys and memory toys are for.
I really would love to see them actually revisit doing a, well, you know, I'll just put it out there, a Blizzard Entertainment freaking toy line, because Thanos, you've shown off the Hydralisk that you got. I would love to see.
Yeah, I've got the Tyrael from Heroes of the Storm, because NECA did like a Heroes of the Storm line a while ago, and like it's cool, but it's a dated toy at this point. That's the last time they actually made articulated toys for Blizzard properties.
Yeah, I really wish we could see some of those come out. I'd even like it in 1/18th scale, so that way, like, you get like the little buildings of the play sets from the RTS days and the vehicles too. Like, you know, that'd be great to get all those.
Honestly, if they were to do it the way like Joy Toys like cranking out the Warhammer, there would be people who would buy StarCraft and Warcraft stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, the BlizzCon itself used to be a thing, right? You know?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
StarCraft is where it's at.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like
I would love
I'd like to.
Go ahead.
StarCraft is really cool. Oh, I was just gonna say I'd really like to see some Diablo figures done in like a classic style, like Diablo 2 looks. You know, that's kind of like the definitive version of the characters. You know.
Did you see the Diablo I was showing off last week?
No.
Do you got that within reach? Yeah, I was gonna say, Thanos, get that Diablo. That Diablo freaking toy is amazing. Like, it just looks freaking perfect.
Hey Joe, to this day, I still do the ready to serve, right? And for the Horde. What I'm trying to remember though, in StarCraft, what were the equivalent, the builders?
Oh, it's been so long. Like legit, when I was a teenager,
There's not enough
I played it. We used to have LAN parties. We'd all bring our PCs over to one friend's house and like actually physically connect them all together. So
that's awesome.
LAN parties.
I know.
Oh man.
I haven't replayed it, you know, since those days. But like,
so
I know with Diablo, you know, stay a while and listen. You know, like. That's always been a classic. Me and my friends still say that all the time, you know.
Well, the funny one is, like, at least for the Terrans, all the pilots' lines, like when you had the dropship, were direct quotes from like Aliens. Like, because they even like she even sounded like the same actress from Aliens. She's like in the line, in the pipe, 5x5, and like everything else. Like I still remember those lines just because of that movie. But yeah. Oh, God. Bud had one. He was like, more pylons or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh yes, a land party, Neil. Now we could do it. Man, maybe when I get that new rig, right? But before the actual internet, when you just connected the Ethernet cords directly to one another. I remember going over to my buddy Carl's house, and they had a den, and I loved this, like where his den was, because where his house was, it was like all glass windows around the side, so it was almost kind of like a sunroom minus the glass roof. But like you could see outside, and it would be all nice. And he had his dad's desk, his brother Tony, his desk, and then just, basically whoever came over, it was like here, you can use this computer. And we all used to sit there and play like Warcraft 2 versus one another, like all day on custom maps and everything else. And just like, we'd be sitting in that room and having an amazing party. So here it is. This friggin' toy.
That is awesome. He's even got the gem in his forehead.
Yeah. So here's like the official one that they released like forever ago, and then here's the unofficial one.
I can.
Is that a Memory Toys?
Hero Toys. I think Hero and Memory are the same thing, but
same. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Nice. Yeah, that looks amazing.
Moistly, if you have my IG
from. Sorry, what's that?
Oh, I was just saying for Moistly, if you could send them to like my IG, and I could send them over to Ed to do a share screen because I can't really do share screen with this. Or if you want to if you follow Ed on IG, you can send them directly to him. Or my direct email is ostradamustoys@gmail.com. Those are those classic, amazing toys.
Is broken, unfortunately, but
nice. I got the NECA Diablo figures from when Diablo 3 was out, but they're like made of glass, like they break so easy. Like I had to.
Yeah, I'm afraid to actually.
I don't even put them on display. Right.
This is one of the NECA ones.
Yeah.
Right.
He's cool. Like he looks cool, but I would love to see
look cool.
Better versions of these.
Right.
Yeah. So I didn't realize
NECA did them like because I got the D&D NECA figures and they're way better quality than what they used to do.
Yeah, they've definitely upped their game.
Right.
I have not seen a Deckard Cain figure.
I haven't either, but I'm sure I've missed stuff over the years because I wasn't really collecting until the last few years.
When we all got, friggin' COVID managed to activate our collecting bug for some of us again.
Deckard
We're
Cain
mutants,
would be a fun
man.
custom,
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying we're mutants. The trauma of COVID released that's latent superpower in us to be collecting again.
It did. It hit the XG on a lot of us. Well, it was like, there was a perfect storm of especially like nostalgia-driven collecting right at that time too. Everybody's locked up in their house. They can't do much, and they're getting in touch with happier times before the Rona.
Yeah.
And it's just really, really that kind of catalyst. And then people figuring out how to do stuff like this and discovering channels on YouTube and whatnot. It was just the way of things. Like K-Dog in here dropping all the freaking... You some kind of Blizzard sponsor here, K-Dog?
I gotta say though, I think Diablo 1, they were more iconic. What can I do for you? That like those lines. that they would say every time you would go up with the characters. Yeah, it's
Well, speaking moistly, got it with
like the villagers.
in
Sorry,
for some
go ahead.
chop. Yeah. Well, I was just pointing out the we are in for some chop again. Another line from StarCraft and Aliens as well.
Mhm.
It's same for me, Neil. That's what happened. Like I got that He-Man and Skeletor, and then we got locked up, and I was just like, I need more Motu. And now
Origins?
here,
Is that what he was saying?
yeah. Origins hit
same.
like right around that time. That was when I got my Headless Horseman, which drove me down the Mythic Legions rabbit hole, and then the Kenner Classics showed up, and friggin' I wanted those but missed them, and then Ollie's got them in super cheap, and now I was like, now I got to
What
go
are
back
those?
to the Ghostbusters toys, Kenner Classics.
Gotcha.
So it was like, yep, now I need these. I know we think classics, we're thinking like Motu Classics articulation. It's like, no, here's just this 5 POA action figure with this really fragile accessory. Take care, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard Kenner and
Thought Star Wars.
yeah, that was my and a lot of other, superpowers, and I loved Kenner, man, back in the day. In my brain, whenever
Kenner
I saw
was
that
definitely my toy company.
whenever I saw that logo, I always thought like, oh man, that's quality.
Yep, that was. It was a symbol of a certain quality standard of toy. Even though it was like they reused so many of their figures per like different lines, but you know what? That's the bread and butter when you're a toy maker. How much of this can we reuse?
But also just like like my Star Wars vehicles lasted longer than the Joe.
Oh, yes.
The plastic was just better, and anyway.
Plastic was better, and it was more already pre-assembled too. Where like Joe's, you really almost had to build like a model kit in some ways, with all the accessories and everything, so they would just manage to pop off easier.
K-Dog,
And-
the good thing is you can enjoy these toys without giving Blizzard your money because they're not making any of them.
Yeah,
This is true. That is true.
Is that Diablo figure still available, or?
I got them off eBay.
Oh,
You got any Diablo figures back there?
Yeah, this was released when I wasn't really paying attention to these things, but I kept seeing it, and I decided to pick him up.
Right on.
And him and Illidan
Right
came
out.
in on the same day, which was surprising because like I had ordered this like a while back. It took a while to get here.
Right on. No, that's a cool figure for sure.
I need to quit spending money, guys. I don't know what I'm doing.
Like I said, like it's really, really hard for me right now. The other weekend when I was still like kind of like taking that break before the laptop died, I'd gone out and I'd picked up the Stranger Things Skeletor 2-pack at Target. I was like, yes, I got it. It was here. There was plenty of them. I took it back though because I needed the money. I took back a toy. I returned a toy because I needed the money for something else. But then like Figure Obscura dropped, and I was like, well, there goes that out the fucking window.
Well, I'll be honest, I might be doing that to Icarus.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you again so much for your help in getting the Figure Obscura. Because
No
man,
problem.
like
those figures are so good. I hate for anybody to miss out.
dude,
It's kind of funny because I did, I guess, technically have some extra money. I figured out why my internet is so bad. It's because the only internet provider for my area. So, like, I did a speed test before the show. I have a 20 download speed. My upload speed is 0.1.
Oh.
And I've called them about it over and over and over again. And it's just, they cannot get me a good upload speed. So I'm going to try Starlink, that Elon Musk satellite internet. It guarantees good service in my area, but the equipment is $600. So I started saving up for that to get that, and then Figure Obscura dropped, and there went my whole internet fund. So that's why I'm so fuzzy.
And then in a week, you got an all-in, at least one all-in to pay for. So
yeah, that's but they'll probably give me a month so I can I can save up over that month for the pre-order. I don't
Right.
The thing with the Figure Obscura is and I actually had to talk myself out of going back on this last sale and getting another one. And I'm so bad, like most people are wanting to buy and talking themselves out of it. I'm trying not to buy, but something in my brain tries to talk me into it. It's really tough for me not to.
I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to get
there's
like
that custom. Sorry, go ahead, Oz.
No, Joe. I'm sorry. Please finish.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I start coming up thinking, well, it would look good displayed this way or that way, or you could do that custom if you had another spare, or my brain is just constantly coming up with reasons to buy another one instead of like talking myself out of it. So yeah,
I've cut reasoning completely out. It's all like, oh, I want that. Like,
right.
Yeah. For me, it was they dropped that Egyptian tease on Friday, and I was like, no matter what it is, I got to go for it. I love Egyptology, and I was like, oh, it'd be so great. And with the wrap tease, I thought maybe we were going to get a mummy, and I was like, mummies are mummies, kind of thing, whatever, but it was still going to be great. I knew with Figure Obscura and the Horseman, it was going to be a knockout of the park. And then they showed off the 2-pack the next day, and I'm like, oh, yeah, no. And then I saw the others, and I was like, I want to get an all-in. I was trying to push for an all-in. And it was just like, no, this is fine. But then it was like, man, I wish I did have enough money to just get like 2 or 3 of these. Because like I'm saying, like my mind starts spinning. I see some of the pop and swaps that Bill was doing, Dork Lair that was showing off, and I was like, oh man, like that's a good look. This is a good look. And now I'm just, it is what it is. I got mine. I'm very happy. I'm very excited with them. God, they're outstanding. And now, like I said, I need a NECA freaking mummy accessory pack to go with, and I want to set up I want to get some Indiana Jones and kind of like set up a shelf for that. Yeah,
for sure, man. The quality is there. They look good. They feel good. I definitely don't feel like I wasted any money on them. So
it's hard. Yeah. It's always hard to feel like you wasted money when you buy 4 Horsemen. Yeah.
For sure. And I'm always looking for a reason to buy more. Like I said earlier with the swigs, I was like, that story came out and I was like, now I have to have 3. But that story also has it where the swigs are being sent out to spy on the other factions. So now I kind of want to get another swig, like to put in the background of each of the factions where I have them displayed.
Right. Just to kind of have them sitting there.
Never have.
Yeah, just spying on everybody else. So I need like 8 more swigs, And I'm always looking for reasons to buy more.
Joe,
to
you
talk
need help.
Myself into buying more. I probably do, but I will avoid it for as long as possible. So
I want to jump in here quick, guys.
I can't help it. Toys make me happy,
Oh yeah, exactly, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially good ones.
Oh man, absolutely, for sure.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna hop out for the night.
Later, bud.
All right, bud.
Later,
We
bud.
love you, brother. Thank you for being here.
Good night.
Yeah. Night.
I was like, I've been like so happy with this one and the Illidan one. Like I've been playing with them a lot, like, and just really just enjoying them. So,
Have you taken pictures of him yet?
yeah, I've got a couple pictures. I haven't posted any yet.
Okay, I was gonna say I haven't seen any yet.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
I have like
things
7 IG accounts that I'm monitoring now because I got my own 2. I got Toy Elite. I got Hella Dope that I take care of now, and it's fucking crazy.
You're getting crazy now. You're helping me co-pilot the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And
I
can't
mod like
thank you enough for that.
5 YouTube streams, run my own help with this one.
You know, it used to be said that I was probably one of the hardest working men in Toy Tube, but I gotta say, Ed's carrying that torch for me right now.
Good gosh.
Yeah, it gets crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, got my real job. I work for Hella Dope now. It's all nuts.
And Brick too, because Brick's been popping up all over the place.
Yeah.
When do we ever stop?
Then I burnt out, and now
Brick's got an easy job. He's a teacher. He doesn't have to do anything at work. Who are we kidding?
Just shape and mold the future.
That's right. There's no responsibilities there. Just goes to work and sits at his desk and eats a turkey sub. He's like Jack Black at work.
Yeah, it's like we were just talking about. I don't sit at work either, and that's why I don't sit here either. It's actually kind of weird for me. And it was also because I was hurting my back leaning over on my desk to like do unbox some things. And then, I just got into the whole standing thing.
And I had one of those stand-up desks when I worked in an office. It was amazing.
Oh, this is not an actual stand-up desk.
But
yes,
at work, it's nice being able to stand up, right? It's just great.
This is a plastic Sterilite or Lifetime, fold-out table on top of a couch.
Yeah.
Being held up by some books to even it out.
My desk at work is literally a bedside table that somebody left in the dining room. So I took it for my desk. My chair, I took off the patio. My laptop, somebody passed away and nobody claimed her laptop. My desk, or my office, I squatted in an office when somebody left. Like, I literally have nothing from my work. Like, it's so crazy. Like, I've just cobbled together this little area for me to work.
Is this like a private facility or?
No, it's a huge fucking corporation.
And they don't buy any equipment.
I was going to say, because it sounds like a public school.
Right?
Well,
we have like 170 something patients at max capacity. Like, it's a huge place with a big corporation. But
well, I will say, as anybody knows, when it comes to a huge corporate machine, there we go. I can speak English. One of the things they do is they invest the least amount of money in their employees.
Yeah. Always.
Yep.
Unless it's something they can get sued for, then they're usually put all sorts of money into the safety. But
well, that's what they spend all their money on is the legal teams, so that they can get away with all the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm at the point now where I'm just kind of waiting for a new management because I've been through 3 different management teams already, so I'm just kind of waiting for the next one to come through. It's like maybe it'll get a little bit better because it's pretty bad right now.
Yeah, I do the exact same thing. Just you don't like your boss, just wait around. He'll be gone eventually. They'll try somebody else.
Yeah. The one job I was there for 15 years, and in 15 years we had 8 general managers. So it was like every year and a half to 2 years, it's like they're coming in with their own ideas, and you build up a rapport with this dude so you can get promoted or switch jobs or whatever. Then they're gone. It's like you're starting from ground zero every 2 years. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's kind of how it is where I'm at too. I mean, I've seen worse. I've been in places where it's like literally every few months you have a new manager.
Oh,
so.
Yeah. Hey, man, I was 100% an anomaly at GameStop being at the same store for 8 years. And that's mostly not saying that nobody works there for 8 years, because there are some people that are still working there now that were working there when I was. They move you around so much. So the fact that I was a staple in one store for 8 years, that was...
Yeah, that doesn't happen in retail, especially in small stores. It's like GameStop.
No. Especially like as you move up the chain, they want you to move around so you can experience what it's like at different locations doing different things. I just did not have that ability to travel. So... like I was at my store. That's not saying I wasn't willing to figure out accommodations, I was just in a unique position that they allowed me to stay at the one store. They had other people come in from other stores that trained me.
I think Neil put it best
Rick,
right here. This is how it is. You just almost get your manager trained and then he fucking leaves.
Yep.
Is that Elkhorn? Yeah,
It sure
that
is.
figure was so much better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
One blew me away.
Gorgeous.
He is fantastic. He is definitely on my list because I did get him this year. I don't even know, was he last year or this year? But he's on my list.
I got him this year.
NECA really blew it out of the, blew up with that fucking D&D stuff, man. They did such a good job on those characters.
Yeah, they did.
They really did.
Are they doing new ones or are they just doing the recolors?
Right now they're doing recolors, but I think
I've
they're
only
supposed
heard
to
about
expand the wave.
Yeah, that's what I heard, but no like official announcement yet that I've heard.
Because they're still supposed to do that. They had that, what was the Barbarians dude's name, or like the ogre type dude that was from the original toy line. He had like the fur around his thing or the chain around him. What the hell was his name? I had him as a kid.
Yeah.
I can't remember either, but
they
were supposed to do them, but I haven't
The old
heard
LJ.
Yeah, I haven't heard any new updates on anything yet. So.
Right.
But they did start. They are re-releasing their Planet of the Apes line, so I'm excited about that.
Did you see the movie?
I haven't seen the new movie yet. Luke and I are going to go see it when we have time.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Oh man, we talked about it before, but what about Mad Max? You guys do Mad Max?
Yeah, no.
I need to see that.
I gotta see that. I just watched the original Mad Max, and then I watched what was it? Road Warrior was first, right? Road Warrior or Mad Max?
Yeah.
Was first? Road Warrior
was the first one. Mad Max.
Yeah.
No, it was the other way.
Yeah.
No.
Mad Max, then Road Warrior,
first,
then
Then Thunderdome.
Then
Yeah,
Thunderdome,
you're right.
yeah. So and then I didn't get to see Thunderdome, but then I watched the one with Tom Hardy, whatever that.
I enjoyed the one with Tom Hardy as much as people kind of give that crap. I actually really enjoyed it. I'm a little bit more upset that they couldn't just continue with him because he's not the new one, right? Who's the new guy?
Wait,
there
he is.
Tom Hardy is.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I was
Good.
confused. I thought people loved.
Yeah.
I'm
Furiosa is a prequel to that.
Okay, I get it now.
New
That's
one is
what I
prequel to
was
that
misunderstanding. You know, without
Charlie
actually,
Theron's character.
without actually watching a lot of ad TV lately, I miss out on a lot of things.
No, it's really, really good. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I really enjoyed it. Like going back to the conversations around storytelling, like somebody else in the chat was saying that too. Has anybody seen it? And I was like, yeah, man. And that's the kind of storytelling I like. They did such a good job of like bringing these characters that you get, there's a lot of characters that are from the previous movie that like all of those are just like, I don't know. They don't really give you like, you don't know who Morden Joe is. You don't know who half of his crew is, but they still manage to tell you a story and give each of those people kind of like some time and some meaning in a way that, sorry to bring it back, X-Men 97 simply didn't do. But
without spoiling the Furiosa movie, do they explain what the silver spray paint is for? Or how that starts?
No. Explain? No. They don't do a lot of explaining in Mad Max in general. There's some of it, but no one explains it. I just like, I don't know. That's what I love about these movies. They don't explain a whole lot, but it's also not like hard for you to kind of pick up what you need, right? It's like, clearly they're like culty and it's, whatever.
They're just huffing it for the
for that, and it's Chrome, right? They worship Chrome. They worship so it's like, witness me. That stuff is like brilliant. It's like it says so much in just like that line and that act. Like, witness me. I don't know. That stuff's brilliant, man. And I've been a sucker for like post-apocalyptic stuff
Oh,
since I
yeah.
was a kid. So Barbarians, post-apocalyptic.
There isn't enough post-apocalyptic movies like Mad Max nowadays. They're all sad stories like The Road and the one with Denzel Washington where he's end up being blind and he's got the
Book of Eli.
Yeah, Book
That's
of
Book
Eli.
of Eli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
The
great
Road is
movies, but they're all just really like
novel,
slow, and deep.
Fallout. The Fallout show has been really popular. That might be changing.
Yeah.
Fallout definitely services that.
I need to watch that.
Yeah, Fallout was totally like also inspired by
Well, I remember those
So,
games when they
the
first
original-
came out.
The original Fallout was the two inspirations that they took to make the game was a video game called Wasteland, which is a post-apocalyptic game, and Mad Max.
Yep.
Mad Max is actually killed in the game. Like you find his body, and the original dog meat was Mad Max's
His dog. Yep.
So, yeah.
And I love that they've kept those staples around too.
Okay, here's the thing that is new to me that I guess has been going around the internet. So it's not a spoiler, it's not confirmed or anything, but I love this idea that the Tom Hardy Mad Max that we saw is not actually the same Mad Max as what's his nuts?
Mel Gibson.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, Mel Gibson.
I'm okay with that.
And that even on top of that, that it's that sort of almost mute kid from the second from Road Warrior. I don't know if you remember that kind of feral kid.
Oh, the one that was feral. Yeah, the one that was climbing through the holes and stuff.
Yeah,
the boomerang.
I saw this. This was like a Screen Crush video, I think. But they're like pointing out how like he had that. He gave that kid that little music box in Road Warrior, and Mad Max, quote unquote, that we see in Fury Road had, or was it Furiosa? Fury Road. I mixed it up.
Road. Yeah.
Had that same music box and like barely spoke a little, but barely spoke, and totally looks different. And I was like, oh, that actually would be kind of cool. Not that, again, I don't need it explained, but it's
a cool tie-in though, for sure. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Those are great films. And I love
that's one of the things about a lot of movies though. Like when you have a sequel or something that comes out, 25, 30 years later, they don't explain how the same character is the same age, but everything is completely different.
Right.
Well, I think too, we have an obsession with things being canon or having to explain things. It's a very American concept. But if you take the second and third movies, it doesn't make any sense. There's characters that are in both movies that don't know each other and things like that. I think we need to just take it for what it is, which is entertainment. And
that's a problem with a lot of movies nowadays is that they try to explain a lot of things in so many movies because that's what people need nowadays is they need everything explained to them. Like, how many movies do you watch nowadays that you don't know who the bad guy is within the first 5 minutes of the movie? Back in the day, it was like, you're always like, oh, it's that guy. And then it'd be somebody completely different, right? It's like,
yep. That's, but I know, like, there's, Brick was talking about watching anime and stuff like that. Now, I don't watch very much modern anime, but I know when I was younger, I did, and they'd have like an OVA, original video animation, would come out. Like one of my favorites was El Hazard, and it was amazing, and I loved El Hazard. And then they're like, hey, they did an El Hazard TV show, and I was like, God, I can't wait for them to continue that story. And it wasn't. It was just like a retelling of the same story, just in a long series instead of a short one. And that was one of those things that like other countries don't care about, like things being canon and making sense the way that Americans do. It's just kind of a weird.
Same with like a lot of the
cultural thing
anime
that we
movies.
have.
Like it'll just be a story with those characters, not necessarily in the plot or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Because I'm a big Macross fan, and I know Macross Front. I watch Macross Frontier, and it's one of the best anime that I've ever seen. And then they announced the movie, and I was like, yeah, more from those characters. And it's just like what you're talking about. It's like it's a story with those characters, but it doesn't really connect to like the show. So yeah. If you tried to do that with an American show, though, I think everybody would riot. You know, like, that doesn't make any sense. It has to make sense. So
It's funny. Yeah, when did that happen? Because I remember watching Highlander, and then you watch Highlander 2, and Sean Connery shows up, and you're just like,
right,
all right, cool.
right.
It happened. I
It
think
had to
probably
be around
the 90s that started
in the
really
90s.
happening.
Yeah.
It was probably Highlander that started it.
Probably.
Right. I think with the advent of the internet, it was so much easier to get information.
Yep, I agree.
Look into things, you know, that we just didn't
yeah, really.
care
That's
about
probably what it
before.
was. Once the World Wide Web really blew up, that's when everything had to make sense, because everybody's like, even in comic books, they're like, that's not continuity. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, TV made a shift too, because it used to just be episode, and then it started like becoming long form. So
yeah, back in the day, you might get like a TV show that had 2 parts that was continued from one week to the next, but that was about the extent of it. It was like it was never every week was just a continuation of that last story. It was like
Except for soap operas.
Except for soap operas, but. Most TV shows were just, this is what's happening this time. The heroes are going to figure it out, and then it's all going to be over with. Moving on to the next. I mean, the A-Team was solving
Thanos...
mysteries that were, 6-year-long mysteries within like half an hour. So, I mean.
Right. Well, Thanos brought it up earlier. Back then, it was about syndication. So everything had to reset at the end of each episode because they might replay them in a different order on a different channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So...
and there is something to that form of storytelling. I mean, I always like shows where it's an overarching story. As long as it's well crafted, and you can kind of do a hybrid of the two, right? Where like each episode is its own individual contained story with some overarching elements at the end that culminate into something. Like, that to me is always the best way to do the storytelling.
Farscape did a great job of that, because it was a lot of episodic stuff, but then the stuff they would pull out and be like, well, remember these guys, they have this, we'll go do that, like, and all the character development and stuff.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of that. Even we were talking about, because doing the Egyptian gods and Stargate did a really good job of that too, where it was, again, a lot of individual episodical, like we're visiting this world, we're visiting that world, but then elements of that would build into a much larger thing at the end of the season, and I just prefer that.
Yeah, I just think that sometimes now with the way we are, not us as individuals, but as a culture, sometimes there's a really good show or movie that isn't appreciated for what I say a lot that I enjoy it for what it is, like maybe we overanalyze some things and force ourselves not to enjoy them, which is kind of unfortunate.
Look at Star Wars, for example, or maybe X-Men 97.
Yeah, I was going to say X-Men 97.
We can't overanalyze X-Men 97.
It.
Yeah.
No, I get that. I 100%.
They didn't give us enough time to think.
I wasn't calling anybody out. I just meant as an overall.
No.
I was.
Yeah.
Right, Ed was. Yeah.
Ed'll call everybody out. He don't even care.
That's right. That damn jilted brick guy down in the corner.
X-Men hurt me.
But
it's the 90s.
Like for me, like with Fallout, so Fallout 1 and 2 were done by a company called Black Isle. And they were owned by, I think, Interplay, and then Interplay sold off the rights to Fallout to Bethesda. Well, Bethesda rented the rights to do the game Fallout 3, and then they made so much money off of it that they are actually able to buy the property. Black Isle went out of business, and the people that worked for Black Isle became Obsidian, and then Bethesda hired Obsidian to do Fallout New Vegas, before continuing on with Fallout 4. So, you know, I keep seeing Speaking Moistly say, you know, that Fallout New Vegas is the best. If you like that kind of storytelling, you know, it's a different company doing the game, so they tell the stories different. And I think sometimes Bethesda's games get hated on a little too much just because they're different. They're not bad
because they're so immersive
different
and big, right?
Right. You know, and now I like the original 2 Fallout games the best because those are my nostalgia games. But I'm
well,
not
they were also
say that
played a lot differently too, right? They were played a lot differently than Fallout 3. You know, Bethesda turned Fallout 3 into post-apocalyptic Elder Scrolls series, really. And the great thing about New Vegas was there was a lot of people that jumped onto Fallout 3 who had never played 1 or 2 or had no idea about it. You know, just because, again, it was a completely different game format. Bethesda was riding high off of releasing a console version of Morrowind and then Oblivion. And now it was like, okay, we got Fallout 3. This is doing really good. But there are a lot of people that had no idea about any of the backstory. And although there was call-outs in Fallout 3, it wasn't very immersive. So having the team at Obsidian, and I got to say, Fallout New Vegas is probably the best game that Obsidian has ever done because everything else they've touched just seemed like shit shows. And that's not
they have a tendency not to finish games, but
yeah, they have a very not good track record, which is funny because, again, when they were Dark Isle and they made Fallout 1 and 2, they were amazing.
Amazing.
But then, yeah, like it just, you know, like it caught people up on a lot of the lore and stuff with Fallout. And I think that was good going into Fallout 4. Where they were like, okay, well, now we're going to introduce even more new elements to this game. Now, I owe Speaking Moistly a spin for that tip earlier, so I'm going to do that real quick.
Oh,
wee! Ow!
Oh, he got a wee and an ow.
You almost got a shit fuck damn.
Right.
Night, Neil.
You know, where I was going with that, though, like they get a lot of criticism, not just Bethesda. Bethesda was an example, but I feel the same way about Dungeons and Dragons. Like each 5th edition is by far the most popular edition of Dungeons and Dragons, but it's also the most simple version. You know, and like me, I'm an old school nerd. I miss the math. You know, I actually enjoyed THACO. But you know, a lot of people criticize Bethesda for simplifying. Each new game that comes out is easier to play. They're reaching a larger audience because you don't have to be a math nerd, or you know, you don't want to sit down and research a game for a few days before you play it. So even though they're getting those criticisms by the hardcore fan bases, and it's the same thing with shows and movies, they're actually hitting a wider audience because it is simplified and easier and not as complex.
And you need to hit a wider audience.
Back when we were kids, Joe, like playing D&D was an event, right? Like when you played D&D, it was the whole thing. Like, you know, we had guys when I played, we'd show up, you know, we'd have figures made of our character, or we'd dress up like whatever we were, you know what I mean? Like it was an event. Now it's just a game, right? It's now just a game that everybody gets together and plays.
Right.
You know, so there's no investment in it. Like I told you guys before, I have an uncle who plays a D&D game with his best friend, and he lives in California. My uncle lives here in New York, and they've been playing the same game since they were in the Marine Corps when my uncle was 18. He's like 65 now, and it's the same game that's continued on.
Incredible.
You know, it's just amazing. Every year they get together once or twice a year, and they just now they're doing it online so they can play more often. So it's like,
you know, it's funny because they talk about gatekeeping. Maybe I'm going to go off on a little bit of a rant, but you know, they talk about gatekeeping. and but that's not how I feel about it. Like I did enjoy that it was complex math. When I was younger, I was different. I was the comic book cartoon kid, and I didn't fit in with the popular kids and things like that. D&D gave me like my club, you know. This was a group of friends that we didn't fit in with everybody else, but we had this thing, this Dungeons and Dragons that we would get together and have a good time, and it didn't matter what anybody else thought of us. And so for me, it's not gatekeeping. Like it's not that I don't want people to have fun, but there's that bit of me inside that's like, hey man, you're messing with my thing, you know. And at the same time, I encourage everyone to play Dungeons and Dragons because it's freaking awesome.
Right.
To be a wizard on weekends. But you know, like I get it, I understand, but sometimes we cheat ourselves a little bit with, you know, whatever our
the good thing is though, is like
be a little too critical of things we like.
If you get like my son plays Dungeons and Dragons, well, he was with some of his friends, right? There's like 5 of them that played together. The one friend's dad that got him started is an old school D&D guy. So he started them off on the easy shit, but then brought them back to the old way of doing it, you know, so they could see how the game was really played and really got them in depth, you know. So it was like that's a cool way to get into it, to go back and learn how to do it, you know, the full way.
It is. So
but you got to have that
actual
person.
Favorite. Yeah. My actual favorite role-playing game is Pathfinder. First edition, which is super complex. My kids all started with 5th edition. Well, my oldest boy started with 4th edition, but you know, they mostly have played 5th edition D&D, which is the easy version. And then you're right, I worked them backwards into, hey, you guys are having fun with this. Let's play some Pathfinder. And I know none of them enjoy it as much as I do, because, you know, I'm the type of person like, I'm going to sit down for 5 hours and research characters, you know, and backgrounds and what feats to take and what skills will complement those, you know, and just all that type of stuff. But I think most people aren't like that, you know, that they just want to sit down. I hear about kids now that play D&D on their lunch break at school.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Like how do you
the
have
version
enough
of
time
D&D
for that campaign?
There's no way I could have done that with, like, you know, 2nd edition D&D. It's just way too complicated. You'd never get anything done in that short of an amount of time.
We were busy gambling, playing poker and euchre when I was in lunch anyway. Quicker games,
right?
Shooting cracks at the lunch table.
Right.
I think that's why I like Magic. It was a game you could, like, I mean, you could have long games, but you could play some quick games on lunches and stuff.
But you know, speaking of games like that, like they've made Monopoly express rules now, so you can play Monopoly and not have it be a 4-hour game. It can be a half-hour game. It's like all these games are doing that now.
I've been too tarnished with Monopoly to give a shit.
Yeah.
I get enough in the Monopoly in real life. I'm okay with not playing.
I stopped playing Monopoly because when we played with a family, my ex-wife would always win, but she was fucked up with money when we were together in real life. So I don't know how the fuck she always won.
It's like my dad.
Because it wasn't her money in the game.
Jesus Christ.
My dad was such a jerk playing Monopoly, but he was like the nicest guy, like in real life. But when he was playing Monopoly, he was just an ass. Like, it was not
You
fun.
should see me on one of our family game nights. You want to talk about an asshole playing games? Sit down with me for a game of Skippo, and I will ruin your life.
That's how I am with Phase 10. Ah, you fucker, I got you.
Oh, it's another great one, though. Oh, man. Dang, I really busted my knee on that last.
Well, Cobb said he was going to set you up a GoFundMe for your knee, so.
Right. Well, we got the tip jar, folks. You can tip and get a spin where I'll just bang it up even more. Go buy some merch too. Then no spin required.
Yeah.
You're gonna get the official Oz beanie and the Oz shirts.
They're all up there. I'm going to be working on some new designs. I'm going to be working on an actual channel mascot. Oh, not the dashboard. They don't want to log into the dashboard.
No, I didn't put the dashboard up, did I?
That's what that's what it says. Can't log into the dashboard.
Nope.
Then it's going to kick me out of the stream, and they're going to ask for a code. They're going to be bouncing back and forth with Ed, trying to figure out how to put the code in there.
I got the wrong link. That's all. Damn it.
Yeah.
There we go. Good thing you noticed that. I wouldn't have even thought about it. Getting too
Well,
fucking
I
late.
can read the chat just fine, and actually, like, I noticed this arm on here pulls it out far enough that I don't feel like I have to do this if I'm trying to highlight stuff. That's not too bad. Yep. Yes. Got the... Well, it's two-sided, but they don't show you the other side of the mug there. So, speaking moistly, that'll be a surprise for you when you get the mug. The other side of the mug, there's another logo on there that you get to see. Another part to it. But yes, I was working today on drawing up and making an actual channel mascot. So there will be a upcoming channel mascot that'll be logo printed on stuff, and going to be a couple more shirt designs and some other stuff that's going on there. They're limited in the amount or the different types of products that you can do, but you can continue to come up with designs to put on them. So I've actually held back a few. I didn't just like put everything up there all at once, so that way, like, as time goes on, I can continue to introduce new merch, so that people have a reason to go back and be like, oh, hey, yeah, I want this or I want that. And for my Patreon, there will be some Patreon exclusive stuff that I'm going to figure out how to do, so that'll be offered to patrons of the channel exclusively. Just because, again, I always try to give out bonuses for any of that extra support that I can get. And this is why I need that extra support, so I get stuff like a new computer and not be stuck using this phone, which is, you know, I got to say, it's lasted really well. From 100%, I'm just hitting 31%. It does get slowed down quite a bit while it's plugged in. It's not draining nearly as fast as I thought it would. Last night, we were on for like half hour.
It was 34 minutes.
Test. Yeah. We did a test last night, and I was at 30%, and it dropped me down to like 10% in that 30 minutes. Whereas having it plugged in earlier and having it plugged in now has slowed that descent into zero drastically. So I'm happy about that, because that means I can continue to do the live streams. It's just not going to be... I mean, it's going to be the clubhouse no matter how it's done.
Yeah.
Whether it's Ed taking full control and doing the whole thing, or, you know, partnering with me like tonight, or then Punk getting it going on his channel, which he did last week, which really helped out. I appreciate you guys for taking over. And
not a problem, man. Got to keep the clubhouse going. It's everybody's fun hangout on Saturday nights, man.
That's right. We're a bunch of, you know, we're a bunch of middle-aged guys that don't do anything anymore. We don't go out to bars and drink because we spend all of our money on toys. So we got to have someplace to hang out and have fun.
I mean, if you guys were prettier girls, it'd be a lot more fun. But, you know, they would all want my money anyway.
So pretty girl. Thank you very much.
You know,
I have a disturbing picture I could show you.
They don't want my money, so it wouldn't matter anyway, because I don't have any. So it wouldn't do any good to have them be pretty girls.
Ken, glad you could join.
Hey, Ken.
If I skipped any more clubhouses, you'd have to take my name out of the introduction. So, you know, I was reading the terms of the contract, and in that thou shall something, but with a loophole in the contract, it doesn't specify the duration. You got to be on clubhouse. So in theory, you could just do that. Like, you could just show up and then go, okay, peace out, you know, forever and ever. So, you know, but yeah.
So, well, Oz had the Tracksuit Mafia lined up to come get you if you didn't show up this week. So
that's right. I bought them all from Helado.
Apparently. All right.
So I just want to answer
I got nothing to
Frisco's
add.
question real quick. I played Shadowrun and Cyberpunk. They're both pretty cool games. I think I liked Cyberpunk a little better. Both of them have, in my opinion, kind of clunky systems, but some Cyberpunk figures would be awesome, like good, high-quality Cyberpunk figures, especially if we could get some vehicles with them. Ooh, that would be fantastic.
Very cool.
But I think that I am going to go ahead and check out, guys. I've been up since 4:30 in the morning, and it's almost midnight here, so I'm all out of gas.
Later, Joe.
I got to be checking out too soon, Oz.
All right. Well, I can keep it going for as long as the phone lasts here.
I have a going away party for my daughter today because she is going to be
Oh,
leaving. Go ahead, Joe. You want to say something?
Oh, I just wanted to say good night.
All right, we'll see you later, Joe. Have a good one, brother.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
having me on,
Joe.
guys. I
Thank you for
appreciate
being
it.
here, brother.
man.
Good night. You bet.
My daughter is shipping out Wednesday morning for the Air Force, so we're having a going away party tomorrow for her. So
awesome. That is really, really cool. And oh man.
So
Did all your kids end up in the service?
Luke is,
right?
and now Isabel is going in. So
Both of them.
two
And
out
how
of
old
the
is
three.
Isabel?
21.
21.
Yeah. So 2 out of the 3. But
And
my
it's Air
my
Force
oldest had
and
both Air Force.
both Air Force.
Yep.
My oldest has learning disability, so she can't go in there. So, as well as some other issues. So. But yeah, she was actually not planning on leaving this soon, and then they gave her a special offer with a nice big bump to sign up and go, and she took it. So
There we go. Todd C. Thank you.
So, Ken, I don't know how much of it you caught earlier, but, since Punk's not here, for any tips that I get, because I was able to set up a tip jar, I am doing the spins at the cost of my knees, but I'm doing spins.
The little $2 wee.
I told Oz he just has a problem, though, because his feet actually touch the floor, so it's harder for him to spin around and go wee.
Right? Like, I'm not dangling enough to actually do it. Like, I had to move my one desk weight just so I could get most of the way around. And then I was like, all right, well, if I back up a little bit, I could do the full spin. And I backed up, and then I banged my knee into another piece of furniture over here. I was like, okay, maybe not. For those of you that don't know, I sit at a desk job, so I actually keep my weights right next to the desk, so that way throughout my day I can actually just do a couple of curls in between calls and whatnot. It's important to have that kind of stuff. Doesn't do much for the legs, but
Every day is leg day.
that's right. When you weigh 300 plus pounds and you walk around as much as I do, every day is leg day.
Cardio day. Run.
Ken, you
run,
ready
run,
for
run,
Joe
run,
Fest?
I guess so.
You let me know if Lawrence puts too much of a pain in your ass. I'll take care of him for you.
By the time I see Lawrence, I'll just be so relieved to be there. It won't even matter. I don't like travel that much, but I've got to get on a 6 a.m. flight here. I've got to hit Minneapolis, and then it's an 80-minute stopover before my connector flight to Charlotte. Now, I was worried about that, and I told I told Steve to get a hold of the travel agent and said, is 80 minutes enough time? What if there's a flight delay and everything? And hold on a second, Ken. Minneapolis airport is not like Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like you're gonna have to hot foot it, several miles to get somewhere.
Yeah.
All the Delta, if you're staying on Delta Airlines, all the gates are right there. If you're going to a Delta connector flight, someone else probably is too. They'll probably wait for you if the plane is delayed, and the airport's like a fraction the size. So don't even worry about it. And I'm like, are you sure? Because I'd love a 2-hour layover would be a lot better to use the bathroom and everything like that. He's like, don't even worry about it. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'll be meeting Mega
Chicago
J.
Midway. When you fly into Chicago Midway, you can do it within like a 45-minute, 60-minute layover because it's just that small of an airport.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Minneapolis is really small, but it's a fraction of Atlanta, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, Chicago Midway is like the same. That's what I'm saying. They're small compared to Atlanta and Denver.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, and I've heard Charlotte's a bit bigger, but that's different. You land, Mega J will get to Charlotte before me by at least an hour and a half, and so he's gonna go grab the rental car first, and then we'll make the trek down.
You flying in Thursday?
I'm flying in Thursday. I'll be staying at the Marriott, so my flight lands at 4:45. Eastern time on that Thursday. Mega J should have the car by that point, assuming I can jump out, get my luggage, be out of the airport by 5:30. We should be able to get there before 9 o'clock, and that assumes we stop for dinner. So, right, if we just go straight, we'll even get there earlier. So we'll be in the lobby at a good hour that night, right?
Yeah. I'm driving down Thursday morning. We're leaving at like 5 a.m. That'll put us there about 5 p.m. So
how long's the drive for you? Oh, he just told me.
Yeah, it's like 12 hours.
He just told me. He just said.
I was going to say it's a half a day because it was about 9? It was about 9 or 10 hours from where I'm at, so I'm only about 3.5 hours south ahead.
Yeah.
We'd like to get some more traction for Delta 17 because right now we came out during a period where, what do you call it? Where a lot of other lines were coming out, like AWOC's Kickstarter was going on. There was just a lot happening at the time. So there was that initial wave, and then what'll happen is the sales will slow down. Then all of a sudden, someone will discover the line and buy like all 12 figures plus multiple army builders, and then get some more for their friends. Then it'll slow down. Then someone else will place a massive order. So it's this sort of like wave that we know.
Hills and valleys, man. Hills and valleys.
If we can spread the word more, then we can sustain the high pace because we see we see the potential. We see what the good days look like. We're like, oh, well, we should get that more often. Now, our exclusive is going to we're going to unveil the exclusive on Friday.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw your hint for it the other day.
Well, if you want next weekend's clubhouse, we can do a Delta 17 clubhouse.
I'll talk to Steve because maybe I have time next weekend. I should be able to jump on a little earlier next week. Yeah.
Okay. Either way, we can send Steve the link, and
we can do
Ed
something.
was bringing up something good.
I was saying you got your show today with Lawrence, right? Later today. Well, today for me anyway, because it's 3 o'clock.
Well, it is today for me as well because it's just past midnight where we are on the West Coast.
Right. And
it's going to be a great show for you guys, though, man.
Yes, Stanley.
Joe Fest. That's
I want you to come. I want you to come. Come along, Brick.
Me? Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna be elsewhere.
I was going to say you're going to be vacationing at that point. And another really cool part of the world that I'm jelly of too.
I will be exploring the world of anime. No, I'll be in Japan.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Nice. Oh, that'll be awesome.
Yeah. I wanted to. I mean, it's so cool. Here, listening to you and Mega J talk about it last night, I was just like, oh man, there's gonna be all these people there. But
do you know Phil from Treasures for Trigger? Do you know that channel? Okay, he's in Japan, so
okay.
You're both patrons of Toy Connections. So
Treasures for Trigger.
Treasures for Trigger. Phil, the guy from New Zealand. You and him might wanna link up.
Yeah, because there's not going to be many occasions where Phil can meet most of us being where he's at and us traveling over there. That'd be a good opportunity.
I'm totally subscribed, but he's never popped up on my feed.
Yeah, he loves his vintage toys. A lot to talk about.
Cool.
Loves vintage. He's a great guy too. Absolute heart of gold.
Absolutely.
Well, it doesn't mean anything if you're sub to him and it doesn't pop up. It just means you haven't watched any of his stuff, so it's not going to keep giving it to you.
Yeah. Well, he also hasn't made stuff in a while, right?
Yeah. Like the last thing was like a month ago he streamed.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, gentlemen, I got to get one out of here. So you all have a go. And you got this, Oz? You sure?
Yeah, I should be all right. I mean, it may mean we'll cut it a little short tonight, but that's never an issue. We've already been going for 5 hours, so test was successful enough last night. It held up throughout most of tonight for a full length stream. I'm confident in the phone tiding me over until the full investment could be made for the good computer.
All right, you fellas have a good one. I'll catch you all later.
Later.
Appreciate it. Man. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man. I wanted to be back for Oz's return.
I
haven't
thank
been
you.
Able to be on for the last couple of weeks.
Well, I appreciate you being here, Brick, because you are a mainstay and a staple of this channel, of this show. You were one of my very first guests coming on and doing it when we did the unbox of another Figura Obscura. So
Yep. Ken, did you get in on the? I'm trying to remember from last. You didn't get in on those Egyptian figures, right?
I didn't. There's so much on the go. Like,
I know. Yeah,
I'm kind of getting to the point where when a box comes in, from wherever, and you go, oh crap, I gotta open that now too, right? I know that's kind of like a whiny, like bitchy thing to say, but it got to that point where it's like, oh, thank God I'm caught up. Just gonna focus on life. Gonna make some content. Ding dong. Oh, the mailman's here. Please be a small box. Oh,
you come in really? That's bigger than you are.
When did I pre-order all this shit? Like it's just
my last pile of loot was a lot. Like it was a huge box and another box.
And and when I got through it, like when you get to the point where you're opening toys and you're a little bit like irritated, you've done a little too much. So as much as I'm going to hope that I secure an Anubis and Bastet later on, I can't even look at pre-orders right now.
Fathom where
again, such a dick thing to say, but like it's honest at this point.
No, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, and there's also
space danger. Where are you going to put it?
And there's also, like, I was talking to Speaking Moistly there in the chat. Like, there's toy shows going on, but like I can't go to all of them, right? So it used to be there were a bunch of shows in Vancouver. When I only did shows between Vancouver and Victoria, that meant I was only leaving town twice a year to go to Vancouver Island. So it's a short trip, relatively speaking. And then the local shows here would be like a day, right? And I'd be constantly like buying stuff and like, filling out my cabinets, but then all the extras. And sometimes it got to a point where 80% of the collection I bought would be extras. All that would go into bins and go into the toy show inventory. That's why you see me set up those booths. It's gotten to the point now where I don't do as many toy shows anymore. And people are coming to me saying, you want to buy this collection? And I'm like, I got nowhere to sell it right now. Thanks, Terry. I got nowhere to sell it right now. And I had to make a choice because I really wanted to go to the Victoria show where Speaking Moistly is at. But I also know Joe Fest is in 4 weeks and that I really want to leave town twice within a month. One's only in Victoria, but I'm still gone for the whole weekend. But then Joe Fest is a bigger trip. And I'm sitting here going, look, I got to come back. I got to get the live stream going for the Joe Fest exclusive. I promised Lawrence I'd be here. I don't want to be streaming from the ferry while I'm coming back. You know what I mean? There's just so much going on now. I wish I could have gone to that show, but I'm so toyed out in terms of like I need to recharge my battery, or I'll be going to Joe Fest not wanting to look at toys if I went this weekend. So yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, next weekend we can definitely do a Delta 17 show, even if you can't make it on like from start or whenever. That's fine. We can make sure that Steve gets the link when Steve can jump on. I've still got a couple of Delta 17 action figures I haven't even opened yet because I was waiting for you and I to be able to record, and who knows when I'll be able to get that to work at this point. Because
don't hold it aside for us. I mean, we've got a collaboration in the works already, so it's
yeah.
Actually, we've got more than one. We've collaborated a bunch of times. We're just gonna finally put the first one on your channel. So
yeah. Exactly. So it's just fun being able to network and work with people. I mean, we all spend a lot of time watching each other's content and talking in chats here and there. That it's nice when we actually get to be able to record and do stuff together. And that's why I'm bummed out. Having to cancel all the Joe Fest plans, but like the more and more I thought about it. Yeah, well, there's always next year, right? And then there's
There's also PowerCon next year.
Other shows, right? PowerCon, stuff like that. Like, you know, there are going to be other chances for the meetups to happen. I'm just pissed because it's like a month out now. I'm like, can't do it. So we will definitely, within the next year, we'll be meeting.
Absolutely. Can't wait. Yeah.
You know, I will say this about what TJC is putting up here, mentioning about getting a few of you on gaming memories. Hopefully when I buy the new computer, I'm not looking for like a high-end gaming laptop or anything like that, or, you know, gaming rig. But what I am planning on trying to buy is going to be something that can handle the workload that it would take to do something like that. Much better than what I was using before, because before it wouldn't work. Like that thing was struggling just to do StreamYard. So with share screen and everything. So being able to invest in something that I could do a possible gaming stream would be nice. You know, I've been able to use my tablet and play Minecraft a bit lately, and that's been a lot of fun getting back into playing on that. So hopefully I'll get something that I can do a little bit more with.
Yeah, I enjoyed talking Halo with Terry there.
Oh man, it's one of my favorite. Like when it comes to the shooter franchises, Halo is hands down my favorite. You know, period. I enjoy.
I'll be playing some tomorrow. I got the boy into Halo Reach, so he's like, "We're gonna play tomorrow, right?" I'm like, "Yep, we'll do a few levels tomorrow." You know,
I have a lot of fond memories of. My cousin was the one who got me into playing Halo on the original Xbox, and we used to play a lot of split screen running through the campaign. And then 360 came out.
Yeah.
I didn't have a 360 back when they first initially launched. As a matter of fact, like my big game system was the PS2 for years, well after PS2 was no longer the premier system. But while working at GameStop, I managed to save up, trade in all my PS2 stuff, eventually got a 360, got online with Xbox Live. And with that, I was, of course, playing Halo 3 because it's like, oh, cool. Now I got this Xbox system. I can play the next game in the Halo line and start playing that online with friends. Then ODST came out. That was the first Halo game that came out after I was working at GameStop.
I got to ask you, should I play ODST?
It's a fun side story. If you want brutes and hunters to be scary as fuck, yes.
Okay.
Because you're not a Spartan in ODST.
I know you're an ODST. So
yeah,
that's the one I haven't. That's the one I haven't played. Because I think while the Halo games are backwards compatible, you need a special memory card. So I can't play my Halo 1 on there, and I really want my son to play Halo 1. So I bought the anniversary edition of Combat Evolved.
Yeah.
But another option is ODST. So I'm debating whether we're going to do the campaign for ODST, because that'll be another one that I buy. So it's a good. I heard it's a shorter story. So yeah.
It's a shorter story, but the way the game plays out, it's very different. It's very different from what you're used to.
But it's still a shooter. It's just a story's different.
Oh yeah, it's definitely still a shooter. All the game mechanics are virtually the same. It's just how it plays out because of the way the map is in the world in that game. Like you're in a city, and
you're in New Mombasa. Yeah,
right. You're going through that city, but like certain areas of the city are locked off. By the end of the game, as you play through each of the team members' levels, more and more of the city becomes available, and you got to travel through. And if you're trying to 100% complete it like I was, that becomes a really big pain by the end of the game, because you're trying to lock down, what is it, terminals? There's different terminals.
We would just want to finish the main camp. We would just want to finish the main
finishing the story you can run through relatively easy. Me, I wanted 100% the game, because when Halo Reach was coming out, in Halo Reach's armory, based off of achievements within previous Halo games, unlocked pieces of armor that were exclusive. So like me and a bunch of my friends, we were going back and we were like 100%ing Halo 3, 100%ing ODST, so that we could have all those armor unlocks. But Halo Reach was the one that when it came out, me and the guys were like on that game nonstop, like, you know, doing the campaign, getting all the achievements, and then spending hours and hours and hours just playing it online with the different game modes.
Halo 2 was my big
fun.
Xbox Live game.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, part of it was just getting the credits you needed to unlock all the different armors in the armory too, because like you wanted to build your custom Spartan, so you wanted to unlock certain pieces of armor, and it cost different amounts of credits, so you had to grind it out, you know, to get some of those.
I have a Halo question, Halo story. Is it like one continuous story kind of thing, or are they like more like?
Pretty close to continuous.
Halo 1, 2, and 3, continuous story, like basically where 1 leaves off, 2 picks up, 2 leaves off, 3 kind of picks up right after that kind of thing. Halo 3 ODST is a side story.
Yeah.
And then Halo Reach,
it's the prequel.
You know, it's the prequel to everything.
I'm going to tell you what Halo Reach is. It's Rogue One.
Yes. It is Rogue One. And
that's the analogy Brick will understand. It's Rogue One.
Yeah. It's 100% Rogue One.
Is the story large like that, like a Star Wars kind of thing, or is it like a single character that you follow?
It's very personal for Halo 1, 2, and 3, but Halo 1 is very much one character. Halo 2 expands on that. Halo 3 expands even more. I think they realized they had a world they could develop, and they kept going. Right? It starts out very personal. You are the Master Chief, right? And the Covenant are just nameless characters. By Halo 2,
you say
they
Master Chief, by the way, is that a name or is that a title?
Yes.
Both. It's both. It's
both. The rank of your main character is a Master Chief.
Master Chief Petty Officer.
Yeah. Right.
And
so,
did you Thanos? Did you play Halo? No.
I played Halo 3, but I only did like online. Like I never really played through the story of any of those. So it was just like murdering
around.
Right.
So basically, he just gets called Chief when they're addressing him, right? His real name is John, right?
John
117. I think John 117 is his actual name, but yeah, Chief is just what he's known as. When you say Master Chief, that's what you think of, right? Yeah. God, the parallels between Halo Reach and Star Wars Rogue One are uncanny.
I didn't put it together until you just now said it, Ken, and it's 100% accurate.
Think about how it ends, and think about how Halo. Yes. Think about how Halo. Do we care about spoilers here? Okay,
look, that game's been out for almost 20 years.
I know.
At this point, I think we can.
You know how the last scene in Rogue One is Leia getting the plans from the Death Star.
Oh shit! Yep.
Right. And all the sacrifices that are made to get the plans to Leia, so that you can open A New Hope or the Star Wars 77 film. And every time I call it A New Hope, people are like, "You must be a millennial because they didn't call it New Hope back in the
You
day."
can call it A New Hope.
Okay.
It was relabeled that by the time everybody was watching it in the 80s.
Yes.
So
yes.
You know.
And to answer speaking moistly, is that an American rank? I think it's an American Navy rank.
Yes.
So yeah, because for the space, the space theme follows the Navy ranks. So the way it is the last scene of Halo Reach is the first scene in Halo 1. And you see all the sacrifice that's made. So there's a comparable for when you see all the rebel soldiers trying to pass the Death Star plans, trying to get away from Darth Vader. That's very comparable in Halo Reach.
I see.
Right? You know, you have to sacrifice everything to get the plans to the Chief. Right? So. Yeah.
So in the Halo universe, right, mankind has traveled to the stars and they've colonized different planets and everything like that. They have this. They didn't know about the Covenant, but eventually the Covenant become known to humans, and
I'm assuming the Covenant are aliens.
Yes.
It is a group of different alien species that are all falling under one religious umbrella.
Yes.
And they are religious zealots.
Hence why it's called the Covenant. And
Yes.
for all of Halo 1, you basically just treat the Covenant as the bad guys. They are nameless, they are faceless, you don't care. Now, Oz, as soon as the opening cutscene of Halo 2 starts, all that changes.
It does, right?
Because they introduce so basically
and
you play
we're
the
going
whole
to need to
first
do
game
a
as the
video
Master
on
Chief.
this.
We're gonna need to.
We should do a video on this. But
we should.
Yeah, in the opening to Halo 2, right? So basically the Covenant has suffered their first great defeat at the end of Halo 1. It's the first time they've ever lost any kind of major thing. Up until then, they've completely dominated any race that they've come across throughout the universe. And if a lesser species doesn't exactly join the Covenant, they just glass you and exterminate you. So with Halo 2 coming into the mix, you start to find out more about the Covenant hierarchy. And one of their higher-up soldiers was dishonored and disgraced by Master Chief, essentially. And they're gonna you get into the whole okay,
you feel for him.
You do.
You feel for
really
him.
feel.
You couldn't wait to kill the Covenant elites in the whole Halo 1 game. But as soon as they introduce the Halo 2 and the Covenant side of the story, you feel for this guy. You're like, hey, these aren't just a bunch of random bad guys. Right. And basically what it is he was like the Supreme Admiral or the Admiral of the fleet that Master Chief defeated. So this Admiral, I think his name is Thel Vadam. He ends up taking the fall. He ends up kind of like being the scapegoat. Like, it was under your command, you lost, right? And he was basically exiled to death. But rather than kill him, they give him the armor of the Arbiter, which is basically, we're going to send you on a whole bunch of holy missions. They're all suicide missions. You do everything you can, but you'll die at some point. And he becomes the Arbiter. But then he goes rogue when he realizes that the people that the higher ups that sent him on these missions, it was all a scam. Like this whole religious crusade was all made up by these higher ups. So he gets the Arbiter armor and he goes up against them, and he ends up teaming with the Master Chief in Halo 3. So,
and by the end of Halo 2, there's like a whole civil war that happens.
There's a Covenant civil war at that point in time, right? So all of a sudden you started to feel for the Covenant. You're like, man, like I think I like these guys now. So they really play with your mind for what's expected to be like a Doom style, Duke Nukem style first person shooter game. You know, it's like I thought I was just playing Counter-Strike here in space. You know?
Well, that's why I asked, because I don't know much about the story. I know there was an Amazon show. I've heard people say that it's great, and other people not so much.
A lot of people say it's not great.
Yeah, and I've heard other people not so much. So I'm just kind of like, okay. And I didn't really know there was much of a story. I just always, when I played it, it was like a one-off. Hey, let's just run around and shoot each other.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
so
that
I
was
didn't really
the
know
thing.
much about the story.
Oz, I've been trying to find a way to do a Halo thing on Toy Connections, but the thing is, if it ends up like one of those complete dud videos and I spent 30 hours on it again, I'm going to be a little bit pissed, right?
Well, what we'll do is we'll broadcast it across Jay Bartlett's channel and BJC's channel, which are more gaming channels.
Talk to gaming people. Yeah.
Right? We got to talk to them so that we can get their crowds in, and that will keep your numbers boosted. And then maybe we could start thinking about doing some other history video game segments.
I would love that, right? I mean,
this is just a passion.
You know, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I know all of my old Halo buddies, they would definitely, they used to love talking with me about it for hours when we'd play the games. They would love to hear me talk about it more, because we had a lot of good fond memories of just, again, doing even just a campaign online versus doing, you know, just like
All right, I'm going over to so and so's house. We're going to play a couple of matches, SWAT or something like that, which is still one of my favorite game modes.
You know what? I think we got something here between TJC, you, and Jay Bartlett. You know, I think we got something here for Halo.
Yeah. I mean, by that point in time, like a lot of the first-person shooters that came out, you had Doom, you had Duke Nukem, you know, and those were great
Counter-Strike.
PC. Yeah, like these were all great PC titles.
Half-Life, console, Halo. I think Halo was the one that really moved it over to console game. I mean, you could argue Half-Life 2 kind of did, but I think Half-Life 1 was largely on the PC.
Yeah, Half-Life was definitely more PC. You know, Valve Studios was mainly creating stuff on PC. And you had games like, you know, again, before that, like N64 GoldenEye. That was the console shooter, right? Or Red Faction by the PS2 era was another big
one. Nothing took off to the same level as Halo. I don't think.
There was a fantasy one.
Where Call of Duty maybe did.
Stuff. After Doom.
Hexen.
Hexen, yeah. Hexen. Yeah, oh, man, I haven't thought about Hexen in years. That was a cool one. Spells. Yeah. Well, even
thanks for getting my
Halo,
creative juices flowing. Yeah.
What was the name? Marathon. Before Halo, Marathon was actually the predecessor to Halo.
Really?
Yes, the game Marathon. It's Halo, and it was a Mac only title, which is
Mac only Bungie software game.
Yeah, again,
it was software. It was by Bungie.
Yeah, Halo. It's literally Halo.
Does it use the same engine, like basically the same mechanics?
God no. Well, predecessor, because we're talking like the Marathon was out years before Halo was a thing.
1994. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. It was very, very early on along these
lines. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you guys should totally do a. That'd be fun. Just listening to the story, I'm always kind of, you know, and the story took longer than like 6 minutes. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of groundwork to cover with it.
You missed me talking trash about X-Men 97, man.
Oh, you weren't a fan?
Yeah.
Look,
he has a legitimate gripe.
But I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the X-Men, and so I'm happy. I said, I'm not trying to be political. I think it's true. I think there's a lot of value in it being revived and getting the attention. So that's cool. I guess I just don't understand the storytelling style. That's all. And I never did. In fairness, I never did in the earlier show too.
I'm going to be right back in a second here, guys. I just realized without Ed here, I can't monitor if I owe anybody a spin.
You don't. It doesn't say it. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh no, he's got a unique thing. It's not.
He's got to check his tip jar.
Oh, it's a tip jar. Okay.
He's got a whole other deal. But yeah, no.
Am I still on screen right now?
You are, but you've stopped moving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because like you guys can hear me and I can hear you, and I'm on a different tab. That's neat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're not moving though. So, but yes, we can.
There we go.
I'm not moving. You're good. You're good.
No spins.
All good.
No spins.
Okay.
Yeah. Stream Elements for a non-monetized YouTube channel. Stream Elements has some pretty simple stuff to set up to be able to enable yourself for monetization.
Nice. Okay.
No idea.
Cool. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, all the video game stuff. As you were talking, I was like, oh man, I think this could be a cool like content idea. But just the idea is like get somebody to pitch a toy line based on whether video game or something, but actually like full on pitch it in like a 3-minute thing. Just tell us what wave 1 would be like, wave 2 would be like, if there'd be vehicles or play sets, and just go. Okay. So like, as you were talking, I'm like, oh, well, and TJC reminded me about this video game thing. I was trying to remember what game it was, but like, I don't know, take around Contra. So I know people have tried to make toys, but like if you could turn that into an actual line that would last, say, 3 waves, what would you do? Would there be vehicles? Would there be play sets? And then just go and pitch it. And like, I don't know, I think that'd be kind of rad.
Well, earlier we were definitely on the line of 1/18 scale Warcraft and StarCraft toys.
Right.
Because again, like one of the, and we're talking not World of Warcraft, we're talking like original Warcraft, because that's why you need the 1/18 scale, because you would have the play sets of like the barracks and, you know, the mage's tower and everything like that. And each little building comes with a packed in figure. Why not? Imagine X does it all the time already, right?
Did any of you guys play the new Contra? Look good, but I haven't played it.
There's a new Contra.
No,
I haven't kept up on news.
I was gonna say, like, I didn't even know there was a new Contra.
It's on
I should pick it up.
Yeah. It's like a remake
Oh, it's on
of the
Steam.
original, but there's like added stuff. I don't know. Looks cool. I always
They
like
did video games too. They did action figures. They did like 2, right? And some like special deluxe package kind of deal. You can get figures.
Yeah, they did Contra figures. I do remember that.
I'll probably pick it up at some point because I love Contra. I used to play the hell out of the old Nintendo game.
Yeah, what was the dude? Okay, so Sergeant Slaughter's crew, what were they called? Renegades?
Well, there was the Renegades and then there was the Marauders.
No,
right?
the Renegades, the 3-pack, right?
3 guys with the Renegades, yeah.
Those 2 of those guys were my Contra guys.
Oh,
right.
That's cool.
Dude with a flat top, and then
yeah, that's Mercer.
Yeah,
Mercer. The X
I
Viper.
used him, and I forgot who I used for the other one, but
yeah.
And then
I heard there's a new Sergeant Slaughter themed video up on YouTube, so just search Sergeant Slaughter, Sergeant Slaughter toy connections. You might find a new video up about.
Might find a new video. Okay. Very cool. So Speaking Moistly wants to know how far I am away from monetization. So first level of monetization is channel memberships and super chats, which unlock at 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. So I'm like 80 subs away from monetization of the first level. And another 600, that's when I get ad revenue, which one thing I will say now about that, because I do live streams, ad revenue is never going to be a really big thing for me, mostly until I can get some more short form content. Like, you know, for me, it'd just be mostly about the channel memberships, really. And that's going to be low level price, but I'm really not trying to look for much. Just now I realize how important it is to have a rainy day fund in case something goes wrong that I didn't exactly plan on happening.
It's really hard
to do when you're a toy collector.
It's really hard to make money on ads unless you're getting like 100,000 views every video. It's really hard.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that's really gonna make much of a difference.
Maybe
I
I
will never
got
do ads during a live stream. That would strictly be the replay.
Okay. So I don't know whether I got screwed over because of some weird Canadian law, but my story of the Von Erichs, right? 38,600 views, my second highest viewed video ever, only made 255 Canadian dollars. That's like just under 200 US for 38,000 views. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
And honestly, I don't even know how much the fees that they're going to take out of the tips that I'm getting. I gotta find that out.
Yeah. And I'm not sure. I might be set up wrong. Like when I talk analytics to other people, they seem to be making more. So I don't know if it's a Canadian thing or what, but it's it's ridiculous just how little ad revenue you get. Right. So
appreciate it. Well, again, super chat. I mean, I can't do a super chat, but at least now there's the tip jar, which helps. So that's great.
Yeah. So anyway.
California Extreme. They fill up a hotel lobby with pinball machines and arcade games and set it free to play for 24/7 for about 3 days. So a full 72 hours of free play arcade and pinballs. That is nuts.
Where's that?
Apparently in California somewhere. Todd, where's that located in California? When does that happen? He says it's paid admission though, and that makes sense. And Andrew is threatening Ken once again. He's going to put Ken through a table at Joe Fest. Oh, apparently it's not too far from your neck of the woods. It's Bay Area, Brick. It's called California Extreme.
Oh, it's in the Bay Area.
CAX, which kind of like PAX, but that was Penny Arcade Expo, so not quite the same thing.
3 days, 24/7, huh? That feels a little. I guess it is extreme.
So it's like MagFest over here on the East Coast, right? It's a big gaming convention that happens. Most people think it stands for Music and Game Festival, but MagFest been Mid-Atlantic Game Festival. But the music side of it just got real big. So that was pretty cool because it used to be this little no-name show, and now it's actually like nationally known at least. Penny Arcade Expo East was still better though.
Yeah, there's like a cool spot in Alameda where it's like, you know, you pay for like hour or whatever and just play as much as you can. But
well, apparently there's a Mag West now.
3 days, damn.
Anyway,
I must say they probably converted the name to officially being Music and Game because Mag West just doesn't make a fence because the West Coast doesn't touch the Atlantic Ocean. And 3-star draws here. What's going on, brother?
Yeah.
So we will probably have to wrap this up pretty soon, as a matter of fact, because that battery's starting to drain quicker the lower it gets, even though it's plugged in.
My headphones are going out too.
It's all good. Yeah, I'm debating about turning on the Elton John biopic Rocket Man to watch because I haven't seen it yet, but it's sitting on Netflix right now. I have it queued up. So. Yeah,
very, very cool.
It's very fun. Good. Saw it with my dad. Took my dad to.
I saw Bohemian Rhapsody, so I really liked it. So I suspect Rocket Man's really good. There's an Elvis one as well. So
yeah. So California has cool peeps like Brick and Thanos. You know, there's a lot more than just Brick and Thanos there too that are really cool. You know, our good friend Skelevator, he's over there, not too far from Thanos actually.
Toy Habits, both members.
Toy Habits,
Shiny Plastic People, and Kayla Silva.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he
really
wishes.
Cool.
No, Chris is.
Oh
Chris
no, he's not. I met him in California.
No, he was just there when you met him.
We just happened to be there.
Kayla is.
Kayla is. Matt Hatter's there too.
Yes, Matt Hatter.
LA.
Anyway,
there's some psychos over there too. Cobb. We can't leave Cobb off the list, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I said Cobb.
Oh, you did say Cobb. Okay, I didn't hear it. I'll bet.
Anyway,
that's why you weren't here. You know, next week we've got to get you on 3-star draw. You got to come hang out on a clubhouse with us.
Anyway, yeah. If you got to end Oz, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Well, guys, I want to thank everybody who showed up tonight. You all are amazing, and I've needed this back because I've definitely been in a depressive funk over the last couple of weeks because of everything. You know, it started to get better though around the time I figured out how to do some stuff to try to build back up here. Because every once in a while, like I said, something comes and you don't expect it, and then it's like, oh crap, now I'm stuck. But I'm seeing ways out, and this definitely helped. Everybody who made a contribution tonight, the tip jar, thank you all very much. Which I'm going to give one last look to see if I owe any wheeze and a spin.
Get them in now, folks.
That's right. Get them in now.
Make them wee.
And again, sold a new mug tonight. Thank you, Speaking Moistly. I hope you enjoy that. You know, you need the coffee for these long streams. But definitely, guys, have an amazing weekend. And, you know, many of us, it is a holiday. All right, so 3 stars asking if I was able to get a new laptop yet. Not yet. Still building up the funds because, again, it's not just a matter of laptop. I might go desktop because I want something that's going to have enough power to actually handle when I want to do share screen and everything else, because the old laptop barely chugged along to really make that happen. As we all know, every time I tried to share screen, everything would start slowing down. I would freeze and sometimes even get booted off my own stream because of it. So trying to get something that'll be able to handle it a lot better. But I've found a way that I can set up a tip jar so I can kind of get super chats while we do the live stream. So when it's a Clubhouse stream, Lawrence won't be the only one spinning and going wee. I'll go spin, go wee for a second, then I'll say, oh shit, as I bang my knee on something. So you can get that added entertainment value. I had the merch store set up. We dropped the links earlier here in the chat, and I'm not going to be able to scroll back up high enough. But all the links are on my YouTube channel. That if you guys want to check out Patreon, tip jar, and also the merch store. So it really, really helps. And, you know, every penny adds up. I normally don't get this way on streams because I don't really like this format, but I need a new computer. So got to do what I got to do. That's all there is to it. You know.
Welcome back.
All right. I appreciate that, Ken. Thank you. Brick, thank you for being here. Thanos, always great having you with us. It was good to be able to unbox yet another amazing figure Obscura with all you fine people.
Hell yeah.
And all right, folks. Catch you all next week when we do it again. Delta 17 next week, guys. Veteran Williams.